Chapter 271 Contract Gu 2 and 1. The guards were gritting their teeth and had tolerated the other party's action of knocking the great Herb King unconscious since he said that it was a secret art. However, he went overboard and claimed that the great Herb King reaped what he sowed. That was clear provocation. So how could they take it lying down? How dare you? You're looking for death. The numerous guards glared furiously at Zhang Xian, and a cold gleam flashed from the swords in their hands. The moment the command was given, they would immediately mince this braggart of a fellow. There must be something wrong with his head. I've known Bai Chan for a while, and while his character is SOSO, his brain should be functioning normally. Why has he become so dumb all of a sudden? Initially, everyone thought that Zhang Xian would bring up some astonishing theory, so upon hearing those words, the physicians present nearly spurted blood. All of them stared at Zhang Xian dumbfounded as if they had seen a monster. Every single person who had been to Red Lotus City were all aware of the great Herb King's might. In this piece of land, he was no different from an emperor. Even if a prince of Tianwu Kingdom were to come here, he would have no choice but to lower his head before him. Zhang Xian's action of smacking him unconscious was already provocative, yet he went a step further to say that he was suffering for his own deeds. Have you grown tired of living? Or do you think that the great Herb King has an amiable personality? Physician Cheng Feng stared at Zhang Xian as if he were looking at a fool. Can it be that this fellow's head had been kicked by a savage beast? Otherwise, why would he say such preposterous words? Doomed. This time, we're really doomed. Imoyu smacked her forehead. At this moment, she was on the verge of tears. Zhang Xian could explain his action of knocking the great Herb King out as a requirement for his secret art, but the words he spoke afterward thoroughly offended the other party. There was no point of return. If you want to die, go ahead. But why must you drag me down with you? My purpose here is to gain some knowledge and worldly experience. Who did I offend to warrant this? Forget it. Since we came together, even if this fellow has suicidal tendencies, I shouldn't leave him in the lurch. Even though she felt stifled, Imoyu gritted her teeth and spoke telepathically to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, inform the howling firmament beast to come over right now. I have with me the formation plate that my father left behind for me. I should be able to buy some time with it, so hurry up. Perhaps we might still stand a chance. They might be in the depth of the enemy's base, but given the howling firmament beast's half-Jizuan cultivation and its ability to fly, there was a good chance that they could successfully flee. However, the crucial problem was how they could survive until the howling firmament beast's arrival. Grabbing her storage ring tightly, Imoyu surveyed her surroundings warily. The moment anyone makes a move on them, she would immediately retrieve and toss the formation plate. As the princess of a kingdom, she possessed several tricks for survival up her sleeves. Formation plates were convenient tools on which a large formation was engraved through special means. Even if one wasn't a formation master, one could easily activate it in times of need by pumping their Jinqi into the plate. While it was significantly weaker than true formations, it was portable and could be triggered instantaneously, making it a nifty tool for survival. However, this object was expensive and was a one-off consumable. Only someone of her standing would be able to afford it. Why should I call for it? Don't worry. Seeing the anxiety on the other party's face, Zhang Xian smiled. You. Seeing the fellow continue to act so calmly despite being in grave danger, Imoyu was on the verge of exploding. You've offended the great Herb King, and if we don't leave right now, we might just die here. Offended him? I'm explaining his illness to him. How will this offend anyone? Zhang Xian waved his hands casually as he assured her. There's no need to worry. Just stay here and wait patiently. Explaining his illness? Imoyu went insane. How can gloating over the other party by claiming that he is suffering for his own deeds be considered as explaining illness? I've been an apprentice physician for so long, but I've never heard of such a case. Stay here and wait patiently? I would really be insane if I were to stay and wait patiently under such circumstances. Imoyu was infuriated, but she knew that it wasn't the time to throw a tantrum. She surveyed her surroundings and analyzed the ideal escape path. If she had known that this fellow was so unreliable, she wouldn't have come adventuring with him. Physician Bai Chan, I've invited you over with goodwill to treat the old master, and yet, you spouted such derogatory words. If you don't explain yourself, you don't even have to dream about leaving this manor." Ignoring everyone's shock, Butler Lu flung his sleeves angrily and glared at Zhang Xian. If the other party hadn't treated his problem, he would have decapitated the other party with a sword before he had a chance to explain himself. "There's no need to rush. I'll explain everything clearly. Just that, there are many people present. Are you sure that you want me to speak?" Zhang Xian was nonchalant toward his threat, simply smiling in response. "Stop putting on an act here. No matter how incredible your words may sound, the only thing that awaits you is death. To dare to taint the great Herb King's honor, you deserve to die." "Butler Lu, why waste words on him? With just a single command, we will mince this fool who dares to insult the old master immediately." Seeing how the other party was unrepentant, the guards were on the brim of erupting. Not hiding their killing intent for Zhang Xian, they bellowed furiously. Every single one of these guards was Tongxian realm experts, and with several dozens of them unleashing their cultivation at once, people in the room began to breathe heavily under the pressure and their hands became moist with perspiration. Even the faces of the numerous Zhongshe realm physicians turned pale. Unable to withstand the might, they retreated uncontrollably. While Zhongshe realm experts were far stronger than Tongxian realm cultivators, the guards had been living together and had forged a strong teamwork. On top of that, they wielded various lethal measures that even Zhongshe realm experts would find it hard to guard against. Enough. Seeing how the guards were on the verge of attacking Zhang Xian, Butler Lu waved his hands and roared, "Step down." Then, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Physician Bai, these guards are loyal to the old master. Your words have offended them, and if you don't explain yourself, even I will find it hard to stop them." His words were laced with threat. If Zhang Xian failed to provide a reasonable explanation, these guards would destroy him in an instant. "I'm fine with explaining yourself, but this involves a secret. My view is that I shouldn't speak of it before such a huge crowd." Even though he was standing on the edge of the cliff, Zhang Xian didn't seem worried in the least. He walked leisurely to the great Herb King and declared calmly, "How about this? I will just say 2 words. If you think that my diagnosis makes sense, we can talk about it. Otherwise, you can just kill me right away." After interacting with the great Herb King, Butler Lu nodded his head, "Fine. All right then." Zhang Xian smiled. "My 2 words are simple. Contract goo." "Contract goo? What's that?" Butler Lu was wondering what miraculous words Zhang Xian would spout, and he couldn't help but fall into a daze upon hearing his words. Just as he was considering whether he should make mincemeat of the other party, an expression of shock suddenly appeared on the dying great Herb King's face. His murky and lifeless eyes suddenly gleamed in agitation. Get the others out." Struggling with all his might, his hoarse voice echoed in the air. Seeing how Bai Chan had caused the withered great Herb King to struggle so terribly to speak with merely 2 words, everyone turned to look at him as though he was a monster. They thought that he was doomed and didn't expect such a twist. Can it be that these 2 words wield some kind of magic? "Old Master." Seeing the old master speak, Butler Lu rushed to him immediately. Then after a moment of conversation, he stood up and scanned the surroundings. "I apologize, but the diagnosis ends here, so I'll have to invite all of you to leave. I will have my men send the compensation each of you." After which, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xian. The great Herb King's condition was critical, and he wasn't able to say anything. Even so, Butler Lu had been serving the other party for numerous years, and he was able to understand the other party's intention just through his gaze. The old master's intentions were simple. Do as Physician Bai says. He's the only one who can save him. Can such a brazen fellow, who seemed to be spouting nonsense, really be capable of saving the old master? Can it be that it is as he said, that the old master is suffering for his own deeds? All right, great Herb King and Butler Lu, we will be taking our leaves then. Seeing that Butler Lu had already invited them to leave, even though the crowd was baffled within, they turned around to leave without any hesitation. However, before walking out of the lounge, they couldn't help but send a confused glance at Physician Bai Chan. With just 2 words, this fellow is able to get the great Herb King to chase them out. Can his words be really true? But I don't recall any illness that is called contract goo. You all should leave as well. Ignoring the bewilderment that the crowd was in, Butler Lu ordered for the guards to leave as well. Yes. Knowing that this was the intention of the old master, they answered and left the lounge quickly. Upon seeing everyone leave, Mou hesitated for a moment and, eventually, decided to remain. Regardless of whether the fellow was right or not, and whether he would be reduced to meat mince in a moment's time, she had come with him, and it wouldn't be right for her to leave alone. Even though the prideful princess had an unpleasant mouth, she seemed to be a loyal buddy. Inconspicuously, Zhang Xian nodded his head in response to her decision. Soon, they were the only ones left in the room. Physician Bai Chan, now that everyone has left, can you explain the matter? Knowing that Mou came along with Physician Bai, Butler Lu turned to Zhang Xian and bowed respectfully. Zhang Xian nodded. Actually, I already had a rough idea of the situation when I first saw the Great Herb King earlier. After using my secret art, I have now ascertained his condition, at which lamentation flashed through Zhang Xian's eyes. The Great Herb King isn't ill or poisoned. Rather, he's afflicted by something called contract goo. This was implanted in him when he made a deal with a specific someone, and now that the person is dead, under the effects of the contract goo, he, expectedly, will lose his life as well. Contract goo. What's that? Butler Lu was still unable to comprehend the situation. Despite coming into contact with physicians and medicinal herbs daily, he had never heard of this term. The Great Herb King clearly knew what the other party was talking about, but it wasn't convenient for him to speak now. Even though Butler Lu could perform basic communication with him, it was impossible for the other party to express such a complicated matter. Contract goo is a special practice used when making a deal with someone to win the other party's trust, and it is one of the means unique to a poison master. To summarize, it is similar to the life and death contract between beast tamers and their savage beast. Once established, it is equivalent to becoming a loyal subordinate of the other party. Once the master dies, the subordinate wouldn't live for long either, and he would soon follow the other party. This thing is normally used by poison masters to manipulate their subordinates. The moment one establishes the contract, his life and death are no longer within his control. If he were to disobey the will of his master, he would suffer the ache of thousands of bugs nibbling at his heart. With a grim expression, Zhang Xian explained slowly, "Is there such a thing in this world?" Butler Lu was astonished. He found the entire affair hard to believe. If the other party hadn't spoken of it, he would have never believed that such a thing could exist. At the same time, Mou's eyes were about to pop out from her sockets. She hadn't heard of contract goo, but she knew clearly what a life and death contract was. With this kind of contract, the moment the master dies, regardless of how strong or where a savage beast was, it would also breathe its last. From Zhang Xian's descriptions, it seemed that the contract goo was much more potent than that. If that was truly the case, didn't that mean that humans could be commanded and tamed as those savage beasts? That was an extremely terrifying thought. Can it be that this contract goo is related to the old master's condition? Butler Lu recovered from the shock, but his face remained ghastly pale. Not only is it related, it is exactly the cause of it. Glancing at the Great Herb King, Zhang Xian shook his head in lamentation. As the Great Herb King and the sovereign of the Red Lotus City, he chose to become another person's subordinate and willingly allowed the other party to implant this kind of vicious goo into him. If this wasn't suffering for his own deeds, what else can it be? The Emperor of Tianwu Kingdom dared not to offend the Great Herb King of Red Lotus City, and 3-star physicians willingly lowered their heads before him. His standing was far superior to the kings of Tier 2 kingdoms. Despite possessing such prestige, he willingly consumed a contract goo to become another person's servant. If this wasn't courting his own death, what else could it be? He couldn't blame anyone else for his own plight. Upon hearing those words, the dried face of the Great Herb King turned slightly red. Regret brimmed in his eyes. "Physician Bai, please save the old master." Finally knowing what the old master was suffering from, Butler Lu's body trembled, his knees bent, and he knelt to the floor. Watching the old master grow weaker and weaker and being unable to identify the cause had left him distraught, but as the second in command of the manor, he couldn't cave in. Now that a glimmer of hope had finally appeared before him, he could no longer hold it in. Having grown up in the Great Herb King Manor, he possessed absolute loyalty toward the Great Herb King. On top of that, if the old master were to die, the other Herb Kings would make use of this opportunity to attack the manor, and the Great Herb King Manor's crumble would be absolute. As the butler of the manor, he would suffer the brunt of the impact, and it would be hard for him to live for long. Regardless of whether it was for his loyalty toward the Great Herb King or for his own life, he mustn't allow anything to happen to the Great Herb King. Since this physician was able to see through and treat his own affliction, as well as determine the root of the old master's frailty, he might have a solution for the matter. Get up first. Zhang Xian reached out to help the other party up. Shaking his head, he said, "Once the contract is established, the contract goo enters one's bloodstream. It is extremely difficult to solve the matter. After establishing a contract, the goo worm dives into one's innards and moves along with his blood flow. It is impossible for it to be located and destroyed. As long as Physician Bai treats the old master, the Great Herb King Manor is willing to accede to any of your requests." Butler Lu clenched his jaws. To save him, I'll have to find the location of the goo worm and extract or exterminate it. Zhang Xian explained. However, the goo worm is alive, and it flows along with the blood. The moment it realizes that it is in danger, it will escape immediately. How can I capture it like that? The main reason for the Great Herb King's suffering was the goo worm living in his body. The solution for the problem actually sounded extremely easy. One merely had to extract or exterminate it. However, it was hard to put into practice. That thing lives in one's bloodstream and cannot be seen or felt. In addition, it is constantly moving about and knows how to avoid danger. How is it possible to remove and destroy it? Before the goo worm can be killed, the person would have probably died first. Since Physician Bai is able to determine what the old master is suffering from, you must have a solution. I beseech you to save him. Butler Lu knelt down once more. The many physicians that had examined the old master weren't even able to identify the illness. Bai Chan was their only hope. I can save him, but I have a condition. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian said. While others would be hard-pressed to look for the goo worm, Zhang Xian was different. With the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian could plainly see the location of the goo worm. Thus, it was still possible for him to treat the Great Herb King. Physician Bai, feel free to speak of your condition. Hearing that the other party could really treat him, Butler Lu clenched his fists tightly in agitation. I want to go to the poison hall. I hope that someone can bring me there after I cure the Great Herb King. Zhang Xian glanced at Butler Lu. Butler Lu didn't expect the other party to come up with such a condition. Currently, the poison hall isn't accepting any guests, especially physicians. It'll be extremely dangerous for you to head there now. Poison masters and physicians are at perennially odds. Aren't you, a physician, courting death to want to visit the poison hall? Dangerous for me to head there now? What do you mean? Noticing a hidden meaning to the other party's words, Zhang Xian stared at him doubtfully. Glancing at the old master and seeing that the other party wasn't objectionable to him revealing the issue, Butler Lu gritted his teeth and said, an internal conflict has broken out within the poison hall, and it is currently closed to outsiders. They refused all guests, and even the old master isn't allowed to enter. Heading there now is truly an unwise decision. Internal conflict? Yes, Butler Lu said. However, if Physician Bai really wishes to visit the poison hall, the conflict should probably die down within a year. By then, it should be much safer. A year? That's too long. Zhang Xian shook his head. In the first place, the reason why he chose to disguise as Physician Bai Chan instead of taking the physician examination at Tianwu Kingdom was so that he could get to the poison hall as soon as possible to resolve the poisonous aura that was lingering in his body. Since he was unwilling to wait even a month, how could he possibly wait a year? What joke is this? As long as you bring me to the entrance of the poison hall, I'll settle the rest myself. If you promise to accede to my condition, I will save the old master now. Otherwise, let's forget about everything. Zhang Xin calmly said. However, I doubt that there's anyone else in the surrounding 13 kingdoms who can save the old master. The other party seemed to be determined. Thus, Butler Lu turned to consult the old master, and upon seeing him blink his eyes, turned back to Zhang Xian. All right, the old master has agreed. Zhang Xian nodded. Place your old master horizontally. I'll begin my treatment now. Yes. Given that this was the Great Herb King manor, Butler Lu wasn't worried about the other party doing anything foolish. Thus, he adjusted the reclining chair to place the old master in a lying position. Knowing that the other party was about to remove the contract goo from his body, nervousness flashed on the Great Herb King's dry face. Butler Lu and Mo, you might have never heard of the contract goo, but as the person who had it implanted into his body, he knew that there was nearly no cure for it. Yet, the person before him claimed that he was capable of treating it. Even though he didn't truly believe the other party's words, he, nevertheless, wanted to give it a try. Since he had already decided to treat the other party, Zhang Xian immediately got on with it. With a jerk of his hand, a box of silver needles appeared in his palm. Then, submerging his consciousness into the library, he flipped to the page where the flaws were listed, which reflects the location of the contract goo's worm. He drove his zhenqi and immediately pierced a silver needle right at the spot where the worm was last located. The silver needle, which was infused with the Heaven's Path zhenqi, would definitely be able to easily destroy the goo worm if it were to pierce through it. After piercing the needle into the other party's body, Zhang Xian circulated zhenqi around the other party's body for a moment. Noticing the absence of the presence of the goo worm, Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. The goo worm actually escaped. Time was wasted discussing the matter after the compilation of the book, and the goo worm in the Great Herb King was no longer at the position indicated in the book. It seemed that the book had to be refreshed for him to pinpoint the new location of the goo worm. Hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian turned to look at the Great Herb King sheepishly. Great Herb King, I'm sorry, but is it convenient for you to pass out once more? Goo is a venomous being used often in voodoo and black magic in the South China. There are many methods of preparations depending on the custom, but the most traditional one is to keep countless poisonous animals into one jar and let them fight it out. Chapter 272. I understand. Are you asking if it's convenient for him to pass out once more? Butler Lu and Mo's mouths twitched. The Great Herb King shook his head vigorously. No one liked to be knocked out, so who would possibly agree that it's convenient for them to pass out? Hearing those words, the Great Herb King would have struck first if not for his physical disability, needless to say, to allow the other party to knock him out. Physician by Chan, this. Seeing the objection in the old master's eyes, Butler Lu hurriedly spoke up. However, before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man before him seemed to have come to an epiphany. Forget it. There's no use asking you about it. It's best that I do it myself. Thus, he stretched out his arm. Pada. With tears brimming in his eyes, the Great Herb King passed out once more. Having knocked out the Great Herb King, Zhang Xian noticed that Butler Lu was in the middle of his words and turned to look at him with a doubtful expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Butler Lu smiled awkwardly. He had intended to stop the other party and to see if there was a way to treat the old master without knocking him out. However, since the daylights had already been knocked out of the old master, there was no longer any need for him to speak up. I'll continue on with the treatment then. With the Great Herb King now unconscious, the book in Zhang Xian's hands jolted the moment he came into contact with the other party's body. The location of the goo worm was refreshed. Having ascertained the location, Zhang Xian's hands jerked, and a silver needle was pierced into the other party's body. I missed it. Checking the area with his zhenqi, he realized that the goo worm had escaped once again. Looks like killing the goo worm is much more difficult than I have expected. Zhang Xian's expression was grim. He thought that it would be easy for him to eradicate the goo worm with the Library of Heaven's Path, providing him its location. However, from the looks of it, he had underestimated the goo worm. Even though the delay between browsing the book in the library and the piercing of the needle was extremely short, it was more than sufficient for the goo worm to escape from its original position. Zhang Xian touched the great herb king once more and pierced a silver needle into the other party's body. Puha, puha, puha. Under the numerous assaults by the silver needle, the goo worm seemed to have realized that it was in danger, and it escaped furiously through the other party's blood vessels. The blood vessels within a human are complicated, and countless small capillaries spread out across the entire body. If this goes on, I won't be able to catch it even after a day of effort. I have to find a way to corner it before I can destroy it. After inserting a few needles in quick succession, he noticed that the goo worm moved faster and faster, and its movements were erratic without any specific pattern. Troubled, a deep crease emerged on Zhang Xian's forehead. Is it dead yet? After a dozen of consecutive needles, Zhang Xian eventually managed to force it to a corner, and just as he was about to deal the final blow, a weak voice sounded. Turning his head to take a look, he saw that the great herb king had roused from his sleep. Him becoming awake meant that the location of the goo worm on his book in the library couldn't be refreshed. Knowing that there was no time to be wasted, Zhang Xian didn't even bother to speak this time. He stretched out his hand immediately and pada. The other party was knocked out once more. Not good. That fellow has escaped again. By the time the book was updated, the goo worm had already escaped. Zhang Xian's expression darkened. The other party's awakening had hastened his blood flow, allowing the goo worm to escape far away from Zhang Xian's encirclement. Damn it! He didn't expect that a small goo worm would be that sly. With his eyebrows shot up, he turned to Butler Lu. Come here. Knock out the old master the moment he awakens. The great herb king's cultivation had reached Zhongshe realm pinnacle. Even though his body had been driven to the brink of death under the torture of the goo worm, the defensive mechanism from the Jinqi in his body remained functioning, allowing him to recover swiftly from his unconscious state. On the other hand, in order not to worsen the dying great herb king's condition, Zhang Xian couldn't exert too much force when knocking him out. In order to prevent the goo worm from getting away again due to him awaking, it was best to make preparations beforehand. Thus, Zhang Xian decided to render Butler Lu's help. With someone to knock the great herb king out, Zhang Xian would be able to direct his undivided attention toward killing the worm. Knock the old master out the moment he awakens. Butler Lu's body trembled in agitation, and he was on the verge of tears. The man before him was his old master. If he were to do this, he could imagine the kind of trouble that would await him if the old master were to choose to pursue this matter in the future. Can I turn down your request? Don't waste my time. Hurry up. Seeing a conflicted expression on the other party, Zhang Xian frowned. If you don't want to save the old master, feel free to reject my request. Even though Butler Lu was torn, he knew that the priority was to save the old master. Thus, he walked over and stretched out his hand. Just as his heart was in turmoil, Mou's voice suddenly sounded. That physicians often use soul-numbing powder to knock their patients out. With a single whiff, one should stay unconscious for a significant period of time. Furthermore, it doesn't hurt one's body. Will that work? Soul-numbing powder? Is there such a thing? Of course, it will work. Zhang Xian was taken aback. His goal was just to keep the other party in an unconscious state. It didn't matter whether the other party was knocked out through physical means or through medicine. The soul-numbing powder works as well? Hearing Zhang Xian's reply sent tears flowing down Butler Lu and Mou's face. The soul-numbing powder was a common medicine used by physicians, and it was often utilized on the less courageous patients. There wasn't a single physician who hasn't heard of it, and most would carry several doses with them wherever they go. Yet, this fellow has never heard of it. The heck! If not for the incredible skills he has displayed, we would really doubt if he is a physician. Otherwise, how can he possibly not know the basics? If Zhang Xian had used this earlier, the great herb king wouldn't have to be smacked on the head so many times. If this continued, even if he successfully treated the other party, it was likely that the great herb king would become dumb from the multiple impacts on his head. We have the medicine here. I'll fetch it right now. Fearful that the old master would be struck once more, Butler Lu rushed out in a hurry. The great herb king dealt in medicine, and it was absurd to think that they wouldn't possess such an elementary herb in their storage. In no time, Butler Lu arrived with several sacks. Zhang Xian grabbed a sack casually and placed it before the great herb king's nostril. As expected, the medicine quickly sent the latter into a deep sleep, and it didn't seem likely that he would regain consciousness so soon. To think that you would have such a good stuff. You should have taken it out earlier. Seeing how amazing the medicine was, Zhang Xian glared at Butler Lu. Butler Lu felt wronged. As a physician, you brought a chopper into the surgery room. Naturally, I thought that you specialize in using it. Who in the world would expect that? You don't even know what a scalpel is. Mo shot a look of sympathy at Butler Lu as well. If not for her having gotten used to Zhang Xian's bizarre actions, she herself would have thought that he was doing it on purpose. Under the potency of the soul-numbing powder, the great herb king fell into deep sleep. Zhang Xian continued with his treatment, leaving a single hand in constant contact with the other party's body while having the other hand pierce needles into the other party swiftly, forcing the goo worm to a corner in the bloodstream. This time, his operation went successfully and the goo worm was entrapped shortly. Go! With a jerk of Zhang Xian's fingers, a silver needle immediately pierced straight into the great herb king's body. Jijiji! In that instant, a piercing shrill sounded from the great herb king's body, and the worm could be seen to be struggling about in his blood vessel. Die! With a tap of his finger, a surge of pure zhenqi flowed into the other party's body through the silver needle. And in the next instant, the worm, as though meeting with its nemesis, thrashed for a while longer before falling motionless. Just like any other poisonous substances, the heaven's path zhenqi, which was reminiscent of pure water, was the goo worm's greatest nemesis. Upon contact, that resilient life form crumbled immediately and died on the spot. Come on out. Exerting pressure on the other party's blood vessel, Zhang Xian sent a burst of zhenqi into the other party, and the silver needle and goo worm flew out simultaneously. Pada! The two landed on the floor. Is this the so-called contract goo? Butler Lu and Mo walked over immediately. The goo worm on the floor was the size of a firefly. There were unique runes scribbled on its dark green body, and it looked so disgusting that it could send a cold chill down one's spine. Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. The greatest problem that plagued the great herb king's body was this goo worm. With this little fellow extracted from his body, his languishing body should recover with time. Moments after removing the sack of soul-numbing powder from the other party's nostril, the great herb king slowly awoke. Old master. Butler Lu walked forward. Do I still need to be knocked out? After waking up, the great herb king glanced at Zhang Xian, and his lips quivered uncontrollably. He was traumatized after getting knocked out continuously. He was afraid that a fist would be awaiting him the moment he awoke. There's no need for that anymore. The goo worm has already been killed. Butler Lu pointed to the worm on the floor. It's dead? The great herb king was taken aback. Glancing at the corpse of the goo worm on the floor, his face reddened in agitation. After being afflicted with the contract goo, his life and death became something beyond his control. The reason why the contract goo was used to gain another's trust was that even the most incredible poison masters were unable to cure one of it. Yet, the physician before him was able to kill it easily. Even though he had witnessed the event personally with his own two eyes, he found the situation hard to believe nevertheless. Physician Bai, thank you for saving my life. Standing up from the reclining chair, the great herb king knelt to the floor. Initially, he thought that it was his fate to die from the contract goo. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would be saved by the man standing before him. In order to be rescued from his despair, not to mention 3 times, even if he were to be knocked out 10 times or 100 times, it would have been worth the suffering. Old master, you. Seeing the great herb king get up to kneel on the floor, Butler Lu grew agitated. It was just a while ago that the old master was unable to move or speak. Yet, at this moment, he had stood up and knelt down all by himself. This went to show that his body was already starting to recover. With the goo worm in my body dead, my strength is gradually returning to me. However, the trauma within caused by it isn't resolved yet. Physician Bai, I beseech you to treat me. Stopping Butler Lu from helping him up, the great herb king kowtowed to Zhang Xian. While the death of the goo worm had solved the root of the problem, that little fellow had been on a rampage inside the great herb king's body for the past few days, sapping his spirit and energy dry. He would still require the help of this physician to nourish his damaged body and rejuvenate his stamina. Otherwise, now possessing the appearance of a person in his 90s, despite not having reached even 50, it was clear that he would not have long to live. You want me to solve your current problem? Reading through his book in the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian frowned. Tortured by the contract goo for numerous days, his body was severely injured. If not for the innumerable precious herbs he possessed as the great herb king, he wouldn't have been able to survive until this day. His physical and mental frailty could only be gradually treated through the consumption of various tonics over a long period of time. However, Zhang Xian was different. Not only could the Heaven's Path Zhenqi heal one's stamina and bring him back to his peak, it could also heal the great herb king's damaged blood vessels completely, simply by driving it through his bloodstream. However, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi was too pure. Previously, when Zhang Xian was treating the other party, he was unconscious. Furthermore, by the time he awoke, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi had already melded as one with the Zhenqi in his body, making it impossible for the other party to detect any abnormality. However, if Zhang Xian were to treat him now, the other party would definitely realize the uniqueness of his Zhenqi, and this could bring about unwanted trouble. Zhang Xian was unwilling to take this risk. I can treat you, but... After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian spoke up. However, before he could finish his words, he realized that the great herb king was staring at him with incredible determination. Physician Bai, you need not speak any further. I understand. After which, he lifted his hand and struck his head. Pada! He fell limply onto the floor, unconscious. Chapter 273 What's Going On 2-in-1 Not expecting the other party to knock himself out before he could finish his words, Zhang Xian became speechless. Cough cough, what I meant to say was, I can solve your problem, but you'll have to increase the compensation. How can I negotiate with you now that you're unconscious? Zhang Xian's condition for removing the contract goo from the other party's body was to bring him to the poison hall. Zhang Xian had fulfilled his end of the deal, but the other party was now requesting for him to treat his wounded body. This was an entirely different matter, and Zhang Xian couldn't possibly expend his own Zhenqi for nothing. Yet, before he could say anything, the other party had already fainted. No matter what, I am a physician. Aren't you being too disrespectful to me? Hearing Zhang Xian mutter to himself, Butler Lu hurried up to Zhang Xian and coughed awkwardly. The old master wishes for you to treat him as soon as possible. If Physician Bai has any requests, feel free to speak to me of it. I'll do my best to satisfy them. That's more like it. Zhang Xian nodded. How about this? You're selling this soul-numbing powder as well, right? If so, you should have an inventory of it. Help me prepare 3 doses. No, 10 doses. If Zhang Xian had this, he wouldn't have to resort to knocking anyone out by force again. Since he had learned of this object, it was only natural for him to want more of it. Who else would he exploit if not the rich tycoon in front of him? 10 doses of soul-numbing powder? Butler Lu blinked. Indeed. Don't tell me that your great herb king manor can't even afford this meager amount of medicinal herbs? Zhang Xian frowned. At the same time, he was pondering whether he had asked for too much and that the other party was incapable of bringing out that much. No, it's that. Butler Lu seemed conflicted by the request, and he looked as though he was suffering from constipation. It's that this object is too inexpensive. The soul-numbing powder was one of the most fundamental prescriptions in a physician's arsenal. A single dose costs only a few hundred gold coins, and 10 of it was worth mere thousands. To think this little amount of money could save the old master's life. Aren't you thinking too cheaply of the great herb king's life? Inexpensive? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He immediately turned to Mou, only to see her nodding her head with a speechless expression. Only then did he laugh awkwardly. That, right? Do you have any half-Zhongshu and Zhongshu realm cultivation technique manuals in your manor? The tier of the manual doesn't matter, and all I need is quantity. If you can manage to gather more than 1,000 of them, I will accept it as the compensation. Zhang Xian's cultivation had already reached Tongxian realm pinnacle, and to achieve a breakthrough, he would have to gather higher realm secret manuals. Tianxian Kingdom was too backward, and excluding the old ancestor, the strongest cultivators were merely at Tongxian realm pinnacle. As such, there was only a handful half-Zhongshu realm manuals in its territory. Red Lotus City was the city of a Tier 1 kingdom, as well as a medicinal herb trading hub, so it might be possible for the other party to gather a sizable quantity amount of cultivation technique manuals for him. Half-Zhongshu and Zhongshu realm secret manuals? More than 1,000 of them? Not having expected Physician Bai Chan to ask for something so peculiar, Butler Lu contemplated for a moment before answering. Our great herb king manor controls the flow of all medicinal herbs in Tianwu Kingdom and the 12 surrounding nations. Many cultivators do not possess sufficient money to purchase herbs, so they could only trade in their unique secret manuals. Thus, we have accumulated several hundreds of half-Zhongshu secret manuals over the years. With the rallying ability of our great herb king manor, we should be able to gather more than 1,000 books swiftly. As for Zhongshu realm cultivation technique manuals, if you have no requirements on the tier, it isn't a problem for us to gather a few hundred books for you. However, gathering above 1,000 of it would be difficult. All right, I'll take these then. Hearing that the other party could gather more than 1,000 half-Zhongshu realm cultivation technique manuals and a few hundred Zhongshu realm manuals, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He nodded in agreement hurriedly. As expected of a city of Tianwu Kingdom, resources flowing through this single city weren't what that the entire Tianxian Kingdom could compare up to. With sufficient manuals, Zhang Xian would be able to reach half-Zhongshu or even Zhongshu realm effortlessly. By then, he should at least possess the ability to protect himself in the poison hall. All right, you should go on and make arrangements. I'll treat the old master now. Contented with the compensation, Zhang Xian instructed Butler Lu before grabbing the great herb king's arm and beginning to transfuse a surge of heaven's path Qi into his meridians. Actually, why the great herb king looked lifeless and withered was because of the blockage in his meridian, causing the flow of his Qi to stagnate. As long as Zhang Xian cleared up the blockages, the other party's dense and powerful Zhongshu Qi would naturally rejuvenate his spirit, energy, and soul, thus inducing a complete recovery. Boom! The pure Qi gushed through the blocked meridians one after another. The damage left behind by the contract goo, as though snow meeting with the radiant sun, disappeared completely. The dry and loose skin on the great herb king regained its elasticity and liveliness. In an instant, he seemed to have turned several decades younger. This Mou, who was standing by the side, blinked her eyes furiously, unable to believe her sight. She thought that Zhang Xian's treatment, like any other physician's, would require the complement of medicinal herbs and would be over the course of numerous months. She hadn't expected the great herb king to recover instantly just by having his wrist grabbed. Is this really something a physician can do? Why haven't I heard of it? All of her preconceptions of the world seemed to be overthrown one after another. All right. Soon, the heaven's path Qi circulated a full round around the other party's body, clearing all of the blockages completely. Zhang Xian stood up and exhaled deeply. It was much easier than he expected. The great herb king, who had his trauma resolved, slowly awoke from his slumber. Feeling the softness and elasticity of his skin and the overwhelming strength surging through his body, even though the great herb king was impressed, he wasn't as surprised as Mou. The physician before him had managed to cure him of his contract goo, a feat which countless physicians and poison masters were incapable of. Rather, it would be bizarre if he couldn't do something as easy as treating his wounds. Physician Bai Chan, you have my gratitude. The great herb king's face flushed in agitation as he knelt onto the floor once more. If not for the physician before him, he would have been dead by now. The gratitude he felt wasn't something that could be measured using money. It's merely a deal. However, I'm curious why a person of your standing would accept a contract goo and allow yourself to be manipulated. Zhang Xian waved casually before turning to look at the great herb king doubtfully. Mou was baffled as well. The great Herb King's status and influence were so great that even the Tianwu Kingdom's royal family didn't dare to offend him. Yet, such a great person actually chose to take on a contract Gu. This was something beyond their imagination. Sigh, this is a long story. If you knew the person whom I formed a contract with, you would not be thinking like that. Seeing the doubt in the duo's eyes, the great Herb King flashed a bitter smile. The other party had saved his life, and he felt that his life belonged to the other party. Thus, he didn't think that there was anything inappropriate to say before the other party and didn't intend to hide anything from him. The person I contracted with is the Hall Master of the Poison Hall. Hall Master of the Poison Hall? The great Herb King nodded his head. With a complex expression, he explained, the great Herb King may seem like an awe-inspiring and powerful figure whom no one in the Red Lotus City dares to offend, but the truth is that we're merely the spokespersons for the Poison Hall. I'm not the only one. Every single great Herb King of previous generations had established a contract with Poison Hall Masters and became their puppets. Every single generation? Zhang Xian and Mou was stunned. However, as they thought further, they realized that it was logical. The Red Lotus City was the only intermediary to the Poison Hall, and it was hard to believe that the Poison Hall didn't establish any power within the city. Without the support of the Poison Hall, how could the great Herb King of every generation control the gigantic medicinal herb market and earn massive profits? Similarly, they wouldn't have been able to kill princes and princesses of the various kingdoms without fear either. It was only because of the Poison Hall's support that the Red Lotus City was powerful. Otherwise, how could a declining ancient city be able to stand against powerful countries like Tianwu? After all, Tianwu Kingdom had the backing of several two-star master teachers. With the guidance of a master teacher of such tier, even though it would be pushing it to say that everyone was an expert, the average level of cultivation within the city was much higher than that of Tianxian Kingdom. Its army was capable of splitting the ocean and collapsing mountains. If not for the backing of the Poison Hall, how could a mere Red Lotus City escape the Tianwu Kingdom's jurisdiction? Otherwise, it would have long been destroyed. The only reason why a contract Gu would act up is that a contractee is dead. Could it be that? Upon realizing something, Zhang Xian turned to look at the great Herb King. That's right. The great Herb King nodded. The Hall Master is dead. Butler Liu wasn't lying when he said that an internal conflict has broken out within the Poison Hall, and it is turning away all guests. The Hall Master died abruptly without declaring his successor, and 3 candidates are currently vying for the top seat, resulting in chaos. Even I myself am trying to keep away from the Poison Hall, or else I might not even know how I die. The great Herb King smiled bitterly. To them, I am only a puppet. As long as the Poison Hall exists, they can always raise a new great Herb King. Even though he did not want to admit it, Zhang Xian knew that it was true. With the strength of the Poison Hall, it was merely a walk in the park to make someone the great Herb King. For the prestigious and powerful great Herb King to be an inconsequential puppet, it would be hard for anyone to believe it to be true if not hearing it from the person himself. The great Herb King glanced at Zhang Xian with a grim expression. Physician Bai Chan, you saved me, and in return, I'll bring you to the Poison Hall. However, there are currently 3 candidates vying for the seat, and the Poison Hall is filled with uncountable dangers. Death is the only thing that awaits any visitor. If you have time to spare, you can stay here in my manor for the moment, and I'll help you look into the matter. If we go after the Hall Master is confirmed, we'll be spared from unnecessary danger. The fight over the position of Hall Master was no different from princes vying for the throne. It would be filled with schemes and assassinations. If outsiders were to enter, it was highly likely that they would be taken as pawns, and they wouldn't even realize how they had died. It wasn't wrong to say that the Poison Hall at present was at its most chaotic and dangerous. However, once the Hall Master was confirmed, the situation would settle down, and the place would become much safer. I can't wait that long. Even though Zhang Xian knew that what the other party said was valid, he couldn't wait that long. The poison aura in his body was suppressed by Heaven's Path Shinqi, but no one could guarantee when it would counterattack. If it was just 3 to 5 days, he could still wait. However, a year or two was too long for him. Actually, if Physician Bai does have a pressing urgency, there's another way. Seeing that his benefactor seemed to be in a rush to head to the poison hall, the great Herb King contemplated for a moment before speaking. The three main disciples of the old hall master each possess support from a faction of the poison hall, and their influences are roughly equal. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a victor to emerge without a year or two of grinding it out. However, there is an exception. Tell me about it. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The great Herb King continued, just like the Apothecary Guild and Blacksmith Guild, the Poison Hall has a headquarter and numerous branches. The Poison Hall in our Red Lotus range is a minor branch of the lot. Zhang Xian nodded his head. After reading through books of all kinds, Zhang Xian knew that the Tianwu Kingdom and the other countries surrounding it formed just a small part of the world. While the Poison Hall of the Red Lotus range was famous, its reputation was limited to the area around Tianwu Kingdom. Much more incredible branches could be found in higher-tier kingdoms. Based on what I know, the old hall master died suddenly, and he didn't appoint a successor beforehand. Thus, the elders in the hall have reported this matter to the headquarter. If the headquarter decides to interfere, it will send an envoy to calm the chaos and decide on the new hall master. If so, the entire process can be resolved quickly. The great Herb King said, "Oh, there's such a matter as well?" Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. All branches had to follow arrangements by the headquarter. No matter how chaotic the situation was after the death of the hall master, the envoy from the headquarter should be able to resolve the issue swiftly. In such situations, how long does it usually take for the poison hall to send an envoy? Also, how soon will the internal conflict be resolved? Are there any precedents? Zhang Xian could not help but ask. There are indeed precedents in the history of the poison hall, but the great Herb King hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. This time, I can't confirm this matter. While the poison hall of the Red Lotus range sounds impressive, it is just an unimpressive countryside branch to the headquarter. If an envoy is sent over, the conflict should be settled in less than half a month. However, if the headquarter feels that it is a waste of personnel and decides not to send anyone over, it will take at least 1 to 2 years. Even though an envoy could settle the issue easily, the Red Lotus Range Poison Hall branch was an unimportant branch, and the headquarter might think that there was no need to waste any effort on it. Thus, it wouldn't be unordinary if they did not send any personnel. There were similar cases in the past. As such, it was difficult to guess the headquarters' decision. Even the great Herb King was unable to determine when the internal conflict would end. Even so, I can't simply keep waiting like that. After hearing the other party's explanation, Zhang Xian felt even more dismal. He needed to gather sufficient books on poison to learn how to rectify the hidden poison aura in his body. He couldn't possibly wait mindlessly for news which might not arrive. The best way is to keep waiting. However, if Physician Bai hopes to head there now, I can bring you there. Just that, I can't guarantee your safety. The great Herb King hesitated before speaking. Allow me to consider for a moment. Zhang Xian's main purpose of heading to the poison hall was for the books. As long as he didn't interfere in their fight for the position of the hall master, he should be able to stay out of danger. But of course, he didn't know much about the poison masters, so he couldn't say for sure. He could only go with the flow. After you're done collecting the books, let's head to the poison hall. Zhang Xian hesitated for a short while before making up his mind. It wasn't easy for him to come to the Red Lotus City, and he couldn't wait endlessly for the conflict to cease. Thus, he decided to brush aside the internal conflict and do what he had to do. But before that, it was imperative for him to raise his cultivation. As long as he achieved Zongshi Realm Pinnacle, with the Library of Heaven's Path and his Pure Heaven's Path Shenqi, he would be able to match even a half Shizuan. Even if those from the Poison Hall wanted to kill him, it would not no easy task. Collecting the books? The great Herb King asked doubtfully. When Zhang Xian was negotiating the terms with Butler Liu, the great Herb King has already knocked himself unconscious, so he wasn't aware of the deal. It's like that. Zhang Xian explained. Oh, so Physician Bai wants those books. That isn't a difficult task. I'll supervise them personally. Within 3 days, We should be able to gather all of the half-Zhongshu and Zhongshu realm cultivation technique manuals in Red Lotus City. Upon hearing that Physician Bai Chan wanted these books as compensation, the great Herb King was taken aback. Then, he smiled, and intense confidence shone through his eyes. He had managed Red Lotus City for many years, and it was under his complete control. Those books might be precious, but if he were to demand them personally, it would be an easy feat. That's great. I'll be relying on you then. Hearing that the matter could be settled in 3 days, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Physician Bai, feel free to stay here for the time being. I'll go and urge them right now. The great Herb King stood up and called for a guard, arranging for the duo's accommodation before heading out in a rush. It was a request from his benefactor. He didn't dare to dawdle. We'll stay here for the time being then. Zhang Xian knew that there was no rushing the issue. Thus, he decided to stay in the manor with Mou for the time being. Do you think that the fellow's diagnosis is correct? Outside the great Herb King manor, the numerous physicians who left earlier were gathered together. Every single one of them had a deep frown on their foreheads. Ever since they departed from the manor, they had been keeping vigil outside discussing Physician Bai. For 2-star and 3-star physicians with astounding reputations to be outdone by an unimpressive 1-star physician, they found the matter hard to accept. Do you think that a mere 1-star physician can make an accurate diagnosis on the great Herb King? What a joke. He was probably just spouting bullshit. That might not be the case. His words have generated a huge reaction in the great Herb King. Why else would be great Herb King get so agitated if the other party's words aren't right? Assuming that he is right, then what in the world is that contract goo? Why haven't we heard of it? The more they discussed, the more confused they got. If this fellow was spouting rubbish, it is impossible for the great Herb King to have such an intense reaction, even causing him to drive us away. But if what he said is true, then what in the world is a contract goo? Why haven't we heard of it? Is there such an illness in the world? Besides, how can a 1-star physician notice something that we couldn't discern? I've known Bai Chan for several years, but I never knew that he has such abilities. Of the crowd, Physician Chung Feng felt so stifled that he was about to lose it. He was the most familiar with Physician Bai Chan, and his original intention was to mock the other party and embarrass him. He didn't expect the other party to outdo him and slap him hard so on the face. There's no need for us to debate. Our questions will be answered soon enough. If he had indeed diagnosed the condition of the great Herb King successfully, he would be to strut out of the manor openly. Otherwise, the only fate that awaits him is to become a corpse. Mu Hong and the other 3-star physicians interrupted the crowd's discussion. That's right. Everyone nodded in agreement. That arrogant fellow had overstepped his boundaries, knocking out the great Herb King with a single fist. It was one thing if he could treat him, but if he failed, he would definitely be killed. Knowing this, the others decided not to make a fuss. If that fellow were to walk out, it would simply mean that his diagnosis was spot on. On the other hand, if he were to be carried out, it would mean that he was spouting nonsense and had paid for his arrogance. There's no need to think about it. He will definitely be carried out. Physician Chung Feng gritted his teeth. However, before he could finish his words, Jia, the doors to the manor opened. Look, someone is coming out. Upon hearing the loud creaking, the physicians turned toward the door, and with just a single glance, all of their eyes widened, and they nearly passed out. The one who walked out was an elder, and Butler Liu followed behind him respectfully. Is he the great Herb King? After getting a clear view of his appearance, every physician present swallowed a mouthful of saliva simultaneously. They had examined the other party for an extended period of time, so how could they not recognize him? Even though he looked so much younger, given how Butler Liu was acting respectfully to him, who else could he be? Just a moment ago, the other party was lying motionless on the reclining chair and was on the verge of death. And in less than 20 minutes, he is now walking with large strides. His movements are filled with vitality, and he now looks several decades younger. Can anyone tell me what happened? Even if the other party's diagnosis was spot on, it isn't possible for the treatment to be so quick, right? To be fully treated in 20 minutes, and for him to walk about without assistance. The heck, My eyes must be playing tricks on me. This, Physician Chang Feng's body swayed, and he nearly vomited blood. He had just mentioned that the other party would definitely be lifted out, and instead, it turned out that the great Herb King came out on his own 2 feet. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Distinguished physicians, you're still here? Seeing that the crowd had not yet left, the great Herb King walked over with a smile. Great Herb King, this. Physician Mu Hong could no longer hold himself back, and he walked forward with a bewildered expression. Physician Bai Chan has treated my affliction. His medical skills are incredible. A hint of reverence flashed across the great Herb King's eyes. Then, he clasped his hands and said, "All right, I still have affairs to attend to, so I will not hold you up. Farewell." After which, he walked away with light footsteps. Was it really Physician Bai Chan who treated him? In less than 20 minutes, he returned a person who looked to be in his 90s to his 50s. Even though they had guessed so the moment they saw the great Herb King, they could not help but feel faint-headed upon hearing his personal affirmation. There were so many of them, and they had spent a significant amount of time examining the other party but weren't able to identify his illness. Yet, Physician Bai Chan was able to treat him in such a short period of time. The difference in their standards was clear. Is he really a 1-star physician? Looks like we have all misjudged him. That Physician Bai Chan is probably not just a 1-star physician. After a long moment of silence, one of the 3-star physicians spoke up. The emblem isn't representative of one's true abilities. Indeed, how can a 1-star physician treat the great Herb King so easily? With his skills, he is probably at minimum a 4-star. Another 3-star physician commented. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, Physician Mu Hong nodded in agreement. 4-star physician, when he comes out, I'll have to pay my proper respects and make up for my impertinence. That's right. I would like to consult him as well. Upon hearing the 3-star physician's judgment, everyone's faces froze. Back then, when they were in the lounge, they had mocked Physician Bai without restraint. Now that they knew that he was likely to be an incredible 4-star physician, they started to panic. Damn it, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. Just as everyone made up their minds, a furious bellow sounded from the manor. Turning around, they saw a fellow who wasn't even wearing a coat in this cold weather standing not too far away, shaking his fists angrily. Physician Bai Chan? Obtaining a clear view of his appearance, all of the physicians were dazed for a moment, after which a gleam appeared in their eyes, and they dashed forward. The pitiful Physician Bai had just regained his consciousness, and he realized that his physician emblem and coat had gone missing. Thus, he howled furiously and was about to search for the culprit when he saw the mob of 2-star and 3-star physicians charging toward him, as though they had seen their idol. Frightened, he clamped his bottom and his body went limp. These fellows usually act so haughtily upon seeing me, disregarding my presence. Why would they be bowing to me as though they had seen their senior? Can anyone tell me what the heck is going on? Chapter 274, Half-Song Physician Chung Feng, this, what's going on? It took Physician Bai Chan a moment before he recovered. Upon recognizing a familiar face, he asked hastily, Physician Bai, I was blind to not notice your greatness. To think that your medical skills have reached such an astounding levels in just a few years. I hope that you can forgive me for the times that I've offended you. With a reddened face, Physician Chung Feng clasped his hands respectfully. Countless question marks popped in Physician Bai Chan's head. Did these fellows eat something wrong this morning? Why have all of their attitudes changed after I fainted? After a moment of doubt, the confused Physician Bai finally understood the situation. The fellow who stole his emblem seemed to have treated the great Herb King under his identity. Despite knocking him out, that fellow didn't take his money or his possessions. In fact, he even bought him medicinal herbs that were worth 30,000 gold taels. All of these, just to help treat someone? Why does this feel so suspicious? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If that's really the case, shouldn't I consider finding another remote alley to loiter in? Shouldn't I beg the heavens to show mercy and bring me a few more robbers like him? Zhang Xian was oblivious to Physician Bai Chan's earnest pleas. In the past 3 days, he had been staying in the Great Herb King Manor. Other than reading through the books in the library of Heaven's Path, he spent most of his time tutoring Mou. This was what he had promised her. Now that he had managed to convince the Great Herb King to help him, it was time for him to fulfill his end of the promise. After a few days of tutelage under Zhang Xian, Mou was completely impressed with the capability of the man who was even younger than her. Her apothecary teacher was a famous figure in Tianwu Kingdom, but in terms of imparting knowledge, his ability to identify crucial points and mistakes was nowhere near Zhang Xian's. In just 3 days, her pill forging skills had made a huge leap. At this moment, she was already capable of forging a grade 2 pill independently. And being able to forge a grade 2 pill meant that she could take the 2-star apothecary examination. To be able to reach such a standard with just 3 days of tutoring, even until now, Mou could not believe that this was indeed reality. Under normal circumstances, without at least 5 to 6 years of hard work, it is impossible for one to advance from a 1-star apothecary to a 2-star. Physician Bai, we've gathered all of the books that you require. On the morning of the 4th day, Zhang Xian was guiding Mou as usual when the Great Herb King walked in. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Xian stood up. He had been staying in the manor for the past 3 days for this, and he was glad that the other party didn't let him down. This way. The Great Herb King led the way, and soon they arrived at a huge room. Books of all appearance filled the interior, and with a glance at the outermost row, they were verified to be indeed half-Zongshi and Zongshi realm cultivation technique manuals. I'll take a look. You can all leave first. Aware that his reading method was beyond unorthodox, Zhang Xian waved them away. Yes. The moment the Great Herb King and butler Lu stepped out of the room, they heard hurried footsteps from within, and it seemed to them that someone was running in the room. Didn't he ask us to gather these books here so that he can browse through them? Running? The duo stared at one another in puzzlement. Physician Bai is an extraordinary expert, so it's not surprising for him to have extraordinary methods of doing things. It would be best for us to leave him be. Suppressing the urge to peek inside, the Great Herb King shook his head. Other physicians would observe and ask the patient numerous questions in order to confirm their diagnosis. Yet, this fellow does so by knocking the patient out. The other physicians usually demand medicinal herbs and gold coins in return for treating others, but this fellow requested cultivation techniques that were regardless of tier. Being gluttonous just results in indigestion. This was a principle that everyone knew. Furthermore, cultivators could only practice a single cultivation technique, so they couldn't understand why Zhang Xian required so many books. For the past 3 days, this question had been plaguing their minds. They had come up with dozens of reasons, but none of them seemed viable. They thought that they would be able to guess the other party's intention by observing his actions, yet all they got was the sound of running. Since they brought the books here, the other party should at least browse through them and learn. Yet, he was running about in the room. They knew that experts usually do things peculiarly, but this was way too peculiar. Old master, what do we do now? They stood outside the room for a long while, but other than the sound of hurried footsteps, their ears failed to catch anything else. Finally, Butler Lu couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Should we run with him as well?" "There's no need. We'll just wait outside. He should come out once he's done." Shaking his head, the Great Herb King was just about to continue speaking when, Jia, doors opened and Physician Bai walked out. That, Physician Bai, is something wrong with the manuals? Seeing the other party walk out of the room, the Great Herb King was astonished. He was unable to comprehend the situation at all. Zhang Xian had specially demanded these cultivation technique manuals, so the Great Herb King thought that he would at least immerse himself in them for a day or two. Why would he be out, right after running for a while in the room? He shouldn't be able to finish more than a handful of books in such a short period of time, right? I'm done looking through them. Zhang Xian nodded. If there's anything wrong with the books, I can think of another way. What did you say? You five finished reading all of them? The bodies of the Great Herb King and Butler Lu staggered, and they nearly vomited blood. It took us so much effort to gather more than 1,000 books. You've barely entered for a few minutes, and you say that you're done reading through them? All we've heard was the sound of you running in the room. When did you read those books? Those books were extremely helpful to me. Thank you. Ignoring the shock on their faces, Zhang Xian nodded. There were just 1,000+ books inside, and it only took a few moments for Zhang Xian to finish touching all of them. In fact, the reason why he took a few minutes was that he was busy breaking through Half-Zongshi, which took up some time. Otherwise, he would have probably finished reading through them even before the other party walked out the door. Of the books which the great Herb King gathered, there were more on Half-Zongshi, and Zhang Xian was able to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art. So he practiced his cultivation on the spot. Half-Zongshi was merely a transition phase to Zongshi realm. With the correct cultivation technique, Zhang Xian was able to improve swiftly. In just a few minutes, he managed to reach Half-Zongshi and reinforced his cultivation. On the other hand, the great Herb King had only gathered 700 to 800 of Zongshi realm cultivation technique manuals. So Zhang Xian was still lacking a little more to forming the complete cultivation technique. Thus, he stopped at Half-Zongshi. Upon reaching Half-Zongshi, Zhang Xian's strength increased immensely. He broke through the 1,000 ding barrier and reached 1,500 ding. At Zongshi realm, a cultivator usually possesses 1,000 ding at primary stage, 2,000 ding at intermediate stage, 3,000 ding at advanced stage, and 4,000 ding at pinnacle. Possessing 1,500 ding, Zhang Xian's strength had already surpassed that of Zongshi realm primary stage cultivators despite being a Half-Zongshi. More importantly, other people took several years, some even decades, to reach Half-Zongshi realm, yet he only took a few minutes. It was fortunate that the Heaven's Path Zhenqi was pure, making it impossible for anyone to see through his cultivation. Otherwise, if the great Herb King were to know that Zhang Xian's cultivation made a tremendous leap in the few minutes that he was inside the room, he would definitely cry on the spot. One has to know that he had eaten countless medicinal herbs back then to reach Half-Zongshi. If one were to equate it to money, it was already more than sufficient for one to buy an entire city. He had to spend so many resources in order to achieve a breakthrough. Yet this physician succeeded just by running around the room for a moment. Even the world's greatest genius would blush furiously before Zhang Xian. Don't worry about it. This is something that I should do. Suppressing the urge to tug out his hair, the great Herb King asked, physician so, what do we do now? Are you still determined to head to the poison hall? Of course I am. Zhang Xian smiled. Not only so, we'll also walk through their doors proudly. Proudly? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded. Didn't you say that the headquarter has already been informed of the old hall master's death? Just that, it's hard to tell whether the headquarter would send an envoy. If they do send one, the chaos should be quenched swiftly, and that would spare us from danger. The great Herb King said. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I have a plan in mind. Rather than waiting here for an envoy who might not even come, why not we make an envoy ourselves? Zhang Xian said. Make an envoy? The great Herb King was confused. It's simple. You'll bring me to the poison hall claiming that I'm the envoy. In any case, none of them has seen the envoy before, so I doubt that they'll be able to tell that I'm a fake. In the past 3 days, Zhang Xian gave this matter much thought. Rather than waiting here, he might as well take the initiative. Since an internal conflict had broken out in the poison hall and it was dangerous to enter, why not he make an envoy himself to quench the conflict? After all, no matter how much they want the seat of the hall master, they wouldn't dare to lay their hands on an envoy of the headquarter. On top of that, they didn't know who the headquarter would send. Thus, why couldn't he pass off as the envoy? In any case, his main motive was to get his hands on the books. He could leave right after duplicating them in the library, and even if someone were to notice that he was a fake after that, he would have been long gone. He has already impersonated as a master teacher before. An envoy of the poison hall shouldn't be much of a problem. You want to pass off as the envoy? The great Herb King's face paled, and his body trembled in fear. Brother, I'm already old and my heart is weak. Are you sure you aren't pulling my leg? Impersonating the envoy wasn't a joke. If someone were to notice a flaw in their disguise, they would be beaten to death on the spot. Make some preparations, we'll set out now. You've already promised me that you'll bring me to the poison hall. Surely you aren't thinking of going back on your words, are you? Zhang Xian glanced at the great herb king with a frown. If you're afraid, you only have to bring me to the poison hall. You don't have to follow me in. This isn't a problem of being afraid or going to the poison hall. If your impersonation of the envoy were to be exposed, even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be sufficient to make up for our sins. I was just pulled back from the hands of the Grim Reaper, and now, you are expecting me to leap into a valley of flames. If I knew that this was the intention you have in mind, I would never have agreed to your condition. Is it too late to take back my words? The face of the great herb king twitched. This time, he really burst into tears. Chapter 275. Entering the Poison Hall. Woo. The gale in the Red Lotus Range felt like knives stabbing into one's skin. The monotonous light red scenery made one's eyes hurt, and one couldn't help but feel fatigued. From time to time, a worm around the size of a fingernail would appear in the path ahead. Wet and fetid, the sight of it left one nauseated. This is the humid worm, an animal unique to the habitat of the Red Lotus Range. It feeds on medicinal herbs, and it is the greatest nemesis of medicinal herb plantations. However, the bizarre thing is that its corpse is a great nutrient for medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs grown using the corpse of the humid worm as fertilizer possess incredible spiritual energy and a lustrous appearance. Many plants that can't be cultivated here grow easily to great heights with humid worm fertilizer. It is the main reason why the Red Lotus City is able to become the greatest medicinal herbs trading hub in the 13 surrounding kingdoms. In the depths of the lotus-shaped mountain range, two figures could be seen treading forward. Noticing the worms crawling about the surface, one of them explained, "No wonder. I've been thinking why the Red Lotus City, despite being in such a remote location with an environment unsuitable for the growth of herbs, would become the trading hub of medicinal herbs." The second person nodded in agreement. Proceeding forward, he glanced upward and saw a layer of mist shielding the rays of the sun, then asked, "Is this the poison mist you spoke of?" The duo was Zhang Xian and Great Herb King, who had left the Red Lotus City for the Poison Hall. As the Poison Hall was in a state of chaos and filled with dangers, Zhang Xian didn't bring Mou along. Instead, he had her return to the Tianwu Royal City. The Great Herb King was also conflicted for a period of time before deciding to bring Zhang Xian to the Poison Hall. The other party was his benefactor, and since he had agreed to his request, it wasn't appropriate for him to go back on his words. It had been 5 days since the start of their journey. That's right. A huge volcano lies under the Red Lotus Range, causing the surface to be torrid. That's the reason why there is no greenery in the region, and all of the rocks are red in color. Within the hot gas, a several hundred meters thick poison mist lingers around the area dozens of meters above the surface. While it is possible for one to fly over the region on an aerial savage beast, it would be impossible for them to land in the Red Lotus Range. Even for a Zhongshe realm savage beast, if it were to come into contact with the poison mist, it wouldn't be able to last for a moment before it dies from excessive bleeding from its 7 apertures. The Great Herb King explained. Thus, one can only enter the area via walking. This is also the reason why the Poison Hall is able to remain unscathed in the Red Lotus Range, safe from extermination by those supposed warriors of justice. The Poison Hall crafted poison for sale, and given the sinister nature of its business, it was unavoidable that it would offend many different people. While it was partly due to the support of the powerful headquarters that it was able to remain standing after several millenniums, the main factors were its secretive location and the veil of the poison mist. In the first place, it was almost impossible for anyone to find the Poison Hall amidst the vast mountain range. Besides, even if one were to find it, it was inaccessible via aerial savage beasts, and no one could pose a threat. Impressive. Zhang Xian nodded. It was no wonder why no one was able to find the Poison Hall, and many even doubted its existence. With the cloak of the poison mist, even if one knew of its existence, no more than a handful would be able to find it. On top of that, the poison mist stuck close to the earth at certain spots. If not for the Great Herb King knowing the way, the duo would have long walked into them and become lethally poisoned. It could even be said that it is impossible to find the Poison Hall without someone's lead. Zhang Xian had heard that most of those who tried to look for the poison hall by themselves end up dead, and from the looks of it, it seemed that it wasn't just a rumor. It was fortunate that Yu had brought him to the great Herb King, and that he didn't come running over here all by himself. Otherwise, even though his Heaven's Path Shenqi allowed him to expel some of the poisonous air which he inhaled, too much of it would pose a huge problem. How far are we from the poison hall? Looking into the distance, the mountain range extended toward the horizon, and not a single infrastructure or silhouette could be seen. Unable to hold himself back, Zhang Xian asked, "We have traveled for 5 days, but have yet to arrive at our destination. Isn't the poison hall way too far? We're reaching soon. It's right in front." The great Herb King pointed forward. In front? Zhang Xian felt perplexed. Other than a few stones here and there was nothing in sight. How could the poison hall be hiding here? "Follow me." Chuckling, the great Herb King led the way. After circling around a gigantic boulder and a slope, a valley appeared before their eyes. Lowering his head to glancing at the bottom of the valley, a look of astonishment appeared on Zhang Xian's face. A huge city sat within the valley. The infrastructure was built according to the gradient of the ground, and most of them had ancient designs, similar to those found in Red Lotus City. With a single glance, one could tell that the building had been standing for countless years. Is this the Poison Hall? The city of the Poison Hall was in no way inferior to that of the Beast Hall. The sight of the bright green buildings in the Crimson Valley looked like a scene right out of a beautiful painting. It's said that when the Poison Hall was built, the founder specially invited a formation master to set up a concealing formation with the mountain range as its core. If one doesn't follow the specific path he won't be able to see the city even if he is standing right before it. The great Herb King explained. Zhang Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. All he could see before was merely the endless towering mountains, but after circling around a few boulders and a slope, this gigantic city appeared before him immediately. With such a majestic city hidden in plain view, even if someone told him that there wasn't a concealing formation present, he would never believe it. "Physician Bai, the Poison Hall is right before us, but do you intend to go in just like that?" The great Herb King inquired once again. Recalling the other party's intentions, he felt nervous. Honestly speaking, it was true that no one had met the envoy from the Poison Hall headquarters, but certain doom would await them if they were exposed. My current identity is a physician, so it is possible that someone might recognize me. I have to make some changes." Zhang Xian was still in Bai Chan's guise at the moment. There were several poison masters in the Poison Hall who often traveled out of the mountain range, so it was possible that someone might recognize him. Thus, he decided that it was better to play safe. Gij. Utilizing his disguise art, the muscles and bones in his entire body creaked. In a few short moments, his looks and height had changed completely. Looking at him once more, he had already become a middle-aged man in his 40s. After which, he changed into a set of grayish-green clothes which he had prepared beforehand. At this moment, Zhang Xian had morphed into an entirely different person, and there was not a single similarity between him and the previous Bai Chan or his original appearance. Putting aside the great Herb King, even if Zhao Ye and the others were here, it would be impossible for them to guess that the person standing before them was their teacher. Assuming an identity someone knew was difficult, but impersonating a person who has never appeared was simple. Is this the art of disguise? The great Herb King trembled. He didn't expect Zhang Xian to possess such an ability. At this moment, he finally understood why Physician Bai dared to impersonate the envoy. It was because he had the skills to carry it out. Just that. Others may not be able to recognize you once you take off your disguise, but what about me? I am the great Herb King of the Red Lotus City. I might be able to run, but I'll have to abandon the empire that I have built up. Once they realize that I brought a fake envoy here, even if I were able to escape now, I will definitely be captured again. I will then be chopped into countless pieces and made into meat sauce. Initially, he thought that the both of them would be sharing the danger, but it turned out that his partner in crime didn't even intend to reveal his true appearance. Even if the Poison Hall tried to pursue the matter, it would be impossible for them to find Physician Bai. This meant that he would have to bear the brunt of Physician Bai's actions. Upon understanding this, The face of the great Herb King twisted in agony. Don't worry, when we enter the poison hall later, you can mention that I am the one who looked for you, claiming that I'm the envoy from the headquarters, and unable to ascertain the fact, you decided to bring me over. This way, you will be able to steer clear of any blame. As for the contract goo planted in you, you can say that I'm the one who treated you in compensation for you to bring me here. Seeing through the other party's thoughts, Zhang Xian said, "This." The face of the great Herb King reddened. He didn't expect for the other party to have already thought of an excuse for him. He has truly misjudged the other party. The excuse that the other party gave him was indeed flawless. He wasn't someone from the poison hall, so it was natural that he wouldn't be able to identify the envoy. In fact, if the personnel in the poison hall were blind enough so as to not notice the fake envoy as well, it would be difficult for them to fault him. Besides, even though the contract goo between the great Herb King and the hall master was a confidential matter, the top echelon of the poison hall was aware of this matter. Now that the hall master was dead, being alive and kicking, he would incur their suspicions if he did not give a convincing reason. These few words easily solved the impending problem that he would face, avoiding anyone's doubts and, thus, any harm. It was truly a perfect excuse. Just that. If I were to do that, they will definitely direct their doubts to you. The great Herb King hesitated for a moment before asking, "How much does Physician Bai know about poison masters?" If the great Herb King were to speak according to Physician Bai's recommendation, he would be free from trouble. However, this would plunge the other party into greater danger. The personnel of the poison hall would definitely try all means to ascertain his identity. It was one thing if Zhang Xian had an in-depth understanding of poison masters, but if there were any lapse in his disguise, it would be extremely easy to give himself away. "I've only heard of this occupation half a month ago," Zhang Xian said. "You've only heard of it half a month ago?" The great Herb King's eyes rolled to the back, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. "Brother, are you playing with me? You don't even know what a poison master is half a month ago, yet you dare to pass off as an envoy of the poison hall headquarters. Indeed, you don't have the poison master emblem or token of identification from the headquarters since you're passing off as the envoy. To win the other party's trust, you will have to display your poison techniques. But if you know nothing at all..." Seeing the other party nod his head so casually, the great Herb King felt a stifling sensation in his chest. If you have an identification token or a high-tier poison master emblem, other people might buy your story. And without these, if you were to display extraordinary skills, you might be able to convince them as well. But you've only heard of poison masters half a month ago. Despite knowing nothing at all, you dare to pass off as an envoy. Are you really that courageous? Or do you not understand the risks involved? This isn't playing house. If the other party were to see through your disguise, you'll really get killed. It's not a problem. I'll just adapt to the situation then. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Zhang Xian waved casually. "All right, since we're already here, there's no point thinking too much. Let's go." Even though Zhang Xian didn't know much about poison masters, he possessed the library of Heaven's Path. Since he was even able to pass off as a master teacher, it shouldn't be a challenge for him to impersonate a formidable poison master. Seeing the unconcerned look on the other party's face, the great Herb King felt something within him crumble. The confidence, which had just sprouted within him, vanished without a trace. He truly had no idea how this fellow could remain so confident. Even so, they were already here and did not have any other options. All they could do now was to take one step at a time. Walking down the passageway toward the valley, they soon arrived at the city. Who dares to intrude the poison hall? Before walking through the gates into the city, a bellow roared. A few black-robed middle-aged men rushed out, and every single one of them stared at Zhang Xian and the great Herb King with cold eyes, as though eagles staring down their preys. "Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Liu, and the others, it's me." Taking a step forward, the great Herb King said hastily, "Oh, the great Herb King? What are you doing here instead of staying in the Red Lotus City?" The middle-aged man known as Poison Master Zhou narrowed his eyes. In this situation right now, others would be trying their best to stay away, yet you came here on your own accord. Are you tired of living? Poison Master Lu harumphed. With the poison hall in chaos and every man for himself, to come here was no different from courting death. The two men who spoke were acquainted with the great Herb King. They had accepted quite some precious treasures from him, so naturally, they spoke with his welfare at heart. I am here to look for the three Vice Hall Masters. Knowing that the other party bore goodwill, the great Herb King was just about to explain the situation to them when a poison master walked up to Zhang Xian. Who's this? Don't you know that it is capital punishment for one to casually bring anyone in without permission? Killing intent flashed in the poison master's eyes as he gazed at Zhang Xian. Outsider, it's your honor to die under the poison that I've just created. Blame it on your own misfortune if you must. Wait, he is. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, the great Herb King immediately panicked. He was about to say that he was the envoy from the headquarters when the physician before him raised his leg and sent a kick at the poison master. Pong! Before the poison master, who was going to kill Zhang Xian, could react, he was already sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the city wall. His neck bent at an unnatural angle from the impact, and he breathed his last. What? Atrocious! Not expecting this trespasser to make a move on them, Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Lu, and the others burst into anger immediately. Their killing intent flurried as they surrounded the duo. We're doomed. Without an emblem or knowledge to prove that he was a poison master, the great Herb King was thinking that it would be best for Physician to keep a low profile and slowly earn their trust. Yet, he killed a poison master the moment he arrived. Brother, are you in such a rush to head to the underworld? Taking in the situation, the great Herb King's body trembled in agitation. He could no longer hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. The heck, why do others have godlike teammates? While all I have is this, suicide bomber. 7 apertures. Refers to the 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and mouth. Chapter 276. Golden Poison Heart Token. Have your Vice Hall Masters and Elder come out to meet me. Despite being surrounded by a large group of poison masters, Zhang Xian wasn't flustered at all. Rather, as if he didn't notice the situation, he raised his chin, placed his hands behind his back, and stared at the group with frosty eyes. You wish to meet our Vice Hall Masters and Elders? Who do you think you are? To think that the fellow would fearlessly demand to meet their Vice Hall Master and Elders after having attacked their colleague. Infuriated, Poison Master Zhou roared savagely, to dare to kill in the Poison Hall. You shall become dead meat. Harumphing coldly, he had decided to make his move in order to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. But at the next moment, the vision before him blurred. Who? In the flash of a shadow, a hand was already grabbing at Poison Master Zhou's neck, and he was held dangling in midair. Yo you? Poison Master Zhou trembled in fear. The middle-aged man who was 10 meters away from him had appeared right before him all of a sudden. His face paled with every passing second, and through gritted teeth, he spat, "Let go of me. Otherwise, you don't have to dream of leaving here alive. This is the Poison Hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously." Poison Lu and the others didn't expect the fellow who came with the great Herb King to be so arrogant, attacking them the moment there was a verbal conflict. Feeling incensed, they roared angrily. Even though the Poison Hall was located in such a remote region, it was an entity which struck fear into the hearts of countless powers. Yet, for an outsider to rush in and kill their men, who gave him the guts to do so? Disregarding their furious roars, Zhang Xian remained grabbing Poison Master Zhou's neck with an indifferent expression. At the same time, he whipped him with his other hand. Pa 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 pa. For consecutive sounds echoed crisply in the air. Poison Master Zhou's face swelled up immediately, and fresh blood spilled from the corners of his lips. Several of his teeth also fell to the floor. This is your punishment for being disrespectful toward me. After smacking him, Zhang Xian casually threw the other party onto the floor. Then, placing his hands behind his back once more, he stood proudly with the aura of a conqueror. There's a limit to my patience. Don't make me angry. I don't mind wasting a bit of my time to destroy this useless branch of yours. Destroy this useless branch. The great Herb King felt his vision turn dark. Destroying this branch. Physician Bai, do you know how many Zhongshi realm experts there are in the poison hall? With just the strength of us both, we probably won't even reach the elders before we are beaten to death. Furthermore, this is assuming if the other party didn't use their poison on us. Even though the great Herb King felt stifled, he understood Physician Bai's intentions. Since the other party is playing as the envoy of the headquarter, he has to have the disposition of one as well. How can an expert from the headquarter allow himself to be bullied by the poison masters from a branch? If he didn't dare to retaliate, no matter what he says later, no one would believe his words. Thus, it is vital for him to instill fear among them. He has to make everyone in the poison hall know that the envoy is here. This way, he can establish his standing rapidly. However, if he shows an opening and gives himself in, he will die tragically. The great Herb King felt his legs tremble with fear. As the dominant power in Red Lotus City, he wasn't an amateur in such matters. Even so, when he recalled how the poison hall dealt with their enemies, a cold chill went down his spine immediately, and he found himself unable to remain calm. You. Upon hearing those words, no matter how foolish Poison Master Lu and the others could be, it was clear that the person before them wasn't a simple figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly in the poison hall. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "May I ask how I should address you?" Zhang Xian stood quietly on the spot, as though he were saying that these small fries weren't worthy of his words. Seeing Physician Bai act in such a manner, the great Herb King could only muster his courage, step forward, stabilize his breathing as far as he can, and say, This is the envoy sent by the headquarter. Envoy. The expressions on Poison Master Lu and the others' faces darkened immediately. They knew that the elders had requested for an envoy from the headquarter to quench the inner conflict, but they didn't think that the headquarter would really send a person over. It was no wonder why the other party acted so arrogantly, attacking them the moment there was a conflict without any regards to the possible consequences. If the other party was really an envoy from the headquarter, he did have the qualifications to do so. Since you're the envoy, do you have the golden poison heart token from the headquarter? Steadying his breathing, Poison Master Lu stepped forward. The golden poison heart token was the identity token the headquarter issued to their envoys, and only with this would the envoys be recognized. In a sense, it was similar to a sword of state, and it represented the headquarter, as well as its full authority. Upon hearing the question, the great Herb King clenched his fists. This Physician Bai is a fake. How can he possibly have the golden poison heart token? However, if he doesn't produce it, the other party will definitely not believe him. The great Herb King tried to think of several excuses, such as having lost it along the way or having forgotten to bring it along. However, all of them didn't seem feasible. How can an envoy of the Poison Hall lose his golden poison heart token? It is equivalent to an ambassador losing the sword of state, and this is equivalent to courting death. No matter how foolish one is, such a thing would appear implausible. Worried, he turned to Physician Bai to see how he would resolve the issue. However, what he saw was Physician Bai glaring at the crowd through narrowed eyes and exuding an intimidating aura which left all of them breathless. "Who do you think you are?" Harumphing coldly, Zhang Xian commanded authoritatively, "Have your vice hall masters and elders meet me." Poison Master Lu's face flushed in anger. He was a respected and feared figure no matter where he went ever since he became a poison master. This was the first time someone was criticizing him right in his face. However, he also knew that if the other party was truly an envoy, he was likely to be at least a 4-star poison master. Before such a figure, he was no different from a nobody. What's wrong? Just as Poison Master Lu was conflicted over whether he should report this matter to the Vice Hall Masters and the others, a cold voice sounded. Then, an elder walked over with widened strides. Elder Blackeye. Upon seeing the elder, Poison Master Lu clasped his fist immediately. The person who came was the 4th elder of the Poison Hall, Blackeye. The eyes of this 4th elder were completely black, devoid of the white pupils ordinary humans possessed. From afar, he looked like a horrifying demon. Rumors have it that he accidentally poisoned his eyes in the midst of concocting poison, resulting in his current state. Since then, he had been reputed after his black eyes, and his original name was gradually forgotten. It was a known fact in the poison hall that this elder Black Eye was in charge of executing punishments, and he was the most ruthless and merciless poison master here. Usually, when they see this elder, they would experience fear and run away as far as they could out of instinct. But at this moment, they felt as though they had found their backing, and they heaved a sigh of relief. Reporting to Elder Black Eye, this elder was brought here by the great Herb King, and he says that he is the envoy sent by the headquarter. Stepping forward, Poison Master Lu explained, "Envoy?" Frowning, Elder Black Eye stared at the middle-aged man before him. Despite knowing that the other party was looking at him, Zhang Xian ignored him and continued to gaze forward with indifferent eyes. The envoys sent by the headquarter can be classified as red, white, gold, and green. May I ask which of the four you are? After hesitating for a moment, Black Eye clasped his fist. As an elder, he knew about the authority an envoy wielded. Thus, he didn't act as rashly as Poison Master Zhou and the others did. Thus, he adjusted his initial attitude. Red, white, gold, and green? Are there different types of envoys? Getting. The heart of the great Herb King leaped. He knew that the Poison Hall headquarters could send an envoy to the branch, but he didn't know that there were different tiers to the envoys. Naturally, Physician Bai was ignorant of the matter as well. At the same time, it was possible to be a trap prepared by the 6 elders. If Physician Bai were to answer with any of the 4 options, the other party would be able to ascertain that he was a fake, and he would be killed in an instant. Nervous, the great Herb King turned his eyes toward Physician Bai once more. He knew that passing off as a special envoy would be difficult, but he didn't think that it would be so nerve-wracking. If his heart were slightly weaker, he might really be scared to death. Are you a Vice Hall Master of this branch? Disregarding the anxious great Herb King and the other party's question, Zhang Xian asked. I am not. Elder Black Eye was stunned. I am just the 4th elder. If you aren't, who gave you the right to be spouting nonsense here? Zhang Xian's complexion darkened. Elder Black Eye was at a loss for words. Is it because the previous envoys were too kind that you have all grown spoilt? Do you think that you're qualified to ask about the matters of the headquarter? Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Xian's expression was frosty. How dare a poison master of an insignificant branch question me? Who gave you the guts to do so? Elder Black Eye's breathing hastened. It seemed as if a storm was brewing within his pitch-black eyes. After a moment, he held himself back and replied, I dare not. I will call the Vice Hall Masters and the Grand Elder over now to welcome the envoy. After which, he walked back into the city. Elder Black Eye, seeing the cold and unfeeling 4th elder being yelled at in public and leaving without daring to refute at all, Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Lu, and the others shuddered. They turned to look at Zhang Xian again, and awe reflected in their eyes. Sensing the change in their attitudes, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. From his experience of passing off as a master teacher, he knew that the key to convincing others was to maintain a powerful front. A moment later, just as Poison Master Lu and the others were about to crumble from the pressure, a few figures walked over. They were the 3 Vice Hall Masters, the Grand Elder, and a few other top personnel of the Poison Hall. The old Hall Master had accepted a total of 3 disciples, and they were these 3 Vice Hall Masters. They were all 2-star Poison Masters and Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle experts. Each of the 3 had been managing a portion of the Poison Hall for many years now, and they had already built a following for themselves. At present, they were on equal footing. This was also the reason why the fight for the seat of the Hall Master was likely to drag on for a long time. I apologize for failing to welcome the envoy upon arrival. A green-robed middle-aged man stepped forward. With a single glance, Zhang Xian immediately knew that he was the first Vice Hall Master, Liao Sun. While the great Herb King didn't know much about envoys from the headquarter, he was well aware of the 3 Vice Hall Masters of the Poison Hall. On the road here, He had already described the unique characteristics of each of the three to Zhang Xian in detail. Liao Sun was a 2-star pinnacle poison master, and it was probable that he would become a 3-star poison master in the near future. Even though he put on a gentle front, he was the kind to have a blade hidden beneath his smile. It was completely possible for him to be smiling at you at one moment, only to stab you in the back once you turn around. The typical wolf cloaked in a sheep's skin. The other two middle-aged men beside Liao Sun also stepped forward and bowed. Red Lotus Range Poison Hall Branch Vice Hall Master Yao Qing, Gu Xiao, pays respect to the envoy. Zhang Xian lightly nodded in response to their greetings. How should I address you? If it's convenient, can you show me your golden poison heart token? It's not that I am doubting your identity, but it's a rule from the headquarters. The envoy has to flash the token representing his identity before we can welcome you in. The 3 Vice Hall Masters and the several elders walked toward Zhang Xian. The first Vice Hall Master Liao Sun smiled politely as he asked, "You wish to see my golden poison heart token? I don't mind showing you." Zhang Xian looked at him impassively. With a perfectly calm and cold voice, he uttered, "But, are you qualified?" Sword of State. In China, it is known as Shangfang Baojian. In ancient times, the bearer of the sword was able to represent the emperor himself. Chapter 277. Another one appears just as the great Herb King was wondering how Physician Bai would deal with the 3 Vice Hall Masters and the numerous elders. He heard the other parties reply. At this moment, he could almost see the grim future which awaited him. The golden poison heart token bore testimony to the identity of the envoy, and it was natural that the other party would request to see it. There was no problem with their words at all. Yet, to ask if they were qualified, the old hall master had died, and the 3 Vice Hall Masters and the numerous elders were already the top leaders of the poison hall. If even they weren't qualified, who could be? No matter how noble the position of an envoy is, there should be a limit to your arrogance. To act so haughtily, you will surely be beaten be death. Envoy must be pulling our legs. As the great Herb King expected, Vice Hall Master's smiling face crumbled upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. I am the first Vice Hall Master of the Red Lotus branch. Now that the Hall Master isn't around anymore, I have become the highest-ranking person here, so naturally, I am qualified. I already know that your Hall Master is dead, and the reason why I am here is to decide on the next Hall Master. Otherwise, why would I come to such a rundown place? Before deciding on a new Hall Master, all of you have the same standing. If you think that you're qualified, don't just tell me with your mouths. Prove it to me through your mastery and understanding of poison. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves, and he stared at the group authoritatively. What our poison hall needs are capable poison masters, not a bunch of useless fools. Mastery of poison? Liao Sun was taken aback. Envoy wishes to test us? That's right. I have no time to squander on you, and I don't want to waste my breath. The value of a poison master should be determined by the poison they can create. You will all concoct a poison while I observe by the side, and whoever is able to concoct a poison that I've never seen before or speak of a theory I've never heard before will be qualified to see the golden poison heart token and become the next hall master. Zhang Xian glanced at the crowd with an indifferent gaze. Otherwise, rather than handing over this branch to any useless fool, I might as well destroy it myself. Yes. Upon hearing the straightforward words of the envoy, the group looked at each other with grim expressions. In the past, as long as they served the envoys well, the envoys would satisfy their demands. But from the looks of it, this method would not work on this envoy. As soon as he reached, this envoy established his dominance and declared that the top seat would be granted based on nothing else but capability, and those who didn't possess the capability should stop spouting nonsense. As expected of the man who managed to remove the poison goo from me, incredible. Seeing how Physician Bai resolved the crisis with a few words, the great Herb King heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt completely impressed with the other party's ability. This Physician Bai wasn't just capable in the way of medicine, he also possessed a precise understanding of the human heart. Aware that the 3 Vice Hall Masters were vying for the seat of the Hall Master, He used it as a bait very conveniently. They had already been fighting for the seat for a long time now, and none of them was willing to submit to anyone else. Now that there was a charter to resolve the conflict, they were determined to make use of this opportunity to surpass the other candidates. Even if they doubted his identity, they weren't in any position to make the verification. If any of them insisted, it would mean that he was incapable and wasn't able to establish dominance. With a single word, he turned the arrows back at the three Vice Hall Masters and forced them to fight it out. He is indeed incredible. However, in order to test the three of them, you yourself must be adept in poison as well. Given how you don't even know what a poison master is just half a month ago, how do you intend to test them? If you aren't able to recognize any of the poison the three Vice Hall Masters concoct, it would be clear that you are a fake without even having to check on your golden poison heart token. Upon thinking of this, the great Herb King's face turned bitter. He felt that his life was truly hanging by a thread, and a single mistake would send him crashing straight down. After settling this matter, the three Vice Hall Masters led the duo to the grandest building in the city. Envoy, please enlighten us on how you intend to conduct the examination. As soon as everybody was seated, Vice Hall Master Liao asked. Simple, my test will consist of 2 stages. In the first test, each of you will display your capability and concoct a poison you are adept at. In this stage, whoever concocts the highest grade poison wins. As for the second stage, each of you will concoct a poison that you have created through your own research. Whoever can create a poison that is the most lethal and complex, such that even I am unable to discern it, will be declared the winner. Zhang Xian said calmly. Hearing the contents, the three Vice Hall Masters nodded their heads simultaneously. Just like the apothecaries, the grade of the poison a poison master could concoct was directly proportionate to his tier. At the same time, the more incredible the poison one could create, the more likely one could reach greater heights as a poison master. Thus, the first test assessed their abilities while the second one assessed their talents. If any one of them could stand out in both tests, no one would be able to object to him becoming the new Hall Master. All right, I'll give you 4 hours to prepare. Casually waving them away, Zhang Xian stood up. Right, where's your book collection vault? I've received orders from the headquarters to look for a certain book. Look for a certain book? Everyone was perplexed, but upon hearing that it was an order from the headquarters, they hesitated for a moment and decided against asking. Envoy, the book collection vault is over there. I'll send my man to lead you there right now. Liao Sun hurriedly said. There's no need. I can walk over myself. You all should start preparing for the examination. The position of the Hall Master is at stake, and I hope that you can give me a satisfactory performance so that I can account to the headquarters. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said. Yes. Liao Sun and the others nodded. Ignoring the others, Zhang Xian started walking toward the book collection vault. The Red Lotus Range Poison Hall had been established for several millenniums, and they had a vast collection of books. The number of books here was nowhere inferior to that of the Beast Hall. Upon entering the vault, a huge array of books placed neatly on bookshelves appeared before Zhang Xian. The other end of the room could not be seen with just a single glance. There were bamboo scrolls, papers tied together with strings, and even engravings on porcelain and animal bones. Due to the secure location of the Poison Hall, it had not been through any war and the books were able to be maintained in good condition. To think that I would be able to enter so easily? After checking that there was no one behind him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His purpose at the Poison Hall was to browse through these books, and he thought that he would encounter a lot of trouble along the way. He didn't expect to succeed so easily. But thinking about the matter, it wasn't that surprising either. While the others doubted his identity as the envoy, they didn't dare to challenge him openly. After all, if Zhang Xian turned out to be the real envoy, it meant that he represented the headquarters himself. It was completely possible for the entire branch to be destroyed if they were to get on his bad side. On the other hand, if he were a fake, giving himself away was a matter of time, and they would be able to get even with him then. I shouldn't care that much for now. Reading the books and resolving the poison aura in my body is the priority at the moment. Even though the poison aura in his body had been suppressed by Heaven's Path Shinchi, Zhang Xian knew that it was a matter of time before it rebounded. Once that happens, his life would be in grave danger. If not for this tangible threat he felt, he wouldn't have risked his life to barge into the Poison Hall. Since he has managed to enter the Poison Hall's book collection vault, it was imperative that he made good of his time. The few Vice Hall masters might have been daunted by him at the moment, but nobody could ensure that they wouldn't notice his disguise and turn on him at the next moment. There was a huge collection of books here, but with Zhang Xian's new sprinting book browsing technique, he should be able to finish duplicating them in the Library of Heaven's Path within 2 hours. Time to start working. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian focused his attention. Placing his hands on the first row of the first bookshelf, he started to run. Vice Hall Master, do you think that the envoy is authentic? At the back of the room, Liao Sun was seated on an extravagant throne, and standing before him was the worried Elder Black Eye. Everyone knew that Elder Black Eye was an impartial person, but they weren't aware that he was actually a subordinate of Vice Hall Master Liao Sun. Without seeing the golden poison heart token, even I am unable to confirm it. Liao Sun hesitated for a moment before speaking. However, even though the Poison Hall has kept a low profile for innumerable years, its name still strikes fear in hearts. I doubt that there's anyone who would be so daring as to come and court death. That's true. Elder Black Eye nodded. While the Poison Hall had been living in seclusion, it didn't mean that anyone could climb over their heads. Impersonating an envoy is no different from courting death. Besides, there should be a motive behind for every action anyone does. If he is a fake, there has to be something here that is worth him risking his life for. Liao Sun continued, other than poisons, our Poison Hall does not have anything valuable. I doubt that there'll be anyone who would risk his life to sneak in here. No matter what one does, there has to be a purpose behind it. All the Poison Hall had was poison, and the most valuable commodity they possessed was medicinal herbs. Once the other party was exposed as a fake, he would definitely be killed within the blink of an eye. It was unthinkable for the other party to take such a huge risk for just that. He didn't think that anyone would do this for any medicinal herb, which could be bought using money. Of course, if he were to know that the other party was here for merely the books, he would probably puke blood and go insane. At least their poisons had a market value. What's the use reading those books? More importantly, he was running about instead of flipping through them. Vice Hall Master, have you forgotten about that? Elder Black Eye hesitated for a moment before speaking. You mean that object below the volcano? Liao Sun's complexion turned grim. Indeed. Elder Black Eye nodded. The main reason why our Red Lotus branch is located in this remote and barren area is that object's existence. Could it be that news of that object's maturity had leaked, and that the old Hall Master died because of this? It's not impossible. Upon hearing those words, Liao Sun could no longer remain calm. Call the Great Herb King in. I want to interrogate him. Yes. Elder Black Eye stood out, and in a moment, the Great Herb King was brought into the hall. The Great Herb King pays respect to Vice Hall Master Liao Sun and Elder Black Eye. The Great Herb King clasped his fist. Speak. How did you meet the envoy? Also, if I'm not wrong, you should be dead by now. Why are you still alive and kicking? Liao Sun's eyes narrowed. Under the effects of the poison goo, I was indeed on the verge of death. It was the envoy who saved me, and after which, he told me to bring him to the Poison Hall. Other than that, I don't know anything else. The Great Herb King poured out the words, which had he agreed on with Physician by previously, hastily. Do you really not know anything else? Vice Hall, Master Liao Sun harumphed. You do know the consequences of lying to me, right? I know. Fearful, the Great Herb King knelt to the floor. There's no a single falsehood in my words. Vice Hall Master is also aware that I am only a puppet and spokesperson of the Poison Hall. Because the Elder said that he is the envoy, I didn't dare to stop him. Thus, I could only bring him here. I am truly unsure about anything else. You can leave now. After asking a few more questions, Liao Sun realized that he couldn't get any more information out of the Great Herb King's mouth. Yes, as if he were pardoned by the Emperor, the Great Herb King rushed out of the hall without a second thought. Even my teacher is unable to remove the contract goo once it has melded into one's bloodstream. To be able to cure him without leaving any traumas, that person must be at least a 4-star poison master. After the great Herb King left the room, Liao Sun tapped a finger on the table as he analyzed the matter. Only the headquarter has 4-star poison masters. Even the greatest poison master in Red Lotus Range Poison Hall was only a 3-star. Only the headquarter was capable of dispatching 4-star poison masters. With that being established, the envoy was likely to be authentic. However, it's best to be careful. Elder Black Eye, I'll have to trouble you to head to the book collection vault to see what kind of book the envoy is looking for and see what he's up to. After hesitating for a moment, Liao Sun instructed. Yes, Elder Black Eye replied and stepped out of the room. About 2 hours later, he returned back to the same room. He had an expression on his face that spoke of puzzlement and bewilderment. What's wrong? Is there anything amiss? Did he find the book he was looking for? Seeing his expression, Liao Sun couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. There's nothing wrong, and he didn't seem to be looking for a specific book either. Recalling the sight back then, Black Eye shook his head fervently. He saw the incredibly callous envoy run around the book collection vault as though a lunatic. Even though the other party claimed that he was looking for a book, he didn't pull out a single book at all. He had experienced and witnessed many different things in his life, but even so, he was unable to comprehend what he just saw. If he wasn't certain that the other party was the envoy, he would have thought that the other party was a lunatic. It's good that there's nothing wrong. Liao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Seems like the envoy should be authentic. There's no need to doubt his identity anymore. We should spend more effort thinking of what poison to concoct later to win his admiration. Elder Black Eye nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the flustered poison master Lu from before barged into the room all of a sudden. Vice Hall Master, what's wrong? Liao Sun frowned. There's someone outside. He demands you and the other 2 Vice Hall Masters meet him. He claimed that he is the envoy. Anxious, Poison Master Lu stuttered. Envoy? Liao Sun and Elder Black Eye glanced at each other, and their eyes widened in doubt. Isn't the envoy already here? Why would another one appear? Chapter 278. This time, we're really doomed. Seated on a stool in the hall, the great Herb King wiped the cold sweat off his face. Liao Sun wasn't the only one who had questioned him. The 2nd and 3rd Vice Hall Masters had sent men to interrogate him as well. If not for the words he had prepared beforehand, he would probably have been overwhelmed by the situation. The pressure was just too great. He was just a spokesperson. It was one thing for him to put on a mighty act outside, but to lie to the poison masters here, it was something which he had never dared to think of. If not for the other party having saved his life and the poison hall being so ungrateful, he would have refused to get involved. But now, there is no path of retreat. The moment Physician Bai is exposed, it is highly likely that he would die along with him. The 3 Vice Hall Masters would poison to death everyone who knew that they were duped by a physician and failed to recognize the real envoy. If such a humiliating matter were to spread out, they would find themselves too ashamed to command their subordinates and vie for the Hall Master position. They would definitely slaughter a few people here and there to quell their anger. Thus, if the great Herb King wanted to live, he had to convince everyone that Physician Bai was the true envoy. This way, they wouldn't dare to lay their hands on him. And from the looks of it, it seemed to be quite effective. At the very least, even though the 3 Vice Hall Masters had their own doubts, they didn't dare to act recklessly. I wonder what Physician Bai wants from the Poison Hall. He should hurry up and get on with it so that we can leave quickly. Upon recalling Physician Bai, the great Herb King shook his head. The other party hadn't told him the reason why he had to come to the Poison Hall at all cost, but he had his own guesses. It was probably a treasure or something he needed. If that's the case, he should quickly look for it. What was he up to running over to the book collection vault? The book collection vault contained only books of relation to poison masters. Since any poison master in the poison hall could enter freely, it was impossible for any treasures to be hidden within. Or did he really risk his life to come here, to look for a certain book? If that was the case, then the situation was too darned. Forget it. He should be well aware of the danger too, so he wouldn't stay here for too long. Just as the thought flashed through the great Herb King's mind, a commotion could be heard outside. Countless poison masters headed straight for the entrance of the city. The poison hall has been closed to outsiders for countless years, and poison masters usually remain in their stations and mind their own businesses. It is rare to see such huge movement within the city. What is going on? Poison Master Han, what's going on? Standing up, the great Herb King pulled a poison master aside and asked, "You don't know? They're saying that another person claiming to the envoy has arrived, and everyone in the poison hall is expected to welcome him." Poison Master Han said, "Since Physician Bai is an imposter, can it be that this is the real deal? If he is indeed the real one, then we are in deep trouble. To think that they would possess such incredible luck as to meet the real one under such circumstances. To make things worse, they were trapped in the poison hall." The great Herb King saw everything before him turn dark and grim. "That's right. Let's go and take a look. It's rare that the headquarters send anyone down. Why would it send two envoys at the same time?" Poison Master Han was perplexed. As he said so, he pulled the great Herb King toward the entrance. The great Herb King felt his both legs convulsing. Shaking his head profusely, he panicked. I think I'll pass." They had just barely managed to scrape by, and the true envoy had to appear now. "Heavens, you must be playing with me. Let's go." Not allowing the other party to reject him, Poison Master Han pulled him, and it didn't take long for the duo to reach the entrance of the city. By the time they arrived, the entrance was already filled with countless poison masters. The 3 Vice Hall masters and all of the elders stood in front of the crowd. 2 figures stood before them. Butler Lu. With a single glance, the great Herb King recognized one of the 2 figures. It was Butler Lu from his residence. He once brought Butler Lu here, but the other party merely waited for him at the entrance to the poison hall then. To think that he would still remember the directions. He must be the one who led the way here. Otherwise, it would be difficult for even the envoy to find the poison hall which was hidden amidst the mountains. Understanding this, he turned to look at the person standing next to him. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red cloak. His hands were behind his back, and his chin was tilted upward. His face had a bizarre expression which made it impossible to discern whether it was a smile or a furious one. That is, Poison Master emblem. 3-star Poison Master? The great Herb King's eyes fell upon the other party's robe, and his mouth twitched. There was a Poison Master emblem hanging on the other party's chest, and the 3 stars on it shone brightly. Even the old Hall Master, the greatest expert of the Poison Hall when he was still alive, was merely a 3-star primary Poison Master. After his death, the position as the strongest was taken over by Vice Hall Master Liao Sun, a 2-star Pinnacle Poison Master. The fact that the other party was a 3-star Poison Master. Initially, the great Herb King had suspected whether the other party could be fake. However, upon seeing his emblem, that sliver of hope he held was crushed. Even if he weren't the envoy, as a 3-star Poison Master, no one in the Poison Hall would dare to offend him. Otherwise, it was likely that the hall could be reduced to a hornet's nest through his poison in an instant, and they probably wouldn't even realize how they died. Those who are able to reach 3-star possess a cultivation of at minimum Jizuan realm. Even if he didn't resort to poison, he was able to easily destroy the entire poison hall with a flip of his palm. Liao Sun didn't expect another envoy to appear, and a 3-star Poison Master at that. His attitude turned polite immediately, and clasping his fist, he greeted, "May I know how I should address you? If it's convenient, can you show me your golden poison heart token? It's not that I am doubting your identity, but it's a rule from the headquarters. An envoy has to flash the token representing his identity before we can welcome him in." He spoke the same words that he said to Zhang Xian when he first arrived. The envoy didn't reply. Instead, he flicked his wrist, and a golden heart-shaped token appeared in his palm. He threw it over casually. Catching it hastily, Liao Sun and the others examined it quickly. With a single glance, their eyes narrowed, and they came to a conclusion. It's real. The golden poison heart token was something that only an envoy could possess, and it represented the Poison Hall headquarters. There was a unique, distant aura infused within it, allowing people who look at it to immediately discern its genuinity, even if they hadn't seen it before. He is a 3-star poison master and possesses the golden poison heart token. If that's the case, it's impossible for him to be a fake. Then, the one before. Getting. Upon seeing the token of identification, Liao Sun and the others' hearts skipped a beat simultaneously. If this one is real, the one before is likely to be a fake. Otherwise, why would he refuse to show the golden poison heart token? Why is there a problem? Seeing the rapidly changing expressions in the crowd, the envoy's own expression darkened. Even though there wasn't a hint of anger in his tone, his words seemed to possess an authoritative quality. That's not it. Liao Sun hesitated for a moment before explaining. Another envoy arrived right before you. That's why, when we heard of your presence, we were astonished. The envoy frowned. The headquarters has only sent me over to determine the new hall master, as well as to retrieve that object, which should have matured by now. It didn't send anyone else. An envoy who came before me? What do you mean? It's like this. 2 hours ago, a man came claiming that he's the envoy. He is currently browsing through books in the book collection vault. Liao Sun explained. He claimed that he's the envoy? Then, does he have the golden poison heart token? The envoy's eyebrows shot up. That. Liao Sun hesitated for a moment. He didn't show us the golden token. Preposterous. The envoy flung his sleeves, and an overwhelming aura gushed into the heavens. How can he be the envoy without the golden poison heart token? Bring me to him. I would like to see the one who is so brazen as to impersonate an envoy of the headquarters. Yes, envoy, this way please. Liao Sun and the others ushered him in toward the center hall of the Poison Hall hastily. Watching as the group left, the great Herb King's body swayed, as though the energy in his body had been sapped dry. Old Master. Upon seeing the old master's state, Butler Lu hurried forward to support him. What's going on? The great Herb King sent a telepathic message to Butler Lu. A day after you and Physician Bai left, that man appeared and demanded for you to lead him to the Poison Hall. Without a choice, I could only bring him up the mountains. I rushed all the way up so as to catch up with you, but it turns out that I am too late. Butler Lu was also on the verge of tears. A total of 4 people knew that Physician Bai was going to impersonate the envoy, and they were the great Herb King, Butler Lu, Physician Bai, and Mou. Mou had already left for Tianwu Royal City, so only the 3 of them were left. That person has already verified his identity, so Butler Lu wasn't in the position to turn him down. As the great Herb King was absent, he could only lead him up the mountains himself. Initially, he planned to catch up with the great Herb King and Physician Bai so as to inform them that there was no need for the latter to pass off as the envoy anymore. But, despite rushing the entire road, he wasn't able to catch up with them. This time, we're really doomed. After hearing Butler Lu's explanation, the great Herb King's mouth twitched. Blood welled up in his chest, and it felt as though it would spurt out at any moment. If Butler Lu and the envoy had come a little later, Physician Bai could have got what he wanted and left the Poison Hall. Even if he was discovered to be a fake later on, there was nothing the others could do about him once he took off his disguise. If Butler Lu and the envoy was a little earlier, they would be able to catch up with them. If they knew that the envoy was already on his way to the Poison Hall, there would be no need for them to impersonate as him. They could simply follow behind the envoy and enter the Poison Hall just the same. But Physician Bai had just claimed that he was the envoy, and the other side had already believed his words. Yet, the true envoy had to arrive at this moment. It was like having a naked, beautiful lady beside you. Even if you said that you didn't do anything to her, no one in the world would believe it. Being caught in the act, no explanation would work. He knew that it was a bad idea to pass off as the envoy, but to think that it would be that bad of an idea. It looked like the life which he had just retrieved with insurmountable difficulty would have to be forfeited. Old Master, what do we do now? Butler Lu had also arrived at the same conclusion, and his face warped with worry. I don't know. The great Herb King shook his head. Looks like we can only wait for our deaths. Tearful, he scanned the surroundings. Numerous poison masters had their eyes set on him, so it was impossible for him to escape. Thus, he could only follow behind the crowd toward the hall. Right. It seems that Physician Bai is still unaware of the arrival of the real envoy. After taking a few steps forward, the great Herb King suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. If the other party knew of the matter beforehand, he could at least start thinking of a solution. Given that he was in the dark, he would definitely be caught off guard when the others challenged him all of a sudden. However, the Vice Hall Masters and Elders were walking in front of him, and the envoy was present as well. It was already too late to inform Physician Bai. His thoughts were still running wild when the group arrived at the main hall. Elder Black Eye, I trouble you to invite that envoy out. After taking a seat, Liao Sun waved his hands and instructed. Yes. Elder Black Eye walked in a hurry toward the book collection vault. It has already been more than 2 hours since Zhang Xian's arrival, and he had finished reading through all of the books in the book collection vault. Seeing that the other party was here inviting him over, he tagged behind him toward the main hall without questions. Why? Are you done preparing already? If you're done with your preparations, we can start now. Upon reaching the hall, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back and glanced impassively at Liao Sun and the others. Are you the one who claimed that you're the envoy? Before Liao Sun and the others could speak, the envoy stood up and stared at Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. Who do you think you are? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. Carrying the same unopposable authority in his voice, he spoke sharply. Did I allow you to speak? The heck? Blood spurted from the mouth of the great Herb King. We're really doomed. Chapter 279. Senior Uncle. When Butler Liu realized that the middle-aged man was Physician Bai in disguise, his face contorted, and he nearly ripped off his own shirt out of frustration. Even if you don't recognize the envoy, you should at least recognize the Poison Master emblem pinned on his chest. There are number 3-star Poison Masters in this Poison Hall. Where else can he come from other than the headquarters? If you pay a little more attention, you'll notice all of these details. To say, who do you think you are? Did I allow you to speak straight in his face? The heck. Before you said those words, you could have at least come up with some excuse to explain yourself. Now that you've insulted him in public, there's no room for reconciliation. Even though he has only known the other party for a few days, the Physician Bai he knew was an impressive and rational figure. Why did he suddenly become such a reckless person? Your actions aren't just bringing harm to yourself. The old master and I will also be dragged into this disaster. The master and servant duo felt as if they were going insane. At the same moment, the mouths of Liao Sun and the others twitched. They have seen arrogant people, but it was their first time meeting such an arrogant person. For a mere impersonator to speak to the real envoy in such a manner, the word courageous is no longer sufficient to describe him. This is simply courting death. Not just courting death, but courting the worst possible way to die. You reap what you sow. This time, we don't even have to do anything. The envoy will help us settle it all. A gloating expression appeared on the faces of the other 2 Vice Hall Masters. To think that a mere impersonator had managed to scare them, they felt ashamed just by the thought of it. If they could, they would rip apart the other party's tendons and pluck out his bones, so as to pay him back for the humiliation. But from the looks of it now, they wouldn't get a turn. What did you say? As everyone expected, the envoy flew into a rage immediately. A powerful aura burst forth from him, reaching to the skies. It exerted so much pressure on the crowd that they found it difficult to even breathe. Jizuan realm. Just as they had guessed, the envoy was indeed a Jizuan realm expert. Fighter 9, Dan Jizuan realm. In this vast world, they were the ones who reigned supreme. With strength exceeding 10,000 ding, they possessed the might to destroy castles, eradicate oceans, and obliterate mountains. The moment his rage flurried, the heaven and earth wailed in agony beneath his might. The pure energy he emanated gushed over the crowd, and as though a massive torrent, they were helpless before it. Liao Sun and the others retreated uncontrollably before the overwhelming might that was displayed. The great Herb King's face scrunched up in fear. It was too frightening. Even if a Zhongshe pinnacle were to face him, he would be rendered completely helpless. They were thinking that the impersonator would be forced to give himself away under the intimidating aura when, instead, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. Atrocious! Bellowing angrily, Zhang Xian flung his hands. How dare you darned rascal lay your hands me? Who gave you the guts to do so? Ah! The great Herb King convulsed. Displeased. The heck you are displeased about? Furthermore, calling him a darned rascal. Brother, where does your confidence come from? Your identity has been exposed. If you carry on with the act, the other party will really beat you to death. Even though the great Herb King couldn't tell the exact strength of Physician Bai, after days of interacting with him, he had gauged it to be around Zhongshe realm. In any case, he thought that it was impossible for the other party's cultivation to be above Zhongshe realm pinnacle. Even I myself will be rendered helpless before the envoy. Why the heck are you acting so arrogantly? Fine. To think that an impersonator would dare talk to me like that. I'm truly impressed. Since you are that tired of living, allow me to grant your wish. He thought that the impersonator would be intimidated by his aura, but contrary to his expectations, the other party criticized him for being brazen. The envoy felt so infuriated that he could feel himself losing his rationality, and killing intent gleamed in his eyes. The headquarter had sent only him here, so the man before him had to be a fake. For a mere impersonator to yell at him, there must be something wrong with his head, or he must have extremely large guts. With a slight step, the envoy charged forward as though a bolt of lightning. Opening his fingers, an immense force burst forth from his palm and flew straight at Zhang Xian. Jizuan realm is also known as 10,000 Ding realm, and the strength of a Jizuan realm expert isn't something that any Zhongshe realm cultivator can withstand. The envoys might crush down on Zhang Xian as though a gigantic wave, leaving him with no place to hide. Even a small hill would be reduced to powder under that might. Due to his insufficient cultivation, Zhang Xian's body stiffened before that overwhelming strength. Under this condition, it would be difficult for him to even execute a battle technique. With his pure Heaven's Path Shenqi, it was rare for Zhang Xian's to suffer from such suppression. However, he was only a half Zhongshe, and the gap between him and a Jizuan realm expert was simply too huge. Even though Zhang Xian was capable of defeating opponents beyond that of his cultivation realm, that was only limited to Zhongshe realm primary stage cultivators. Before a Jizuan expert, he wasn't capable of any retaliation. The most he could do was to escape his attacks using the Heaven's Path movement art. Feeling the intense pressure on his body, Zhang Xian's mind moved swiftly. He maintained the impassive look on his face, but inside, Zhang Xian was panicking. He had guessed that the other party was the true envoy, but if he were to back out at this point, death would become inevitable. Aren't you arrogant? I'll be more arrogant than you. And this was the only way Zhang Xian would be able to scare the other party, making him fearful of laying his hands on him. Yet, that fellow didn't fall for his tricks and, instead, attacked him directly. This placed Zhang Xian in a terrible position. Flaws. Even if he were to dodge using the Heaven's Path movement art, he could only do so for a blow or two before his stamina ran out. By then, he would be dead meat as well. Thus, he hurriedly turned his attention to the library of Heaven's Path. A book appeared before him. Looking at the contents, Zhang Xian calmed his nerves. He revised his original intention of escaping using the Heaven's Path movement art, and with an absurdly calm expression, spouted coldly. Gu Mu, to dare to lay your hands on me, do you crave for your entire line to die? Who? You. Upon hearing those words, the calm envoy was taken aback. He pulled back his palms forcefully and questioned in astonishment, Who are you? Why do you know my name? Upon receiving the orders from the headquarters, he rushed here from afar, and on the journey, he had never mentioned his name to anyone. Before receiving the orders, he had been secluding himself to focus on his cultivation. Other than his examiners and friends, almost no one knew his name. Logically speaking, it would be impossible for anyone in this backward location to know of his identity. Thus, Upon hearing his name from the mouth of that fellow before him, he could not help but feel bewildered. Of course, even though he withdrew his palms, he didn't disperse his might. The moment the other party spouted nonsense, that force would burst through his body immediately. Seeing the other party stop, Zhang Xian knew that he had taken a successful gamble and heaved a sigh of relief. Humans were curious creatures, and regardless of how furious a man could be, hearing a stranger call his name would cause him to be puzzled. Using the information from the book on the other party in the library, Zhang Xian was confident of convincing him to not dare raise his fists again. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian stood upright as though an erect spear before the other party. It seemed as though he was impervious to the rage and intimidation of the party. In the Xinyuan Conferred Kingdom branch, you are the 14th person to pass the 3-star Poison Master examination, and you took only 5 years to reach 3-star pinnacle from then. As such, you are reputed to be a genius who appears only once every century. Born with an innate passion toward poison, you passed the Apprentice Poison Master examination at 14 years of age. The fiery heat powder, which you concocted then, killed the 314 people in your mortal enemy's household. At 17 years of age, you created the soul-shattering dust, and you managed to kill a Zhongshi realm primary stage expert with it. At 26 years of age, you passed the 2-star Poison Master examination, and the frangible bone fragrance, which you concocted, allowed you to successfully poison a Zhongshi realm pinnacle savage beast to death. At 35 years of age, you came under the tutelage of the 100 Variations Poison Master Jin Songhai. This year, you're 44, and your prowess in poison is unmatched in the Xinyuan branch. This time, the headquarters sent you here as the envoy to train you, so that you can take over as the next hall master of the branch. I wonder. Zhang Xian paused for a moment. Chuckling, he glanced at the envoy. If what I've said is true, who in the world are you? Envoy Gu Mu's eyes narrowed. Other than his closest kin, no one knew about these facts, especially the orders from the headquarters. Yet, the other party knew of them as though it was in the grasp of his palm. Who in the world is he? He didn't recall any acquaintance having such an appearance. That's to say, he didn't know the person before him at all. But how could the other party know of the affairs surrounding him in such great detail? Disregarding the envoy Gu Mu's question, Zhang Xian chuckled. In order to become a 4-star poison master, you went to the extent of even testing out poisons on your own body. Others are impressed by your feat of giving up your life for your passion for poisons, but the truth is that you wish to exact vengeance for your dead wife. Your enemy is a 4-star poison master. His abilities at using poison are above yours, and if you don't reach his level, you'll be unable to kill him. You. Gu Mu's face paled, and his eyes narrowed. His face seemed as though he has seen a ghost. The other party was completely right. All along, he had been cultivating and researching new poison with everything he had, and this all was for his vengeance. Just that, it was a secret he had hidden in the depths of his heart. He had never told anyone about it, and he didn't dare to. After all, every single poison master was an important asset of the poison hall. If they found out that he intended to kill a 4-star poison master, someone would definitely stop him. Thus, this matter had always remained as his own personal secret. Yet, at this moment, it was coming out from the mouth of a stranger. How could he not be astonished and terrified? Your current cultivation realm is Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, and to become a 4-star poison master, you have to achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation. Thus, you've been feeding on green snake grass and applying it on your Shaman acupoint so as to increase your potential. At the same time, you applied bone-corroding powder on your Shinhan acupoint to boost your soul depth. Even though your strength and soul depth has increased under the stimulation of the poison, it has worn your life thin. If I'm not wrong, you are already nearing your end, and you can possibly die at any moment now. Circling around the other party, Zhang Xian sighed. When the other party attacked him, he executed a battle technique. As such, a book was compiled, and the other party's flaws were revealed on it. Shockingly, there were more than 100 flaws on him. To outsiders, he may seem like a person who has a bright future ahead of him, a 3-star pinnacle poison master who could become the new hall master of the Xinyuan branch at any moment. However, his body had already reached his limits, and he could die at any moment. Based on his current condition, it was unlikely for him to survive more than 3 years. Dang 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 dang. Staggering backward a few steps, Gu Mu's face became ghastly white. The other party's words were completely correct. He had been exchanging his own life for strength. If he didn't do so, he would never become a 4-star poison master in this life. And without reaching that level, how could he exact his vengeance? If he didn't avenge his wife, he wouldn't be able to face her in the underworld. Who in the world are you? Clenching his fists tightly, Gu Mu stared grimly at Zhang Xian. To know his background so clearly and not fearing his attacks at all, could he possibly be an unknown senior of Xinyuan branch? Who am I? Zhang Xian lifted his gaze, and a faraway look appeared in his eyes. Of course you don't know who I am. That's because even your teacher would have to call me Senior Uncle. Those who come under your teacher earlier than you are normally known as your seniors. Unless you are a direct disciple. Direct disciples are given seniority over normal students. As in the case with Lu Shi and the others, your teacher's senior is known as your senior uncle. Chapter 280. Display of Strength, your teacher's senior uncle? Senior granduncle of the envoy? Staring at each other, the great Herb King and Butler Lu nearly pulled off all of their beards. Aren't you physician Bai? Weren't you unaware of whether the envoy would come, and if he did, when he would come? Aren't you an impersonator? When did you become the envoy's senior granduncle? The heck? More importantly, the envoy seems to be completely dazed at the situation. He doesn't seem to know that he has a senior granduncle. You could have feigned as his senior, his junior, his acquaintance, or even his friends. Yet, to take such a high position, brother, you sure know how to speak. If they were in Zhang Xian's position, they wouldn't have even dared to think about it. The duo only felt a surge of blood rushing up their throat, threatening to burst out at any moment. Liao Sun, the other 2 hall masters, and the numerous elders stared at one another blankly. They thought that the impersonator would be killed with a single slap from the envoy, or at the very least, be crippled. Never in their dreams did they expect the both of them to be acquainted, and they seemed to share the same lineage at that. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? My teacher calls you senior granduncle? Gu Mu was stunned as well. His entire body stiffened in discomfort. The person before knew everything about him, so he thought that perhaps he was a colleague in the same branch whom he had never noticed. Never in his dreams did he expect that they would be related in such a way. He had followed his teacher for countless years, but had never heard from him that he had a senior granduncle. But if the other party was lying, how did he know everything about him? And on top of that, for everything he said to be correct? Putting everything aside, just his ability to discern his current condition was something even his teacher was incapable of. That's just in terms of our seniority. I like to wander about, and I often dwell outside. Thus, your teacher might not even know of my existence. Putting on the disposition of an expert, Zhang Xian shook his hands casually. If Zhang Xian wanted to prevent the other party from laying hands on him, he had to possess an identity that was sufficiently convincing. In any case, even those who attend the same lesson can be termed as senior and junior. Given that Zhang Xian was impersonating as someone who was distantly related to him, it was impossible for him to gather sufficient evidence to overthrow his claim on the spot. After all, he can't possibly run over to his teacher now and ask him if he has a senior uncle. Besides, I've already said that even your teacher might not know of me, so even it would do nothing even if you try to verify with him. However, just words were insufficient to establish Zhang Xian's prestige. The best way to do so was to cure him of his problem, and only that way would the other party hold complete faith in him. Thus, Zhang Xian decided to get straight to the topic. He glanced at Gu Mu with a smile and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. It's fate for us to meet here, so I would like to ask you, do you want to solve your affliction? Is there a solution for my affliction?" Gu Mu initially held some doubts about the identity of the person before him. However, upon hearing the other party talk about solving his affliction, his face immediately flushed with agitation. If given a chance to live, who would be willing to die? Furthermore, he was shouldering a heavy grudge. His wife was killed by a 4-star poison master, and all along, he had been suppressing the pain and anger within him. He had focused all of his energy on his cultivation in hopes that he could return justice to his wife. He was just a thin line away from reaching a higher realm, and a faint ray of hope had appeared for his vengeance. Yet, recently, he realized that the forceful method of raising his cultivation had already sapped his vitality dry. Just like what the other party said, he didn't have long to live. He didn't mind dying, but he had to tear that person to pieces before he dies. You used poison to raise your cultivation forcefully, resulting in the loss of your vitality. If it were anyone else, they would be helpless before your condition. However, your issue doesn't mean anything to me. Zhang Xian said with an indifferent expression. The heaven's path Zhenqi was capable of even mending a body which had been ravaged by the poison goo, not to mention Gu Mu, who was still full of strength. Senior uncle, I plead of you to save me. After hesitating for a moment, Gu Mu knelt onto the floor, and his eyes were filled with determination. As long as you treat my affliction such that I am able to slaughter my enemy, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. After the death of his wife, he has been wanting to follow her footsteps. However, the reason why he had been struggling in life was that he wanted to avenge her. He wasn't certain about the background of the person before him, but since he was able to discern the problems he was suffering from, something that even his teacher failed to notice, perhaps he could solve this problem of his. As long as the problem disappeared, Gu Mu was confident that the foundation he built throughout the years would allow him to break through the final impasse, reaching the level he dreamed of. This could be considered an opportunity. If it succeeded, there would be hope for his vengeance once more. However, if the other party was fooling him, he would make sure to drag him down as well. In any case, he didn't have long to live, and there was nothing for him to fear. Upon seeing Gu Mu kneel to the floor, everyone's eyeballs fell to the ground. The lofty envoy of the headquarters, a 3-star pinnacle poison master who possessed the strength of a Jizuan pinnacle, was kneeling to an impersonator. Is this for real? Everyone was shocked, especially the Great Herb King. The Great Herb King knew the true identity of this impersonator. He wasn't the senior granduncle of the envoy as he claimed, and wasn't even close. Yet, with just a few casual words, the other party knelt to him willingly. Physician Bai, you have my utmost respect. If it was him, he would definitely kneel down fearfully and plead for his life the moment someone might expose his identity. In the end, someone did indeed kneel, but the one who knelt was the real deal. Even though he had witnessed the sight with his own eyes, he couldn't help but doubt if it was a dream. The twist occurred too quickly, catching him off guard. However, after recovering from his astonishment, he could understand the rationale behind the other party's actions. Taking him from a few days ago, if someone had said that he was capable of curing him of the affliction caused by the poison goo, putting aside senior granduncle, he would even willingly call him grandfather. It is only on the verge of death would one understand how valuable life is. In the face of death, dignity and pride mean nothing at all. I can help you, but I'll have to state my rules clearly beforehand. Turning around, Zhang Xian beckoned with his hands. Great Herb King, tell Gu Mu about my rules. He had achieved only half Zhongshe, and if he were to treat the other party while he was awake, the other party would definitely notice a peculiarity and thus destroy his image as an expert which he had painstakingly built up. In the end, it was best for the other party to be unconscious during the treatment. This way, he would be able to hide his true cultivation realm and conceal the uniqueness of the heaven's path Zhenqi. However, if he were to say these words himself, many people would doubt his intentions. Thus, it was better for Great Herb King to do the talking instead. The Great Herb King was also a smart person, and he understood Zhang Xian's intentions immediately. Stepping forward, he explained, when Senior Bai treats someone, he requires the patient to be completely unconscious. Completely unconscious? Gu Mu frowned. Being knocked unconscious meant that he was entrusting his life into the hands of the others, and he wouldn't have any say over what the other party did. While the other party knew everything about his background, he still bore doubts toward the other party's identity, and he didn't yet trust him. Don't worry, this is just Senior Bai's rules. Back then, when he treated me for my poison goo affliction, he knocked me out as well. Seeing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, the great herb king persuaded. Treated you from your poison goo affliction? You mean, he settled the poison goo you were suffering from? Gu Mu was taken aback, and disbelief filled his face. Liao Sun and the others may not understand fully the potency of the poison goo as 2-star poison masters, but as a 3-star pinnacle who had encountered innumerable formidable poison masters, Gu Mu knew just how fearsome the poison goo was. Rumors had it that once one was afflicted with the poison goo, even a 5-star poison master would be unable to save him. For this senior granduncle to be capable of solving an affliction which even a 5-star poison master is unable to, can it be that his tier has already surpassed that? That's right. A few days ago, I nearly died from the poison goo, and it is Senior Bai who helped me then. The great Herb King said, I can bear testimony to that. A poison goo was indeed implanted into him by the old hall master. Liao Sun and the others affirmed the great Herb King's words. Able to remove the poison goo? Clenching his fists tightly, Gu Mu turned to examine the great Herb King, and he realized something amiss in him. As a 3-star pinnacle poison master, he was able to see the telltale signs that a poison goo once inhabited his body and wreaked havoc within. Upon confirming his judgment, his face flushed furiously. If this senior granduncle was able to treat the poison goo, it was highly possible that he would be able to treat him as well. However, he was still worried about being knocked unconscious. I know what you're worried about. Allowing yourself to be knocked unconscious means entrusting your life to another, and if the other party holds malicious intentions toward you, you won't even know how you died. No one would be able to make such a decision easily. Zhang Xian could sense his hesitation. I would have left immediately if it were anyone else who doubted me, but since you're my junior, I can tell you this right away. If I want to kill you, I need not go through so much trouble. At this point, Zhang Xian's foot pushed against the ground. So, before anyone could react, he was already 60 meters away. Then, in the next instant, the figure in the distance blurred, and Zhang Xian had returned to where he was before, as though he had never moved at all. What incredible speed! Even Jizuan pinnacle experts aren't capable of such a feat. Can it be that he has already surpassed Jizuan realm? Everyone present was astonished by the display, and their eyes narrowed in fear. They were all cultivators of Zhongshe realm and below, and they had never witnessed such speed. How can one who is capable of traveling at such incredible speed possess a weak cultivation? It was fortunate that they didn't make a move on him. Otherwise, if they were to have angered him, he could have really destroyed this entire Poison Hall branch. The great Herb King's face turned pale too. All along, he thought that he was evenly matched with this physician Bai. Never in his dreams did he expect such a huge gap between the two of them. With such speed, before he could even react, his head would have been lopped off his neck. Gumu tightened his clenched fists too. His maximum speed wasn't even close to that the other party just displayed, and judging from the party's expression, he had exerted nowhere near his full strength. That was to say, the cultivation of this senior granduncle of his had definitely surpassed Jizuan, reaching a whole new level. The effect seems to be good. Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Having reached half Zhongshe, the speed and distance he could cover with a single usage of Heaven's Path movement art had increased. This move might have appeared formidable with its outstanding speed, but given Zhang Xian's current physical resilience, executing it twice was already his limit. Furthermore, Zhang Xian himself was unable to react to that overwhelming speed, making it impossible for him to use it to hurt or kill another. In fact, while this move was an ideal escape technique, it was utterly useless for offense. Of course, Zhang Xian had just found another use for it, showing off. Suppressing the tremendous ache across his entire body, he drove his zhenqi to heal those muscle tears discreetly. On the surface, he was standing quietly on the spot with his both hands behind his back, as though an expert unsullied with worldly affairs. He glanced at Gumu calmly, and his voice was completely tranquil and devoid of emotions. I wonder if, with my strength, will killing you be as easy as slaughtering a chicken? Chapter 281, Crimson Flame Lotus Seed Silence. The entire environment was devoid of sound. Gu Mu's face paled. He saw the speed his senior granduncle displayed, and if the other party were to use this speed against him, he probably won't even last for a breath. That is to say, killing him is indeed not any harder than slaughtering a chicken. Upon recalling the fact that he had tried to get violent with such an expert, cold sweat drenched his back immediately. It was fortunate that the other party had recognized him, and that there was a form of kinship between them. Otherwise, even though he was an envoy of the headquarters, he would definitely have been reduced to a corpse in an instant. The other party was an expert of an entirely different level, and given he didn't attempt to retaliate when Gu Mu provoked him earlier on, why would he need to fool him just to take his life? Rather, that would just sully his status. Senior granduncle, I was too skeptical. Please forgive me. Upon understanding this fact, Gu Mu bowed in apology. If killing him was as easy as killing a chicken, there should be no need for the senior granduncle to play mind games with him if he really wished to slaughter him. I was traveling around the world when I passed by Red Lotus City and noticed that the great Herb King was afflicted with the contract Gu. Thus, I saved him, and from him, I heard about the conflict over the seat of the Hall Master in the Poison Hall branch. Unable to bear the sight of the younger generation of Poison Masters killing one another over such a minor matter, I came here with the intention of resolving the conflict. Staring at the skies, benevolence shone through Zhang Xian's eyes. Upon hearing that the other party came here for such a reason, Liao Sun and the others felt embarrassed. To think that they had believed that he was a fraud hankering for some treasure. Such thoughts appear ludicrous now that they recalled about it. No wonder he spoke of conducting an examination the moment he arrived and declared that the most outstanding poison master would become the hall master. Through such, they would be able to avoid unnecessary conflict and trouble. Gu Mu came to a realization as well. He had been thinking why his senior granduncle, despite his position, would choose to impersonate as the envoy. In the end, it was because he was unwilling to see fellow poison masters killing one another. Upon realizing this fact, Gu Mu couldn't help but be impressed with the other party. Probably, only a true poison master, one who had an intense love for this occupation, would be able to possess such magnanimity. All right, since the real envoy is here, it's meaningless for me to remain here. Thus, I'll be taking my leave. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian turned around and walked out of the poison hall. The reason why the others took in his words so easily was that they were still awed by the Heaven's Path movement art. As time went by, they would realize the many loopholes in his words. However, Zhang Xian's motive here was to browse through the books. Now that he had accomplished his primary aim, and that the real envoy had arrived, remaining here would do nothing but increase the chances of his disguise being seen through. In that case, he might as well leave immediately. After leaving the perimeter of the poison mist, he would be able to summon the howling firmament beast and leave this place for good. Senior granduncle, please save me. Seeing the other party turn around to leave without talking about his illness, Gu Mu's complexion turned pale. He knew that his doubt had offended the other party, so he hurried forward and kneeled to the floor. All experts had their own dignity. From the moment he arrived, Gu Mu has been antagonizing him, even making a move against him. Furthermore, when the other party offered to help him out of goodwill, he refused to believe him and doubted his intentions. It was no wonder why the other party was displeased. His temper could already be considered good for not teaching Gu Mu a lesson there and then. I require my patients to be unconscious when treating them. I understand that you're worried about your safety, and I don't blame you for not believing me. Zhang Xian shook his head. The other party was clearly angry from his tone, and he didn't seem to intend to help him. Thus, Gu Mu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and sending a telepathic message. Senior granduncle, wait a moment. It was merely a pretense that the headquarters sent me to nominate a new hall master and stabilize the situation in the branch. The truth is that the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed in this branch has matured. Crimson Flame Lotus Seed? That's right. The Crimson Flame Lotus Seed lives in the depths of the volcano, and it absorbs the strength of the earth veins for its growth. If a cultivator were to consume it, their chances of breaking through the Jizuan realm bottleneck to reach higher realms would be increased by 20%. It is precisely because I'm stuck at this bottleneck that I took the initiative to apply for this mission. Gumu spoke of everything without withholding any information. I know that given Senior Granduncle's strength, this object is useless to you. Even so, it would be beneficial to your disciples and students if they were to consume it. It can increase the chances of breaking through Jizuan by 20%? Zhang Xian was astonished. A breakthrough in cultivation depended on one's will, faith, accumulation, and cultivation technique. Pills are considered as supplements, and most medicinal herbs weren't very effective for helping to raise one's cultivation. Yet, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed increased the chances of breaking through the Jizuan realm by a full 20%. If Zhang Xian didn't hear this news from a Jizuan realm expert himself, he wouldn't dare to believe it to be true. Even though 20% may not seem to be much, such effectiveness was already considered to be amazing by cultivators. Many would kill to lay their hands on the seed. Jizuan realm was the pinnacle of being a fighter, but it wasn't the terminal point of one's cultivation. In the vast world out there were countless experts who had surpassed the Jizuan realm. A single Crimson Flame Lotus Seed can increase the possibility of one's breakthrough by a staggering 20%, so it is definitely considered a priceless treasure. Zhang Xian didn't expect to find such a valuable object in this Poison Hall branch. All right, speak of your request. Knowing that the other party must have his motives for this matter, Zhang Xian turned to look at him. I only hope that Senior Granduncle can lend a helping hand to cure my physical trauma. As for the Lotus Seed, I only require one for my breakthrough, and I'll present the rest to Senior Granduncle. Gumu said. Gumu knew that given his current physical condition, even if he were to obtain the Lotus Seed, it would be impossible for him to reach higher realms. If that was the case, he might as well trade the seeds in return for treatment. Besides, even though the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed was good stuff, it wasn't that easily obtainable. Otherwise, the old Hall Master wouldn't have died so abruptly. Other people may not be aware of the cause of the death of the old Poison Hall, but Gumu was in the know. The branch had written and submitted a report on the old Hall Master's death, and Gumu happened to see its content by coincidence. The rumors outside claiming that he died due to an illness were false. Rather, it was because the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed had matured, and in the midst of picking it, the old Hall Master was burnt to ashes by the earthen flames. Given how even a Jizuan expert was burnt to ashes by the flames, it was likely that Gu Mu would require the help of his senior granduncle to obtain that Lotus Seed. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to inform the other party of this news and make a deal. Gumu knew that an expert of the other party's level wouldn't treat him poorly in consideration of the latter's status after knowing of the news. All right, Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Xian had already intended to treat Gumu from the start, and now that there would be a reward, there was no reason for him to turn the other party down. So, when do we begin? Seeing the other party agree, Gumu was delighted. Are there any preparations that need to be done? There's no need for any preparations. We can start now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. The longer he dragged the matter, the likelier a twist would occur in the situation. It was best for Zhang Xian to get it over and done with. All right. Upon hearing that the other party would conduct the treatment now, Gumu was overjoyed. I'll be depending on Senior Granduncle then. After which, he raised his hands. Pada, knocking himself on his head. His body went limp and fell to the floor. Seeing that the other party had knocked himself unconscious, Zhang Xian glanced downward to look at the bag of soul-numbing powder in his hands. Helpless, Zhang Xian could only place it back into his storage ring. I was intending to use this. To think that you would be even more reckless than the great Herb King. The soul-numbing powder, which can send a person unconscious, is extremely useful for his unique medical techniques. Thus, before setting off, he asked for plenty of it from the great Herb King. In any case, the object wasn't expensive, and the great Herb King was also willing to do Zhang Xian this favor. Thus, he gave him over 20 packets of it. He was intending to test the effects of the powder, but by the time he managed to take it out, the other party had already knocked himself out. That was way too fast. However, this was good as well. In any case, he was unconscious, and this spared Zhang Xian some effort. Stepping forward to the unconscious Gu Mu, Zhang Xian shook his hands, and a few silver needles appeared in his palm. A detailed description of the other party's physical condition was formed when the other party made a move on him earlier, so there was no need for Zhang Xian to diagnose him once more. With a flick of his fingers, the silver needles flew toward Gu Mu's body. Zhang Xian's movements were light and nimble, as though a butterfly. Gu Mu's physical condition was largely different from that of the great Herb King. The latter had his foundations damaged by the contract Gu, resulting in his declining health, whereas the former used poison excessively to stimulate his acupoints so as to raise his cultivation, during which the poison seeped into his body and began to destroy his physical functions. The former required the nourishment of the heaven's path Zhenqi, whereas the latter merely required Zhang Xian to locate the area where the poison accumulated and use the heaven's path Zhenqi to expel it from his body to solve the issue straightforwardly. In fact, the treatment for Gu Mu's condition was much easier than that of the great Herb King. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The heaven's path Zhenqi flowed through the silver needle toward the areas where the poison aura accumulated. Soon, the sound of flowing water could be heard from Gu Mu's body, and black water flowed out from his fingers and toes. Is this the poison aura hidden in his body? Is it being forced out just like that? Looking at the situation, Liao Sun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Coming into contact with poison on a daily basis, they understood the difficulty of expelling poison from one's body. Some poison aura, once seeped into the body, can never be removed regardless of the valuable herbs one consume or how long one tries. This was precisely the reason why, even though poison masters were fearsome existences, their lifespan tended to be extremely short. Reaching 50 to 60 years of age was already a huge achievement for them. Even though they didn't have any visible conditions, there were already numerous problems within their bodies. The poisons that they came into contact with were already slowly gnawing at them from within. They thought that there was no cure for them, but to think that the senior before them was able to resolve this trauma easily. If he is able to expel the potent poison contained in the envoy's body so easily, doesn't it mean that he can treat us with ease as well? Thus, they started staring at Zhang Xian with fiery eyes. Oblivious to the crowd's reaction, Zhang Xian was immersed in the matter at hand. Every single needle was pierced accurately at areas where the poison aura was hidden within his body. Before long, he shook his hands, and all of the silver needles flew back to him. Then, he swung his arms in a grand fashion. Gu Mu slowly roused into consciousness. Opening his eyes, Gu Mu detected the changes within his body immediately. Before, when his body was affected by the poison aura, he felt as though he was weighed down by gigantic shackles. Every single movement and action he made felt difficult. But now, as though all of the shackles were removed, his body felt as light as a feather. Even without checking his condition with his Zhenqi, he knew that the other party had pulled him back from the gates of hell. Senior Granduncle, thank you for saving my life. Thus, he knelt to the floor once more. This time, it wasn't out of fear for the other party's strength, but in earnest respect for the other party's capability and assistance. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. Your condition is more severe than I thought, and you will require 3 treatments before the problem can be completely solved. Thus, there's no need for you to be thankful to me. It's not too late to say such words after you are completely cured. Zhang Xian hadn't received the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed, and he wasn't out of danger either. Thus, Zhang Xian left himself a bargaining chip, choosing not to cure the other party in a single go, in case the other party reneged on his words. Chapter 282. Heaven's Path Poison Art. Yes. Gu Mu knew that his physical condition had already deteriorated to the worst possible state, so he thought it would take several months to treatment for the other party to alleviate his situation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party said that 3 treatments were sufficient. Thus, he couldn't help but feel amazed by his senior granduncle once more. Your current condition shouldn't pose any problem to you in the short term, so I will arrange for the other 2 treatments at a later date. Also, I'll leave the matter regarding the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed up to you. After all, you're the envoy, so I will stay out of this matter. The carrot and stick each has to be employed at the right moments for it to be useful. Knowing that Gu Mu was completely impressed by him, Zhang Xian wasn't worried about being attacked by him again. Thus, as he spoke, he walked up and sat at the centermost position in the hall. Gu Mu nodded before turning to Liao Sun and the others. Other than the Vice Hall Masters and the Elders, the rest of you can leave now. Yes. No one dared to disobey the words of the envoy. Soon, only the 4 Elders and the 3 Vice Hall Masters remained in the room. I'm here for 2 matters. Flinging his sleeves, Gu Mu scanned the surroundings. Even though he behaved as an obedient junior before Zhang Xian, acting cautiously and subserviently, it was a fact that he was still a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert and a 3-star pinnacle poison master. Destroying this branch didn't mean anything at all to him. His absolute strength granted him unparalleled authority, and no one dared to talk back to him. Envoy, please speak. Liao Sun and the others quickly bowed. Firstly, I will choose the new hall master. Secondly, I am here to pick the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed, which should have matured by now. Gu Mu said. Crimson Flame Lotus Seed. Liao Sun and the others shuddered, their faces turning pale at the same time. Crimson Flame Lotus lives in the regions where the earth flames burn, and it feeds on lethal poison to nourish itself. Both the flower and the leaves contain lethal poison, and they are ideal ingredients to concocting poison. However, despite the lethal poison on the other parts of the lotus and its surroundings, its seeds remain untainted. On the contrary, it is an unparalleled treasure for cultivators trying to surpass Jizuan realm. The reason why the Red Lotus branch was established several thousand of years ago at this spot was to monopolize this lotus. With an authoritative tone, Gu Mu spoke. Now that the lotus seed has matured, I'll take the seeds and leave the flower and leaves to you. I presume that you have no problems with this, right? There's no problem. Liao Sun and the others smiled bitterly as they nodded. The envoy had already spoken, and the senior granduncle was observing beside. Even if they had a problem with his words, they wouldn't dare to voice it out. That's good. How much longer will it take before the lotus seeds mature? Seeing the lack of opposition to the matter, Gu Mu nodded his head in satisfaction before asking. He chose this period of time to come after having estimated the maturing of the lotus seed, but the specific date that it would fully mature eluded him. Reporting to the envoy, there's still 10 days to its maturity. Liao Sun replied. 10 days? Good. Prepare the best room in the poison hall for my senior granduncle. In this 10 days, I will pick out the new hall master. Gu Mu said. Yes. Everyone nodded in response to the envoy's instructions. Knowing that it would take 10 days before the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed mature, Zhang Xian decided to make use of this time to digest the information which he had just absorbed to analyze the poison aura within his body. In any case, since he hadn't yet cured the other party completely, so even if Gu Mu were to realize a lapse in his statements and conclude that this senior granduncle of his was a fake, it was unlikely he would do anything to him. Besides, he had displayed numerous incredible feats which even 5-star poison masters were incapable of. Most probably, he wouldn't dare to pick a fight with him either. Ignoring the issue of selecting the new hall master, Zhang Xian sat quietly in his room after instructing the Great Herb King and Butler Lu to guard his door. He was analyzing the books which he had gathered, and his mind operated at maximum efficiency. Correct. Muttering under his breath, the countless books on poison on the shelves merged into one and formed a thick secret manual. Knowing that this was the Heaven's Path poison art that he wanted to compile, he grabbed it lightly and started browsing through it without hesitation. Poison is a type of medicine. It can kill and can also save lives. Written on the first page of the book was an introduction to poisons. This Heaven's Path poison art manual formed with the books on poison here was clearly much more advanced, detailed, and profound than the one formed with the books in Tianqian Kingdom. Zhang Xian's understanding of poisons deepened with each page he read. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly opened. The confusion which could be seen in his eyes before was replaced with clarity. To think that the study of poison is so vast and profound as well. Recalling the content he has just learned moments ago, Zhang Xian felt amazed. It was no wonder why poison masters were the subjects of fear for countless people. In terms of the complexity, It wasn't inferior to apothecary, blacksmiths, and the other upper nine paths occupations. In terms of offensive ability, it might even exceed them. For example, with Zhang Xian's current cultivation, he would definitely be unable to match a Zhongshe realm intermediate stage cultivator. However, if he were to utilize poison, he could easily kill a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert, or perhaps even a Jizuan realm expert. Of course, poison wasn't omnipotent either. Without a sufficiently high cultivation, one would be unable to conceal the killing intent within them, and their attempt at poisoning the other party would be easily detected. If so, they would probably be killed before they could even do anything. Furthermore, there were some formidable poisons which required a poison master to use his blood essence and zhenqi to trigger its effects. Even if a person who wasn't a poison master or didn't possess sufficiently high cultivation were to be given a potent poison, he would be unable to utilize it. On the contrary, he might even be killed by it instead. It is just like how everyone knows about the might of the atomic bomb, but without sufficient knowledge and strength, it is impossible to control. Even if you were given one, you wouldn't be able to threaten anyone with it. On the other hand, you might even put yourself in danger by wielding it. Potent poison is just like a powerful weapon. Without sufficient strength and mastery, putting aside coming into contact with them, even if one was several hundred meters, or even several thousand meters away, it was possible for him to be poisoned to death by it. It is an incomparably dangerous tool. Initially, Zhang Xian thought that if he formulated a potent poison, he wouldn't have to fear even Jizuan realm pinnacle experts. But from the looks of it, he had been overthinking. While I don't intend to harm anyone through poison, I can avoid being harmed by others with this knowledge. The strength that a poison master could potentially wield alarmed Zhang Xian. While he didn't intend to kill anyone with poison, he had to be careful to not allow anyone to obtain a chance of poisoning him. It was just like the poison aura in Zhang Xian's body. If he had been guarded against all poison masters beforehand, he wouldn't have landed himself in such a difficult situation. According to the manual, the highest level that a poison master can attain is to create the poison body. It is entirely possible for me to cultivate it. Zhang Xian smiled. Just like any other occupation, being a poison master is heavily reliant on talent. Talented poison masters would possess innate poison body. Not only does the innate poison body grant one incredible sensitivity to poison, it would also give them extraordinary resistance toward it. That is to say, if a poison master possesses this constitution, even if he were to consume the poison concocted by other poison masters, he wouldn't suffer any effects or damage, as though eating an ordinary meal. Even more so, rumors have it that a person with such a constitution can absorb the energy contained within the poison they consume in order to raise their cultivation. Of course, this constitution is incredibly rare. Even within billions of poison masters, there might not even be a single one. Similar to Zhao Yu's purine body, one had to be born with this constitution to possess it, so it was impossible for Zhang Xian to cultivate the innate poison body. However, the countless secret arts that poison masters cultivate contained in the books of the Poison Hall had formed a corresponding cultivation technique alongside the Heaven's Path poison art. And if he were to cultivate according to the cultivation technique, even if he is unable to reach the level of the innate poison body, he would be able to significantly increase his physical immunity to poison. This was much more efficient than the special techniques poison masters utilize to temper their physique to make it more resilient toward poison. I should give it a try. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian willed for the book on the cultivation technique to appear and started browsing through it. After an unknown period of time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up all of a sudden. Jai, Jai. The bones throughout his body crackled as though fried beans, and his aura evolved in an instant. Even though it pales in comparison to innate poison body, it grants me immunity toward ordinary poisons. In my current state, consuming poisons formulated by a 3-star poison master wouldn't hurt me in any way. Sensing the changes in his body, Zhang Xian smiled. There was an obvious change in his body after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, and his immunity toward poison had increased. Even though it wasn't the innate poison body, he had achieved perfect immunity to poisons concocted by 3-star poison masters and below. More importantly, after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, On top of curing people and inducing a breakthrough in their cultivation, my Heaven's Path Shenchi can also be turned into lethal poison with a single thought, killing an enemy instantaneously. Rather than his physical body, the greatest change from cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art was actually his Zhenqi. The purity of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi made it an unparalleled tool in healing injuries, rejuvenating one's stamina, augmenting one's life force, and inducing a breakthrough in cultivation. And after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, Zhang Xian was now capable of converting the Heaven's Path Zhenqi into a lethal aura that was impossible to withstand. Once it seeps into one's veins, even a Zhizuan realm expert would be unable to neutralize it. As clear as spring water, it was capable of diving into any holes or acupoints within the human body. Even if one were to know where it was, without sufficiently pure Zhenqi, it would be impossible to expel. This was no different from terminal stage cancer. Even if one knew the cause and solution to the problem, it was impossible to treat. As expected of the Heaven's Path Zhenqi, life and death hinged on just a single thought. Zhang Xian didn't know that it could wield such an incredible power. Now that I'm done cultivating the poison body, I should check on the poison aura. Having finished cultivating the poison body, Zhang Xian exhaled deeply. He turned his attention once more to the poison aura hidden in the depths of his body. In the past, he understood very little about poison, and thus, he was unable to ascertain what the poison hiding in his body was. Now that his knowledge was comparable to a 3-star poison master, such that Gu Mu might not even be a match for him, he finally possessed the capability to look into the origin of the poison aura and find a way to expel it. Upon entering the state of heart of tranquil water, Zhang Xian's mind began clocking at a rapid speed. This poison aura can hide within my bloodstream and escape the pursuit of my Heaven's Path Shenqi. As he examined the poison aura hidden in his body, books after books of poison appeared before his eyes, and countless knowledge flooded his mind. There was more than 1,000,000 types of poison in the world, and every single one of them had a different concoction and cure. Even the slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the result. Thus, Zhang Xian didn't panic. He took his time and sieved through the countless books in the library slowly. Green spirit poison, that's not it. Phantom shadow toxic, that's not right either. Clear snake venom, that doesn't seem like it. Zhang Xian compared the poison based on its color and traits to those listed in the books one by one. After a period of time, Zhang Xian suddenly halted. His face paled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. To think that it would be this. How? How is this possible? Clarifications. A Heaven's Path, perfect, cultivation technique is formed along with the Heaven's Path poison art. While the book is called Heaven's Path poison art, the cultivation technique is also called Heaven's Path poison art. Cultivating Heaven's Path poison art will grant you the poison body. Chapter 283 Lava Beast 2 in 1. The Innate Fetal Poison. This is the innate fetal poison. It's a type of innate poison. Upon identifying the poison, Zhang Xian felt as if he could go insane. Innate fetus poison is a poison that affects a fetus in its mother's womb. The poison melds with one's blood and soul, making it impossible to cure. Zhaoya possessed the innate purine body and, after awakening her unique constitution, gained overwhelming strength and incredible beauty befitting of a queen. On the other hand, Yuan Tao possessed the innate emperor bloodline and, after its awakening, gained an invincible defense, becoming a human-shaped meat shield. Zhang Xian had always been envious of them, and now, he realized that he possessed an innate constitution as well. Just that. These are all innate constitutions, but why the huge difference? Other people's innate constitution allow their cultivation to soar, but his innate constitution was instead threatening to claim his life. Innate fetal poison is a unique poison that is planted into the body of a pregnant mother. It fuses with the fetus within her before it is born and causes an innate lack of fetal vitality. Those who have been inflicted with this poison rarely live beyond 30, and this constitution is also termed as the constitution of premature death, and there is no cure for it. Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. Other people possess overpowered innate physical constitution, while I possess the innate constitution of premature death. Premature death your head. Is it even possible to pull an even bigger prank on me? If I won't live beyond 30, doesn't that mean that I only have a decade more to live? My days are numbered. Suppressing his dismay, he searched through the books in the library of Heaven's Path and found 7 to 8 other books with descriptions on innate fetal poison. But these descriptions tallied with the poison aura hidden in his body. That meant that without a doubt, Zhang Xian was inflicted with this poison. Just that. To be capable of planting the poison in the mother and have her pass it to her offspring without being noticed, the one who planted the poison must be at minimum a 7-star poison master. But I am only an orphan. There shouldn't be any need to go through so much trouble. After confirming the poison in his body, Zhang Xian brooded for a moment before doubts started appearing in his mind. Having read so many books on poison in the poison hall, Zhang Xian had gained an in-depth understanding of the usage of poison. For one to plant an innate fetal poison into a person without being noticed, the poison master must be above 7-star. He would be either an 8-star or even a 9-star poison master. A poison master of this level already possesses unparalleled cultivation. Why would he waste so much effort just to deal with an orphan like him? His previous self was just an insignificant figure living in a backward place like Tianxian Kingdom. Being an orphan, he was so poor that he did not have a single cent in belonging. Nothing about him was exceptional, except for his cultivation before he reached 18. But after that, he fell behind and even earned a reputation as the worst teacher in the entire history of Hongtian Academy. How can a figure like him be worthy of the attention of a poison master standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid? Isn't this inconceivable? This poison fuses with one's body, and under normal circumstances, one wouldn't notice it until his death. It is due to the Heaven's Path Zhenqi that I cultivated being too pure that it was forced to reveal its presence. Even so, there's no way for me to treat it. Zhang Xian felt helpless. The first time he noticed this poison, he thought that someone had planned to murder him, and his previous self was killed by that person. But from the looks of it now, he had been overthinking. This poison had accompanied him from birth, and it was hidden so deeply that even a 9-star poison master wouldn't be able to notice it. Without a doubt, this would have been a perfect murder. Even if Zhang Xian were to die, it would be impossible for anyone to pinpoint the murderer. In fact, even if Zhang Xian were a poison master, it would have been almost impossible for him to notice the poison aura. However, the Heaven's Path Zhenqi that he cultivated was simply too pure. Flowing through his meridians and blood, no impurity was able to remain hidden. As such, it was forced out of its hiding. Even so, Zhang Xian could do nothing about it. Nourished during the pregnancy of its former host, it had already gained intelligence such that even the Heaven's Path Zhenqi was incapable of expelling it. Furthermore, it would grow more and more potent with the passing of time, and Zhang Xian would surely die before reaching the age of 30. The heck? What in the world is this? Other people are blessed with golden fingers which allow them to reign supreme in their worlds, but he was given a time bomb instead. Furthermore, it was the type that straps tightly to you, in order to ensure your death. It was likely that this poison had played a part in the death of his previous self. Under uncontrollable depression and a strong will to end his life, the poison aura acted up prematurely, claiming his soul. However, Zhang Xian's transcension occurred before the poison aura could corrode the body fully. Zhang Xian's sudden fall as a genius, due to his cultivation stagnating, was also related to this poison aura. Before reaching Zhenqi Realm Pinnacle, his previous self advanced swiftly in his cultivation, and he was reputed as a genius that appeared only once every 100 years. However, he ended up being stopped before the gates of Pigu Realm for countless years. The reason for this was that the poison aura fused with his entire body, and this severely suppressed the might of his once murky Zhenqi. Unless one achieved the level of purity of Heaven's Path Zhenqi, it was impossible for him to overcome the suppression of the poison aura and reach higher realms. Given the murky Zhenqi that one could only cultivate practicing the inferior cultivation techniques in Tianxian Kingdom, there was no way his previous self could have reached Pigu Realm. All poisons must have a cure. However, the tier of this poison hall is too low. Maybe I would be able to find a solution within the books at a higher tier branch. Even though Zhang Xian felt dismal at his condition, he wasn't ready to give up. After comprehending the Heaven's Path poison art, Zhang Xian had gained an extensive understanding of poison. Every cause is linked to an effect, and similarly, there isn't such a thing as an incurable disease in the world. Even though the books Zhang Xian compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path stated that there wasn't a solution to the poison, that didn't mean that it was truly incurable. He could perhaps find a remedy in another higher-tier poison hall. This innate fetal poison will not act up before I reach 30. That is to say, I have to find a remedy within the next 10 years. As though a dagger, the heart of tranquil water state sliced away all negative thoughts from Zhang Xian's mind. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had transcended for barely more than a month, and he had already reached half Zhongshu up from Jinchi Realm Pinnacle. It was hard to imagine what heights he would reach in the next 10 years, and by then, he might have already found a cure. There was no need for him to panic. But the matter nevertheless weighed down on him heavily, exerting a constant stress on him. Often, what happens in practice do not obey logical theories. It took Zhang Xian great luck to live once more, and he didn't want to die for such an absurd reason. Summon Gumu. Standing up, Zhang Xian instructed the great Herb King and Butler Liu, who were guarding the entrance to his room. Senior Granduncle, did you call me? Not too long after, Gumu walked into the room. Sit. Zhang Xian gestured. The reason why I had you come over is that I have something I would like to ask you. Gumu sat upright immediately. Senior Granduncle, please speak. In the last few days, Zhang Xian had taken out some time to conduct a second treatment for the person before him, after which the latter felt rejuvenated, and he felt as though he had returned back to the time 10 years ago when his stamina was at his peak. Endless energy seemed to gush through him. After 2 treatments, he knew that this senior granduncle before him possessed heavenly means. He had long been fully impressed by the latter, and he didn't dare to hold any doubts or vile thoughts toward him. Have you heard of the innate fetal poison? Zhang Xian asked. Gumu came from Xinyuan Kingdom Poison Hall branch, and he had read through profound secret manuals. It was possible that he might know something that Zhang Xian didn't. Innate fetal poison? Gumu hesitated for a moment before answering. I've heard of this poison. It is a lethal poison which is implanted into the womb of a woman, and the poison fuses itself with the fetus along with its growth. There's no cure for the poison. No cure? Yes. Gumu nodded. However, he suddenly thought of something, and hesitation flickered on his face. But what? Zhang Xian stared at him intently. I've heard a rumor, but I can't ascertain its authenticity. After hesitating for a moment longer, Gumu said, It is said that the greatest man in history, Emperor Kong Shi, was afflicted with innate fetal poison. No one knew how he resolved it, but he lived to 10,000 years old and passed away from old age. Emperor Kong Shi was known as the #1 master teacher in the world, the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion. He was revered by countless people in the world, and there wasn't a single master teacher or master teacher apprentice who didn't know of him. Oh! Zhang Xian had once heard Huang Yu spoke of him, and he felt immense respect for the legendary figure as well. However, he didn't expect that senior to be afflicted with the innate fetal poison as well, to have been in a similar predicament as him. However, since he managed to overcome it, it meant that there was a cure for the poison. However, this is only a legend spread among the civilians. If one wants to know about the matters surrounding Kong Shi, one would probably have to pay a visit to the Master Teacher Pavilion as a master teacher. Poison masters like us only know a thing or two about him from the rumors. But why would Senior Granduncle ask about this? Gumu asked doubtfully. I am just casually asking about it. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. At this moment, Zhang Xian decided to pay a visit to the Master Teacher Pavilion right after he settled the things here. An autobiography would be compiled on the life of outstanding figures in each occupation and kept in their respective guilds so that the later generations can learn from their example. Since Kong Shi was the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, it was likely that his records were in the Master Teacher Pavilion. If he was truly afflicted with innate fetal poison, and if he eventually lived to the end of his full lifespan, it would mean that he had managed to resolve the poison. If there was a precedent of success, Zhang Xian would need not panic that much. What's the situation in the poison hall? Having a plan in mind, Zhang Xian decided not to linger on this topic. After several rounds of examinations, I have already decided on the new Hall Master. He is the Vice Hall Master Liao Sun. Also, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed is nearing maturity and we can pick it tomorrow. Gumu replied. Tomorrow? Great. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had obtained the knowledge he required and had also identified the poison he was suffering from. As such, there was no further need for him to remain here, and it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. After Gumu exited the room, Zhang Xian continued to look through the books in the library of Heaven's Path to augment his knowledge, and he took time to reinforce his cultivation as well. Even though there weren't sufficient Zhongshe realm cultivation techniques in the Red Lotus City to form the Heaven's Path divine art, there were sufficient lines of information that were correct, allowing Zhang Xian to start on the next level of cultivation. After several tries, Zhang Xian was able to clearly sense the half-Zhongshe Jinqi in his body growing more and more powerful, and he was barely a step away from stepping into the Zhongshe realm. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was capable of peering through the flaws of all objects and beings, Zhang Xian nevertheless required a stable foundation to reach greater heights. Thus, he had been studying whenever he had the time, and in just 10 days, his knowledge had expanded by more than twofold. His understanding of beast taming and poisons had deepened significantly, and even without the assistance of the Library of Heaven's Path, he could be considered as a knowledgeable veteran. At the same time, Zhang Xian practiced a round of the Heaven's Path fist art, Heaven's Path leg art, and Heaven's Path spear art each once more. These skills were the most fundamental of all, but were capable of bringing out the strength in one's body perfectly. They boost Zhang Xian's abilities in offense significantly, allowing him to stand against some Zhongshe realm intermediate cultivators, and perhaps even kill them. Of course, if Zhang Xian were to use the Library of Heaven's Path ability to detect flaws and the Heaven's Path movement art along with it, by going all out at the expense of his own body, he might be able to kill even a Zhongshe realm pinnacle. It was completely unheard of for a half-Zhongshe to defeat a Zhongshe realm pinnacle in a straightforward fight. Even the most talented genius in the Master Teacher Pavilion would be incapable of such a feat. Senior Granduncle, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed has matured. Zhang Xian spent his entire time cultivating, and at the daybreak of the second day, Gumu knocked on his door. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian stood up. Zhang Xian had waited 10 days for this treasure, which could increase the chances of breaking through Jizuan realm by 20%, and finally, it had become ready for picking. The Red Lotus Range is a gigantic volcano, and our Poison Hall branch is built at the opening of the volcano. When the branch was built back then, a formation master was invited to build a formation to seal the volcano and gather earthen flames to nourish the Crimson Flame Lotus. Even though Liao Sun had become the official hall master, he didn't dare to pull his rank before the duo. On their way there, he explained the situation to them respectfully. Envoy, Senior Granduncle, this way. Liao Sun had also followed Gu Mu's way of addressing Zhang Xian. Proceeding forward, the trio soon arrived at an altar. The mouth of the volcano is hidden below. Liao Sun pointed. Zhang Xian glanced downward. A gigantic altar with a radius of more than 100 meters laid before them. From afar, it looked ancient. Rather than an entrance to the volcano, it seemed more like a piece of barren ruin. Zhang Xian was perplexed, but having heard the history of the branch, Zhang Xian knew that there was likely to be a formation in place, so he kept quiet. And just as he deduced, Liao Sun stepped forward to the altar. With a flick of his hands, he whipped out the token representing his identity as the Hall Master and placed it in an opening at the center of the altar. Hong long long. The world spun, and the sight before them changed immediately. A seemingly endless staircase that led downward appeared on the flat and vast altar. This way. Liao Sun led the way, and after walking down the staircase for nearly 2 hours, a vast underground palace appeared before them. At the center of the palace was the huge mouth of the volcano. Scorching flames burned on the surface, and waves of heat gushed forth from it, making it grueling for anyone to approach. Feeling the heat surging from within, Zhang Xian's expression turned grim. They had yet to enter through the opening, but just the torrid air in the main hall was sufficient to cause any Pishue realm cultivator to collapse. Envoy, Senior Granduncle, that is the Crimson Flame Lotus. Stepping forward to the entrance of the volcano, Liao Sun pointed. At the center of the volcano, amidst the searing lava, a crimson lotus floated. On it was a lotus pod filled with countless seeds, exuding a slight fragrance. How beautiful! Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The crimson lotus before him was 2 to 3 meters tall, and its entire surface was fiery red, resembling raging flames. It was several hundred meters away from their present location, but they could already feel the heat wave emitted by it searing their skin. Putting aside Zhang Xian, even a Jizuan realm expert would find the heat hard to tolerate. How do we pick the lotus? Zhang Xian asked. Not only was the heat wave emitted by the crimson lotus intolerable, the crux was that it was floating on the surface of the lava several hundred meters away from the shore. How can one reach it? Step into the lava? Even with the powerful Heaven's Path golden body, Zhang Xian would be reduced to ashes the moment he stepped in. Needless to say, the rest. I've no idea. My teacher was burnt to ashes while attempting to pick the lotus seed upon observing that it was nearing maturity. Liao Sun shook his head sorrowfully. The abrupt death of the old hall master was due to his attempt to pick the crimson flame lotus seed. The crimson flame lotus seed matures once every century, and each time, someone would succeed. The headquarter has always received your tribute. So why would the old hall master be burned to death? Gumu asked doubtfully. This poison hall branch had been guarding this lotus since its inception, and it wouldn't make sense for them to spend countless medicinal herbs to nourish it just to hand it over to the hands of another. Besides, this branch had been supplying the headquarter with a certain amount of lotus seed every century, so they had to have a way to harvest it. We do have a way, but we're no longer able to utilize it. Look. Liao Sun smiled bitterly. Picking up a rock, he threw it straight toward the crimson flame lotus. He was a Zhongshe realm pinnacle expert, and under the augmentation of Zhenqi, the stone flew at an incredible speed with a screeching sound, as though it was tearing air apart. What are you doing? Seeing the other party throw a stone with such immense force toward the crimson flame lotus, Gu Mu's expression darkened. The crimson flame lotus had matured, and upon being struck, it was highly likely it would fall into the lava. Once it fell in, it would be nearly impossible to find. Envoy, take a look. Liao Sun said. In the midst of their exchange, the stone was already right before the crimson flame lotus. Just as it was about to strike the lotus, the lava surrounding the flower tremored violently and suddenly, and a bizarre creature flew upward. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the entire stone. That bizarre creature was shaped like a snake, and it was several dozens of meters long. Covered in a thick layer of bright red scales, it swam leisurely in the lava, creating an extremely peculiar sight. What is that? Gumu didn't expect such a bizarre creature to be swimming in the scorching lava. He pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Can this be the lava beast that you brought up with the headquarter previously? Upon seeing the creature, he suddenly recalled the contents of the report the Red Lotus Range branch submitted to the headquarter previously. Not only did the report talk about the abrupt death of the old hall master, it also spoke of a savage beast that lived in the lava around the lotus, and they have termed it as the lava beast. He thought that it was just nonsense the other party came up with to avoid handing over the crimson flame lotus seed, and the possibility of it being true never flashed across his mind. Yes, this is the lava beast. The unique scales around it grants it tolerance to high heat, allowing it to live in the lava. Its strength is comparable to a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. Liao Sun flashed a bitter smile. To think that such a creature exists in the world. Gumu wasn't the only one shocked. Zhang Xian was perplexed by the sight as well. The temperature of the lava below was definitely above 2,000 degrees Celsius. They could never have imagined that such a huge creature would be able to survive such extreme conditions if they hadn't seen it for themselves. Indeed, this creature appeared all of the sudden, and for the past few years, it has been guarding the crimson red lotus as though it was his property. Anyone who tries to approach it would have to suffer his attacks. Liao Sun explained, it is one thing if we are on the shore, but the lava is its haven. Furthermore, it has reached the level of Jizuan realm pinnacle. Honestly, we are helpless before it. Gumu's expression darkened. Even though he had achieved Jizuan Realm Pinnacle as well, if he were to battle with this gigantic fellow in the lava, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that he would die here. Does poison not work? Zhang Xian couldn't resist asking. The poison hall was adept at using poison, so it was plausible that they could kill the creature using it. The lava beast isn't afraid of even the searing earthen flames, so how can any ordinary poison be effective on it? Liao Sun said. The lava was about 2,000 degrees Celsius hot. Most poison would be reduced to ashes before it can even reach the lava, thus making it nigh impossible to use poison. We've tried all kinds of methods except finding a beast tamer to tame it. Honestly speaking, there doesn't seem to be any other solution. Liao Sun shook his head. However, this is our greatest secret, and the poison hall doesn't interact with any other occupations. It is highly likely that inviting a beast tamer will cause unnecessary trouble. The poison hall didn't possess any connections with the other occupations. There were some which were actually hostile to it. Inviting people from another occupation here would mean having to reveal their den, and this could potentially bring them a catastrophe. If so, they would have wasted their years living in seclusion in the Red Lotus Range. That's right. Understanding this fact as well, Gumu shook his head. Poison and brute force wouldn't work, and they couldn't hire a beast tamer either. It was indeed a huge question how they could harvest the crimson flame lotus seed. Will beast tamers be able to subdue that fellow? Hearing the duo's conversation, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps. I can give it a try. Golden Finger refers to the gifts/talents one receives upon transcending to an alternate world. For example, Zhang Xian's Library of Heaven's Path can be considered as a golden finger. Kongshi is most probably a reference toward Confucius, otherwise known as Kongzi. He is a philosopher who had formulated a line of thoughts that became known as Confucianism. On top of that, he is also informally known as the first teacher. Chapter 284. Go down and beat it up. Upon hearing those words, Gumu and Liao Sun's eyes lit up. Can it be that senior granduncle intends to subdue it? The person before them was an incredible expert who had surpassed the Jizuan realm. No matter how domineering this giant fellow was in the lava, if he were to make a move personally, he would be able to kill it effortlessly. It is just a small savage beast. It's not worthy of being my opponent. Zhang Xian shook his head, revealing an expression full of disdain. However, on the inside, he was spurting blood. Me? Subdue it? What a joke. That is a Jizuan realm savage beast. Even if I were to face it on land, I will run as far as I can. To want me to subdue it, if I were to really get closer, I would become a delectable meal for the other party. Then, the duo was perplexed. It isn't easy for a savage beast to achieve a Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivation. It would be a pity to kill it. Zhang Xian shook his head, and a benevolent expression appeared on his face. Gu Mu, since you're my junior, I'll give you this opportunity to tame this savage beast. Once it becomes your tamed beast, harvesting the crimson flame lotus seed will be easy. Me? Tame it? Gumu was still wondering what ideas Zhang Xian had in mind when he heard the other party's words. He staggered and nearly blacked out. Even on land, it would be difficult for him to defeat this massive fellow. To face him in lava was equivalent to courting death. To talk about taming the savage beast, it would already be a huge blessing for him to not be the one who gets tamed. Senior granduncle, I know nothing about beast taming. With a reddened face, Gumu shook his head hurriedly. He had dedicated himself to the way of poison. Even though he had heard of beast taming, it was something very unfamiliar and foreign to him. To tame a humongous fellow who has achieved the same cultivation realm, better not. I wish to live a much longer life. There's no need to worry about that. I can guide you. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. With an imposing tone, he spoke. Don't you believe your senior granduncle? I dare not. Shuddering, Gumu hurriedly bowed. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, Senior granduncle, can it be that you are well-versed in beast taming as well? Even though this senior granduncle of his didn't appear much older than him, his mastery of poison far surpassed him, and his understanding of the way of medicine didn't seem to be mediocre. Could it be that he is versed in the art of beast taming as well? If that was the case, he would surely have been a legendary figure. But if that was the case, why hadn't he heard of him? I know a thing or two. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian placed his hands behind his back as he walked to the mouth of the volcano. The lava beast was swimming in the lava around the crimson flame lotus, resembling a gigantic snake. To harvest the seeds, it was impossible for them to get close without alarming it. Turning around, Zhang Xian stared at Gu Mu. This is a Zhizuan pinnacle savage beast, and countless people dream of taming such a savage beast. This is a good opportunity. Are you really reluctant to grasp hold of it? Seeing the other party's serious expression, Gu Mu hesitated for a moment. Then, with a slightly reddened face, he asked, "Can I really tame it?" Taming a savage beast of the same cultivation realm meant that his fighting prowess would be increased twofold. In truth, he was tempted by the idea. On top of that, if it were to consume the crimson flame lotus seed, it was possible that it would be able to break through its bottleneck. At that time, with the strength of the human and the beast in unison, he would have a much better chance at exacting vengeance. Just that, isn't taming savage beasts a skill that only beast tamers are capable of? Guide me? Even if you were to guide me, it is impossible for me to become a beast tamer instantly and be able to tame this incredible savage beast. If you follow my instructions carefully, taming it shouldn't be a problem. Sensing that the other party had been tempted by his offer, Zhang Xian swung his sleeves and spoke indifferently, "The choice is yours. If you are unwilling to do so, we can drop the idea. It's just a Zhizuan realm savage beast. I can kill it effortlessly. However, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be a second chance." Gu Mu's eyes flickered with hesitation and doubt, but eventually, he gritted his teeth and nodded. "All right, Senior Granduncle, what should I do? Do I need to prepare anything?" It was indeed a good opportunity for him. Not only did the savage beast rival him in strength, it did not fear poison. The moment he succeeded, his standing in the Xinyuan branch would rise greatly. Even though Gu Mu had never tamed a savage beast, he had seen others do so. He knew that a beast tamer would have to prepare numerous items beforehand, so as to attract the other party's attention and win its goodwill. He would have to find a way to deepen his bond with it and gradually gain intimacy before it would submit to him. There's no need for it, and there's no time either. Zhang Xian shook his head. Since this fellow has decided to camp around this crimson flame lotus, he must be extremely fond of it. No matter what it is that we prepare, it is impossible to be more attractive to it than this lotus. Besides, the lotus seed has already matured and it is ready for consumption. If we were to start making preparations now, by the time we're done, it would have already eaten all of the seeds. Gu Mu was perplexed. If we do not prepare any gifts for the lava beast, how will we attract its attention? At this moment, the senior granduncle's voice sounded once more. "It's simple. You'll jump down right now and beat it up. After that, I will tell you how you should tame it." Beat it up? Gu Mu's face turned green. Other people would be thinking of ways to win the trust of the savage beast and move it. Yet, this senior granduncle asked me to attack it. Won't we incur this gigantic fellow's wrath this way? Once this fellow bears hostility toward us, wouldn't it become impossible for me to tame it? More importantly, it is highly probable that I would be unable to return once I go down. Are you sure that you are sending me to tame this savage beast, not to feed it? Sensing his hesitation, Zhang Xian knew what he was worried about. Thus, he reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm here. It won't be easy for that fellow to kill you." Yes, Gu Mu clenched his jaws. That's right. Senior Granduncle is a formidable figure who has surpassed Zhizuan realm. With him here, how can I possibly be subdued by that mere lava beast? Of course, if he were to know that this senior granduncle of his had merely a half-Zhongsher cultivation realm, and that he could easily crush him to death, he would probably burst into tears. Having made up his mind, Gu Mu took in a deep breath and flicked his wrist. The next moment, a sword appeared in his palm. Pumping the zhenqi in his body, he slashed at the ground several times swiftly, and the firm granite ground was immediately cut into tiles of similar sizes. There were roughly 70 to 80 tiles, and each of them was a square of a chi wide. He stacked those tiles up and placed them before Liao Sun. Hall Master Liao, I'll have to trouble you to build a footpath for me later on. All right, Liao Sun nodded. Even Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivators were incapable of flight. To fight with the lava beast from above the scorching lava, he had to build suitable footpaths. By throwing these tiles into the lava, Gu Mu would be able to utilize the feedback between the granite and the lava to move about. This is a feat that only Jizuan realm experts are capable of. A Zhengshi wouldn't even be able to tolerate the heat wave. Needless to say, tread above the lava. Senior Granduncle, I'll be going down now. Now that the preparations were in place, Gu Mu took in a deep breath. Zhang Xian waved casually in response. Who? Upon seeing the senior granduncle's response, Gu Mu pumped his zhenqi to the maximum, and with a flick of his wrist, threw out a granite tile, and it landed on the surface of the lava. At the same time, he rushed forward and leaped toward the tile. Stepping lightly on the tile, he was able to push himself upward once again. Most Jizuan realm experts would have cultivated lightweight movement techniques, which allowed them to even tread across the surface of the water. As such, treading the denser lava wasn't a problem at all. So, seeing the other party starting to descend, Liao Sun immediately estimated his landing spot and threw a tile over. As though a dragonfly treading on water, he stepped on the granite tile and leaped upward once more. Just like that, he quickly arrived before the lava beast. Let's begin. Gathering the entire might of his body into his sword, Gu Mu roared and stabbed straight at the lava beast. Since he was facing the lava beast, he had to give his all without reserve. Otherwise, the one who will end up dead would be him. Roar. Seeing that someone had made an attack against it, the lava beast flew into a rage. Roaring loudly, his bulky tail lashed out. Walala. Magma splashed about the field with great force. Before Gu Mu could reach the lava beast, he felt an overwhelming heat gushing straight at him. Gu Mu hurriedly twisted his wrist to turn the stab into a parry. Ding! The tail struck his sword, and the aerial Gu Mu was sent flying instantaneously as if he were a cannonball. So, after determining precisely the other party's landing spot, Liao Sun swiftly threw a tile over for Gu Mu to step on. Even though the both of them didn't have any experience of working together, as a Zhengshi realm pinnacle expert, Liao Sun wouldn't commit a mistake in the simple job of throwing tiles. Senior Granduncle, what do I do next? Not expecting the creature to be so formidable as to be able to send him flying with a single strike of its tail, Gu Mu questioned in a panic. Give me a moment, I haven't thought of it yet. You should continue for now. Zhang Xian waved his hands. You haven't thought of what to do? Continue? Gu Mu nearly failed to land on the tile and almost fell into the lava. This senior granduncle is too unreliable. It was just a moment ago that you claimed that you will guide me to tame the savage beast, that I should first engage it. The battle has already started, yet you have not come up with an idea. Do you need to be so darned? Who? Just as Gu Mu was feeling dismal, the provoked lava beast charged up to him, and its sharp dagger-like teeth abruptly closed in on him. The attack came too swiftly, and Gu Mu didn't have any time to evade. Thus, he could only face it head-on with his sword. Pong! The sword came into contact with the lava beast's sharp teeth. Feeling a numbness in his hands, Gu Mu was sent flying once again. Lava flowed beneath Gu Mu. Even though he was able to move around using those granite tiles, without the solid earth for his feet to apply his force on, the strength he could exert dipped significantly. At present, he was only capable of displaying 60 to 70% of his full strength. It was impossible to face the frenzied attacks of the lava beast in his weakened state. Senior Granduncle, are you ready yet? It took much effort before he managed to stabilize himself once more. He glanced at Zhang Xian immediately to rush him, but what he saw was the other party standing on the spot with a blank expression, as though he was daydreaming. A chill surged into his heart, and at this, Gu Mu really cried. If only he knew this senior granduncle of his was that unreliable, he would have never come down. Now that this fellow was fixated on him, It was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Will he really meet his end here? Forget it. I'll go all out. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, he gritted his teeth and lifted his sword high up. Zhenshi flurried through his body as though a storm, and he sent the sword right down on the lava beast. Pong! When the two came into contact, Gu Mu was sent flying 10 meters backward once more. It was fortunate that Liao Sun was able to determine his landing points accurately each time with precise timing. Otherwise, he would have long fallen into the lava and be reduced to ashes. Ding ding ding. After crossing a few more blows with the lava beast, Gu Mu was already on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, a voice sounded by his ear. All right, listen to my instructions. Turning around, he saw his senior granduncle looking at him with a calm expression. Chapter 285. Master Teacher Pavilion. Here I come. Roar. In the split moment when Gu Mu's attention was diverted by Zhang Xian, the lava beast charged forward once more, generating frightening torrid air currents that threatened to rip him apart. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mu prepared to face it once more with the sword in his hands. However, at this moment, his senior granduncle's voice sounded once again. Don't fend off its attack. Keep your sword back into your storage ring. Don't fend off its attack? Upon hearing those words, Gu Mu glanced at the agitated lava beast which was charging toward him, and he nearly keeled over. If he doesn't fend against such a violent attack, won't he be killed instantly? Hurry up. In the midst of his hesitation, the voice urged him. All right. Even though he was doubtful, he didn't think that his senior granduncle would go through so much trouble to kill him. Thus, he kept his sword back into his storage ring, and at this moment, became completely defenseless. Stretch your head toward him. Right after he kept his sword, the next instruction reached his ears. Gu Mu staggered, and he nearly fell off the granite tile into the lava. I can still accept it, albeit reluctantly, when you tell me to keep my sword and not fend off its attack. But why in the world do I have to stretch my head forward? Senior granduncle, are you in such a hurry to see me die? Looking at how furious the lava beast is charging at me, wouldn't it bite my head off immediately if I were to stretch it over? This isn't beast taming at all. This is a tribute. Don't waste any time. Hurry up. The voice by his ear urged him. The duo was conversing through Zhenshi telepathy. Even though they had exchanged quite a few words, only 2 breaths had passed. At this moment, the ferocious lava beast was just 3 meters away from Gu Mu, and it could bite down on him at any moment now. It was already too late to try anything else. Forget it. I'll just give it a try. Reminding himself of the fact that his senior granduncle could have easily killed him when he was unconscious, he told himself that there was no need for him to use this gigantic fellow to murder him. Gritting his teeth, he stuck out his head, pointing it right into the other party's gaping mouth. As the duo spoke using telepathy, Liao Sun was completely oblivious to their exchange. Upon seeing the envoy trying to send his head into the mouth of the lava beast, he was horrified. His entire body trembled violently, and he was about to pass out. Others would prepare delicacies and treasures to attract a savage beast's attention in order to tame it. It was his first time seeing someone offer his own head. Even those who surpassed Jizuan realm would have their brain matter spurt out upon the bite of the lava beast. If the envoy were to be killed here, he wouldn't have to dream about holding on to his position as the new hall master. He would be summoned by the headquarter immediately and be questioned for a month or 2 before being sentenced to death by poison. He quickly turned to look at the senior granduncle, but the other party was watching the situation impassively. There wasn't the slightest bit of anxiety in his eyes. Senior granduncle. Liao Sun couldn't help but yell for the other party to do something. However, before he could say anything else, he saw the other party point forward with his finger. Hurriedly turning his head over, he witnessed a sight that left his eyes widened. Gu Mu's head was already within the lava beast's mouth, and if the latter closed its mouth, he would be killed on the spot. However, at this crucial moment, not only did the lava beast not bite down, it even turned around to flee. Isn't it intent on tearing Gu Mu into pieces a moment ago? Why would it back away when the other party has delivered his head to it? What? Is this situation? He wasn't the only one who was bewildered by what was happening. Gumu was also confounded. He had already prepared himself for his death, and he hadn't expected such a situation to occur. Don't blank out. Quickly, rush forward and grab its tail. Gumu was still trying to make sense out of the situation when his senior granduncle's voice echoed once more. At this point, he was already holding complete confidence in the other party's words. Thus, he stepped against the granite tile immediately and flew forward as if he were a swallow. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the other party. Closing his arms, he embraced the creature's bulky tail tightly. Roar! Having his tail grabbed, the lava beast panicked. It began to thrash about immediately with all its might, and lava splashed into the surroundings, burning hole after hole in Gumu's clothes. What do I do next? Sensing that his Zhenqi was reaching its limits from fending against the lava's heat, Gumu asked anxiously. Hold its tail tightly, no matter what it does. Zhang Xian replied. All right. With vicious tenacity, Gumu held onto the lava beast's tail with his four limbs. No matter how the other party struggled, he refused to let go. At this moment, he had no choice but to furiously pump even more Zhenqi to fend off the intense heat in the surroundings. Roar! Roar! With its tail grabbed, Lava Beast was infuriated, and it howled ceaselessly in anger, trying its best to shake Gumu off. However, its movements gradually slowed, and in less than a single minute, it went limp, its condition resembling a dead snake. Seeing the lava beast collapse, Gumu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he was going to die, and the current situation was unbelievable to him. He had felt the ferocity from the lava beast when he faced it just a moment ago, that if it could, it would surely have torn him into pieces. But when he stretched his head toward the other party, why did it refuse to bite down and, instead, back off? Also, why did grabbing its tail result in this situation? All right, bring it up to shore. Gumu was still wondering when he heard his senior granduncle's instruction in his ears. Yes, grabbing onto the tail end of the paralyzed lava beast, he exercised his Zhenqi and dragged it to shore. In no time, the human and the beast were on the concrete granite ground. Zhang Xian walked up to the lava beast the moment it was on shore. With a flick of his wrist, a few silver needles appeared in his hands, and he threw them straight at the lava beast. Tell it to submit to you. If it agrees, I'll help it achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation. Otherwise, die. After which, Zhang Xian sat quietly by the side. All right. Gumu walked up to the lava beast and relayed Zhang Xian's words. A moment later, its massive head nuzzled against him, displaying its submission. The contract was established swiftly, and Gumu had successfully tamed the lava beast. Liao Sun was completely dumbfounded, observing everything from beside. He had seen people tame beasts, but he had never seen anyone doing it so speedily. That is a Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beast. For it to submit to a human so easily, isn't this too simple? If taming a beast is that easy, doesn't that mean that I can be a beast tamer as well? He wasn't the only one who thought so. Gumu also felt as if he was in a dream. If not for the massive lava beast nuzzling against him continuously, he would truly doubt if everything was an illusion. Senior Granduncle. Knowing that the one who pulled this miracle off was the senior granduncle, the duo turned to look at him immediately. This lava beast lives in the lava, and it doesn't have any peer or companion. It has never come into contact with any other life forms, and as such, it has a skeptical personality, having a fear of coming into contact with unfamiliar things. Knowing the question that was lingering in their minds, Zhang Xian explained. Even a person would become autistic after living in seclusion for too long. Needless to say, a savage beast. A Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beast possesses an intelligence that is in no way inferior to humans. Living in the depths of the volcano, it had not once met another life form. As such, it was filled with curiosity and fear for Gumu. When you utilized brute force and tried to kill it, it had retaliated instinctively. Even though this lava beast didn't have any battle experience, it held the advantage of being on its home ground, and it would have been impossible for you to emerge triumphantly. Zhang Xian continued. Gumu nodded. In that battle just now, he could barely fend off the other party's attacks. He clearly wasn't a match for the latter. If it had continued that way, he would surely have died. Even though keeping your sword and sending your head to it was a clear act of suicide, the skeptical lava beast was doubtful toward your actions, and it felt fear. That's because the move was irrational. Zhang Xian smiled. On top of that, the lava beast has a huge weakness on its mouth. Upon seeing your irrational movement, it began to suspect if you had noticed that weakness and that you were baiting it. Thus, it chose to escape instead. So that's the case. Upon hearing the explanation, Gu Mu and Liao Sun came to a realization. Gu Mu felt relieved that he had listened to his senior granduncle earlier on. Otherwise, if he were to continue fighting against the lava beast, he would have become a cripple by now. Then, why did grabbing its tail cause it to fall limp and lose its ability to fight? Do savage beasts need to breathe? Zhang Xian looked at him. Of course they need to breathe. Surprised by the question, Gu Mu was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded his head. Just like humans, savage beasts require air to survive. The lava beast had been living in the lava, but when we first arrived, we didn't see it. Don't you find it strange? Gu Mu was taken aback by Zhang Xian's words. The reason why fishes can breathe in water is that it has gills that can filter out water and absorb the oxygen contained within it. Lava is in fact just molten granite, and it is impossible for there to be oxygen within the thick lava. When the three of them first arrived, they did not observe the lava beast's head. It was only after Liao Sun threw a stone at the lotus that it jumped out. Can it be that this fellow doesn't need to breathe? But that is impossible. It is not heard of that a savage beast can survive without breathing. The breathing organ for lava beast, which is to mean the nose that we speak of, isn't on its head. Rather, it's on its tail. Zhang Xian explained. On its tail? The duo hurriedly turned to the lava beast, and they saw 2 rows of fine opening on its tail. Usually, this fellow would hide in the lava, exposing only its tail to breathe. Furthermore, its tail is the same color as the lava, and that's the reason why we failed to notice it when we first arrived. Zhang Xian smiled. The reason why I had you hug the other party's tail is to obstruct its breathing. While a cultivator would still be able to sustain himself through his zhenqi, the same can't be said about savage beasts. Not to mention, it was thrashing around the scorching lava, causing its stamina to fall rapidly. Naturally, it would lose its ability to fight. I didn't notice these special characteristics from the start as well, and I only managed to deduce them during your battle. I see. Gu Mu finally comprehended the situation, the reason why his senior granduncle didn't say anything at the start. The other party wasn't toying with him. He was observing the characteristics of the lava beast to formulate a plan to subdue and tame it. It was laughable that he mistook his intentions. It was truly embarrassing. Upon knowing all these facts, Gu Mu's reverence for his senior granduncle reached a new peak. He was able to deduce the characteristics and personality of this lava beast within such a short period of time while observing their battle and formulate a method to tame it. Even a 4-star beast tamer would be incapable of accomplishing the same feat. On top of that, the needles which he shot out at the lava beast probably curbed the other party's movements. Otherwise, it was impossible for the taming process to proceed so smoothly. Now that the lava beast has been tamed, you can now harvest the lotus seed. Done with his explanation, Zhang Xian waved casually. All right. Gu Mu nodded, and without a word ado, he leaped into the lava once more, flitting swiftly toward the crimson flame lotus. Actually, upon seeing Gu Mu successfully tame the lava beast, Zhang Xian had heaved a sigh of relief as well. Just like humans, the Library of Heaven's Path will compile a book on a savage beast when it is engaged in a fight. The reason why he had Gu Mu face off with it was to compile a book to view its flaws. Once he knew its flaws, the rest became simple. Without the obstruction of the lava beast, Gu Mu brought a lotus pod back in no time. There were 9 gold lotus seeds within, and it emanated a fragrance which rejuvenated one's spirit. Senior granduncle, this is the crimson flame lotus seed. Placing the lotus seed carefully in a jade box, Gu Mu passed it forward. Grabbing over the box, Zhang Xian took out 2 of the seeds and passed it over to Gu Mu. One is for you, while the other one is for this lava beast." They had agreed beforehand that Gu Mu would take one crimson flame lotus seed, while the rest would belong to Zhang Xian. Due to the presence of this lava beast, which was already at Jizuan Pinnacle, Zhang Xian decided to give him another seed. After all, if not for this envoy telling him about it, Zhang Xian wouldn't have known that there was such a treasure hidden in this poison hall branch, and he would have missed it. "Thank you, Senior Granduncle." Gu Mu was moved with great agitation. "Here, I will leave this one at this branch. Whoever who reaches Jizuan Realm Pinnacle first will gain the right to consume it." Zhang Xian took out another seed and passed it to Liao Sun. The latter was also extremely grateful to Zhang Xian. Even though the crimson flame lotus seed was a precious commodity, it wasn't of much use to Zhang Xian. As long as he was able to find sufficient secret manuals, breaking through Jizuan Realm Pinnacle wasn't a problem at all. As such, the bottleneck in cultivation which others faced was non-existent for him, since it wasn't much use to him, and that he had obtained it from the Red Lotus Range Poison Hall branch. He didn't think that it was right for him to deprive the branch of all seeds. After giving 3 of the lotus seeds out, Zhang Xian kept the remaining 6 in his storage ring. "Since I'm done with the matters here, it's time for me to leave." Zhang Xian had accomplished his primary aim of browsing through the books in the Poison Hall, and he obtained the Crimson Flame Lotus Seeds on top of that. After conducting the last treatment for Gu Mu, he bided the others farewell. "Senior Granduncle, where can I find you if I wish to greet you in the future?" Even though he knew that the other party would leave after harvesting the Crimson Flame Lotus Seeds, Gu Mu nevertheless felt a reluctance to part with him. Even though he had merely known the other party for a few days, the latter had treated his trauma and helped him tame a Jizuan Realm Pinnacle savage beast. The favor that he had showered upon him was so great that it would be hard for him to repay. Even though he had roughly guessed that the other party might not be his senior granduncle as he claimed to be, it didn't hinder his respect for him in any way. "The world is my home. If we're fated, we'll eventually meet." Zhang Xian shook his head. He was assuming a pseudo-identity, and it was best for them not to meet ever again. "Senior Granduncle, this is my identity token. I know that it is useless to Senior Granduncle, but if you have any kin or students who are in trouble, you can get them to take this to Xinyuan Kingdom's Poison Hall to look for me. As long as it is within my means, I'll do my best to help." With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a jade token and then passed it to Zhang Xian. "All right then, thank you." Knowing that the other party was doing this to repay the gratitude, Zhang Xian didn't turn him down. He took the token and kept it in his storage ring. "Farewell." After saying all that had to be said, Zhang Xian walked out of the Poison Hall with large strides. He remembered the roads he took on the way here with the Great Herb King, so even without anyone to lead him, he was able to leave easily. 5 days later, he finally stepped out from the perimeters of the Red Lotus Range. He yelled with a deep tone, and after a moment, the steel-fang howling firmament beast appeared in the air above him. Leaping onto the back of the howling firmament beast, the latter unfurled its wings, and the duo headed straight toward Tianwu Royal City. "Master-Teacher Pavilion, here I come." Chapter 286. Tianwu Royal City. The vast lands of Tianwu Kingdom span tens of thousands of kilometers. Due to the backing of 2-star master teachers, it is classified as a Tier 1 kingdom. Tianqin, Beiwu, Hanwu, Beichen, Qinyuan, Anyuan, Beili. With Tianwu located right at the center of 12 other neighboring kingdoms, Tianwu Kingdom became the cultivation and trading hub in the area, a sacred land where countless people yearned to travel to. Princess Mo Yu had long left on her viridescent eagle, and thus, Zhang Xian was the only person on the howling firmament beast's back. Out of boredom, Zhang Xian worked on increasing his knowledge in the Library of Heaven's Path and, at the same time, reinforced his cultivation and evaluated his current condition. Along with the rise of my cultivation, the effect of the Heaven's Path golden body is becoming increasingly insignificant. When Zhang Xian was at Tongxian Realm, the Heaven's Path golden body had allowed him to easily subdue cultivators of the same realm. Upon reaching Half-Zongshi, the effects had become less apparent. Eventually, when he reaches Zongshi realm, its potency would be reduced further, to the point that it becomes insignificant. It appeared there was a need for him to look for additional physical body cultivation techniques for further upgrade and training. As for Heaven's Path fist art, Heaven's Path leg art, Heaven's Path movement art, even though they were simple moves, they wielded incredible strength. From the looks of it, before he reached Jizuan, it was unlikely for him to be outdone in terms of battle technique. Thus, there was no hurry for him to look for new books. I'll have to take the Master Teacher examination as soon as possible after reaching Tianwu Kingdom. Only after becoming a Master Teacher will I gain the rights to enter the Master Teacher Pavilion and browse through records on Kongshi. On the way here, he had written what Gu Mu told him about Kongshi on a blank piece of paper and confirmed the matter using the Library of Heaven's Path. It was true that Celestial Kongshi was afflicted with the innate fetal poison just like him, and that he was later cured of the poison. That was to say, the innate fetal poison wasn't without a cure. It was just that at his current standard, he was unable to identify the correct method to cure it. After coming to this conclusion, Zhang Xian felt reassured. However, at the same time, doubts emerged in his mind. His previous self was only an orphan, so why would an 8-star or 9-star poison master go so far as to poison him himself? Could it be possible that he possessed an incredible background and came from a powerful family? Even though Zhang Xian was perplexed, he decided not to think too much about the matter. Putting aside the fact that his previous self was an abandoned orphan, he, as a transcender, felt uncomfortable at the thought of abruptly stumbling upon people claiming to be his parents or one of his kins. Rather than to feel distressed, it was much wiser to just ignore it altogether. In any case, with the Library of Heaven's Path in his grasp, Zhang Xian could only grow stronger. The world is vast, and there was nowhere that he couldn't go. After traveling for another 2 days, when the sun was about to set in the west, a towering city appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. Under the orange glow of the evening sun, the city appeared just like a vast mountain range which extended into the horizon. The city was more than several dozen times larger than Tianqian Royal City. Its infrastructures were beautiful and elegant, and the ancient city walls, which stood dozens of meters tall, were comparable to relics of history and were altogether an imposing sight. Staring down from above, the streets in the city were well-connected and filled with crowds walking to and fro. All kinds of carriages and horses were traveling in and out of the city, creating an image of a lively painting. As the trading hub of 13 kingdoms, Tianwu Royal City was extraordinarily grand. It simply wasn't something that any of the cities Zhang Xian had seen could compare to. Let's go down. Knowing that a city of such scale would surely have restrictions on massive savage beasts, such as the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian decided not to cause a ruckus. Thus, he landed at a location in the mountains not too far from the city, where the howling firmament beast could behave freely before walking toward the grand city with big strides. Please wait a moment. You've to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. He was about to walk through the gates when a group of guards stopped him. Entrance fee? Only upon looking around him did he realize that all visitors had to pay a certain sum to enter the city. If there wasn't such a restriction, the Tianwu Royal City's population would surely suffer from an uncontrollable population growth, possibly to the point that even the Tianwu royal family would be unable to manage the situation. That's right. Unless you're a master teacher or apprentice, you'll have to pay the toll fee. The guard said. Master teachers were the foundation to the progress of the world, and thus, they possessed a high status in society. No matter where they went, they would be granted special privileges. This was something that the other occupations can never enjoy. Enough. What's the use of wasting your breath on him? Given his age, how could he be a master teacher or a master teacher apprentice? That's right. Hurry up, there is a huge crowd waiting behind you. Seeing that the fellow was wasting their times, the two guards became impatient. The crowd behind which was waiting to enter the city was also urging them to hurry up. What are you putting an act for? Since its establishment several thousand years ago, a toll had been imposed on all entries into the city. For you to not even know such a basic fact, which backward place did you come from? How much does it cost? Ignoring their irritated gazes, Zhang Xian asked. 100 gold coins. A guard replied. 100. Zhang Xian was astonished. Even a star teacher in Hongtian Academy earned only 2,000 gold coins per month. 100 gold coins for an entrance fee was indeed exorbitant. That's right. Seeing the shocked expression on the other party's face, it was clear that he was someone who had never seen the world. The guards stared at him contemptuously. To make such a huge fuss over 100 gold coins, it is clear that he is a poor bloke. I don't have money. Zhang Xian shook his head. Upon hearing those words, the guards revealed an expression that screamed. I knew that you would say that, and bellowed. If you don't have money, don't waste our time here. For you to think that you can enter the city like that, you must be dreaming. However, before he could finish his words, the irksome fellow before him lifted up a token in his hand and looked at him with an excited expression. But with this, I shouldn't have to pay any money, right? No matter what you have, it doesn't make a difference. A master-teacher-apprentice identity token. Halfway through his words, the guard recognized the token in the other party's hands. His entire body trembled in shock, and all of the words that he was about to speak choked in his mouth. At this point, he was already on the verge of tears. Are you a master-teacher-apprentice? Those guards who were criticizing him just a moment ago turned pale upon seeing the token. They had thought that he was a countryside bumpkin, but to think that he would be a formidable figure. Brother, if you're a master-teacher-apprentice, you could have just entered straight away. Why do you have to go through all the trouble to ask us about the toll fee? Aren't you intentionally making things difficult for us? Please enter. Suppressing the stifling sensation in their chests, the guards stepped aside immediately to open up a path for him. If the royal family were to find out that they had troubled a master-teacher-apprentice, their heads might be lopped off their necks. Upon seeing that the token Lu Shi and the others could allow him to enter freely, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. To think that this toy would be this useful, saving me 100 gold coins so easily. The guards. They had seen misers, but they had never seen such a Scrooge. For a master-teacher-apprentice, a figure who induces respect no matter where he goes, to be so happy just because he saved 100 gold coins. Behaving like that, aren't you doing injustice to your prestigious identity? Ignoring the stifled guards, Zhang Xian walked right into the city. Even though he had several 10 million gold coins in his storage ring, he nevertheless maintained the mindset of a spendthrift. After all, gold coin saved is a gold coin earned. As for the opinions of others, what does it have to do with me? The streets within the city were wide. Shops could be seen all around and vendors shouted passionately to gather customers. The remaining sunlight from the setting sun reflected off the towering buildings, inducing in oneself a warm feeling. As expected of Tianwu Royal City, an object picked at random from any vendor is of much higher grade than those in Tianxian Kingdom. Walking along the street, Zhang Xian glanced at the various products sold in the stores, and he could not help but feel astonished. Him right now was like Granny Lu stepping into the prospect gardens, curious about everything around him. Even though he had read about most of the objects present here in the books, it was a different thing to see them in person. So you're a master-teacher-apprentice as well? Zhang Xian was looking around his surroundings when a voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw a lady in her 20s looking at him with a perplexed expression. This lady was dressed in a light green robe. Even though her appearance paled in comparison to amazing beauties like Shan Bairu and the others, she had an amiable face which felt pleasant to the sight. An elder dressed in an obvious bodyguard outfit stood beside her, and the aura he exuded felt deep. From time to time, a spark of light would flash across his eyes. He was a Zhongshe realm expert. To be able to hire a Zhongshe realm expert as her bodyguard, this lady was likely to be of an extraordinary standing. Zhang Xian replied casually. It was likely that these two saw his apprentice token when he entered the city, so they gave chase to ask him about it. Me too. With a laughter, the lady flipped her hand and a token appeared in her palm. To think that she would be a master-teacher apprentice as well? Incredible! Zhang Xian was impressed. In Tianxian Kingdom, even someone as outstanding as Lu Sun was unable to become a master-teacher apprentice, but a random lady he met on the streets turned out to be one. The disparity between both kingdoms was indeed huge. The lady was clearly satisfied with Zhang Xian's response, and her attitude toward him improved significantly. My teacher is one-star master teacher Cheng Xian. May I know who you're studying under? My teacher isn't well known, and I doubt you would have heard of him. Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't actually have a teacher, and this token was given to him by Lu Shi and the others. As such, he could only beat around the bush. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to disclose anything, the lady also didn't pursue this any further. Instead, she looked at him with a doubtful expression and asked, "For you to arrive at the capital at such a time, can you be here for the question symposium as well?" Question symposium? Zhang Xian was bewildered. What's that? You don't know? The lady stared at Zhang Xian as though he was a monster. The question symposium is the final test for the master teacher examination. Only those who have passed the question symposium can become a true master teacher. Since you're a master teacher apprentice, how can you not even know about it? Zhang Xian was confused. He only obtained the apprentice token by impersonating as Yang Shi's disciple, so there wasn't anyone to explain to him the process of the master teacher examination. Previously, Lu Shi and the others had only spoken briefly about the eligibility for the examination, and they hadn't touched on anything else in detail. Thus, he didn't know about the question symposium. That's right. The lady hesitated for a moment, and a thought seemed to have flashed into her head. Coming to an epiphany, she said, "I get it. You must have just become an apprentice not too long ago. As a new apprentice, it is a long way before you can take the master teacher examination. Naturally, your teacher wouldn't have told you about the examination yet." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Putting aside how long it had been since he became a master teacher apprentice, it wasn't even 2 months since he arrived in this world. Besides, there wasn't even a single master teacher in Tianqian Kingdom, and there wasn't a single book on master teachers. Thus, it would be a wonder if Zhang Xian knew about the examination process. Since you've just become an apprentice, you need not be so anxious. Study hard, and as long as you pass the examination within 10 years, you will bring glory to your ancestors. Hearing that the other party had just become an apprentice, the lady's attitude became even more amiable. After all, we can't expect ourselves to be as talented as Princess Mou and pass the master teacher examination at 22. Upon speaking of Princess Mou, her eyes began to glow in reverence. Granny Lu stepping into the Prospect Garden's reference to the dream of the Red Chamber. It is similar to Alice walking into Wonderland. Chapter 287. Painter Guild Princess Mo, you passed the master teacher examination? Zhang Xian asked with doubt. Wasn't her still an apprentice when they were at Red Lotus City? He had spent only 20 days in the Poison Hall. Could it be that the princess began the master teacher examination the moment she arrived in Tianwu Kingdom and had passed it? Princess Mou is one of the most renowned geniuses in Tianwu Kingdom. She has just returned from her training half a month ago and, upon her return, passed the 2-star apothecary examination before taking on the master teacher examination. In a single breath, she overcame countless tests, and all that is left is the question symposium tomorrow. As long as she conquers the question symposium, she will become a true 1-star master teacher. The lady's eyes shone with excitement. The only one who can outdo her feat of becoming a 1-star master teacher at 22 would be the #1 genius in Tianwu Kingdom, Mo Hongyi. Mo Hongyi? Despite being a 2-star apothecary, 1-star beast tamer, 1-star master teacher, and apprentice physician at 22, she actually isn't the #1 genius? You don't know about him? Seeing the confusion on the other party's face, the lady became speechless. If she hadn't witnessed his apprentice token for herself, she would have thought that he was a fake. It is one thing for you not to know about the various tests in the master teacher examination and the question symposium, but to not even know a Mo Hongyi. Which corner of the world did you pop out from? Is he famous? Zhang Xian asked. Upon hearing those words, the lady suppressed the stifling sensation in her chest and asked, "It can't be that. Is your first time coming to Tianwu Royal City?" Zhang Xian nodded. Fine. Seeing how the other party admitted to the matter so frankly without the slightest bit of embarrassment, the lady rolled her eyes. Anyone else would surely be filled with embarrassment and a sense of inferiority upon being asked such a question, but this fellow answered it so boldly. It is as though coming to Tianwu Kingdom for the first time is a glorious affair. It is truly a wonder how he has such confidence. Since you don't know about him, let me tell you. The lady explained, Imo Hongi is reputed as the #1 genius in Tianwu Kingdom in the past 1,000 years of history, and his name is known throughout the surrounding 13 countries. Despite being just 26 this year, he is already a 1-star pinnacle master teacher, 2-star apothecary, 2-star formation master, and 2-star blacksmith. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. 1-star pinnacle master teacher, 2-star apothecary, 2-star formation master, and 2-star blacksmith. Despite being just 26, he was shouldering 4 great occupations of the upper 9 paths. From the looks of it, he is on a totally different level from Lu Sun, who is also reputed as a genius in Tianqian Kingdom. In fact, even Mou is far from his match. Seeing the change in the other party's expression, the lady nodded her head in satisfaction before continuing on. Not only so, this great genius Mo's talent in cultivation is also outstanding. 3 years ago, he achieved Zhongshe Realm and defeated the Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage, General Tai Shu. After which, with a single sword, he slaughtered the 5 northern warriors who have been plaguing the northern regions. One must know all 5 of them were Zhongshe Realm experts, and 3 of them had even reached Zhongshe Realm Intermediate Stage. For him to kill all 5 of them single-handedly, I would not have dared to believe it if I had not heard it from a reliable source. At the start of this year, he reached Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage. Just a while ago, at the Heaven Spring Peak, he battled the Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle Master Hong Ruo, defeating him within 100 blows. Furthermore, in the midst of the battle, he successfully achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle. Even the Emperor had complimented him as a genius who appears only once in 1,000 years, and that his future accomplishments would be limitless. Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle at 26? Furthermore, he is capable of battling those with cultivation above his? Zhang Xian was astounded. It was no wonder why he could be reputed as the #1 genius in the past 1,000 years. This Imo Hongi was indeed a fearsome figure. In comparison to him, all of the so-called geniuses he had seen were as though fireflies before the sun, too insignificant to mention. Since this Imo Hongi's surname is Imo, does it mean that he is part of the Tianwu royal family as well? Suddenly, Zhang Xian noticed a peculiarity and asked, Princess Mou's surname is Imo, so this means that the royal family of Tianwu Kingdom goes by this surname. Can this Imo Hongi be a member of royalty as well? That's right. The lady nodded her head. He is a son of one of the princes, but he isn't favored by the emperor. Although he is Princess Mou's elder brother in terms of seniority, his standing pales far in comparison to hers. Even so, given his talent, no one dares to underestimate him. Zhang Xian agreed. In this world, even though one's birth determines his nobility, as long as one is willing to work hard, he can nevertheless earn respect. Imo Hongi was an example. Even though he wasn't in line for the throne, given his current prestige, if he truly wanted the crown, the other princes were not likely to be a match for him. When one's capabilities exceed a certain level, schemes and ploys become laughable deeds that are comparable to playing house. Seeing the other party enter into contemplation, the lady continued, however, even though he's an incredible figure, I revere Princess Mou more. Not only is she beautiful, she's talented as well. I want to be like her, polite, humble, and possesses an earnest desire for knowledge. Just like her, I'll work hard and make a name for myself with my own capabilities. Polite, humble, and possessing an earnest desire for knowledge. Zhang Xian had been with this Princess Mou for many days, but why hadn't he noticed these strengths of hers? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this question. Recalling all that the other party had said before, he asked, the question symposium that you spoke of. Other than Princess Mou, how many other people are taking it? Upon hearing his question, the lady rolled her eyes once more. Do you think master teachers are like cabbages in the market, available whenever you want it? There might not even be a single person who successfully passes every test in the master teacher examination in the whole of a year. I've specially traveled here from Quanhai City just to spectate the princess's master teacher inauguration ceremony. So how can there be anyone else? Quanhai City? A book appeared in Zhang Xian's mind, and within it was a map of Tianwu Kingdom. For example, If Tianwu Royal City were Tianqian Royal City, Quanhai City would be similar to Baiyu City, the second largest city in Tianwu Kingdom. Given that this talkative and extroverted lady was escorted by a Zhongshe realm bodyguard, it was likely that her standing wasn't ordinary. But that is to be expected as well. It is impossible for one to become a master teacher without sufficient connections to search for a good teacher to guide them. After another short exchange, Zhang Xian learned that her name was Ling Xiaoxiao and that she had just become a master teacher apprentice during the year. The reason why she spoke so much to him was that they were fellow apprentices and that she thought that they should look out for one another. The question symposium will be carried out tomorrow afternoon at the Master Teacher Pavilion. If you wish to take the Master Teacher examination, you should take a look. I'll be leaving now. Farewell. After speaking for a short while longer, Ling Xiaoxiao realized that this apprentice known as Zhang Xian seemed to be completely ignorant of the Master Teacher examination. As such, she lost her interest to chat with him. In her opinion, it would be several decades before he would be eligible to take the Master Teacher examination, and they were of two completely different standards. I should first find a restaurant to dine in before looking for lodging. Bidding the lady farewell, Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily. He had already obtained a clear idea of the Master Teacher Pavilion's location, and it was getting late. Furthermore, after 7 consecutive days of consuming dry rations on the back of the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian had gotten sick of that food. After eating his dinner, just as Zhang Xian was about to look for an inn to settle in, he saw a massive building before him. On the plaque hung above its entrance were 2 majestic words which felt vigorous and soulful, as if it would soar out from the board at any time. Painter Guild? Recognizing the words on it, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The painter, just like apothecary, is an occupation of the 9 paths, and there is a guild to oversee its affairs. However, Tianqian Kingdom was too small and remote, so it didn't possess the qualifications to build a branch. Zhang Xian didn't expect to see the Painter Guild right after entering Tianwu Royal City. I should take a look. Of the numerous skills that Zhang Xian possessed, after pill forging and beast taming, the one he was the most skilled at was painting, and he was capable of even producing a painting of the 5th level. Since he managed to chance on the guild, it was a good chance for him to take the examination to become an official painter. After all, he had only acquired the emblems of a 2-star beast tamer and 1-star apothecary at the moment, and this looked rather plain. As for Poison Master, even though his mastery in poison had also reached the level of a 2-star, he was in disguise as the envoy's senior granduncle then, so it was impossible for him to take the Poison Master examination. Naturally, he didn't manage to obtain the corresponding emblem. But even if he were to have successfully acquired it, given how hostile the other occupations were toward Poison Masters, he wouldn't dare to take it out either. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Xian stepped into the Painter Guild. As expected of the Painter Guild, its vast hall was arranged in an orderly and artistic manner, making one feel as though he has stepped into a painting. Slowly walking inward, Zhang Xian felt as if he were walking leisurely in the midst of a book, and an indescribable sensation of comfort embraced him. Hung on the walls around him were all kinds of art pieces, and every single one of them was astonishingly lifelike. Having reached the first level of paintings, reality depiction, a painter has to grasp the first 4 realms of a painting: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude before he can be qualified as a 1-star. Even though a painting of the first level sounds unexceptional, several years of effort is required before one can produce such a painting. Without sufficient experience and comprehension, it is no simple task to depict a scenery realistically. Those who are capable of drawing these paintings are at minimum apprentice painters. Gongzi, may I know what kind of painting you are looking for? I can bring you around. As Zhang Xian slowly browsed through the paintings, a green-robed attendant suddenly walked up to him politely. Are these paintings for sale? Zhang Xian pointed to those pieces hung on the wall. Indeed. Isn't Gongzi here to buy a painting? The attendant nodded. If the Painter Guild doesn't sell paintings, where else can one buy them? Oh. After giving the matter some thought, Zhang Xian felt embarrassed for asking this question. It was similar to how the Apothecary Guild sold pills. It was absurd to think that the Painter Guild doesn't sell paintings. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian asked. These are all paintings of the first level. Are there any higher level paintings? Please follow me upstairs. In the guild, the paintings on the first floor are mainly those of the first level. The paintings on the second floor are mainly those of the second level, and so on. Gongzi, what level of painting are you interested in buying? I'll bring you up right now. The attendant's eyes lit up. The higher the level of the painting, the more expensive it was. As an attendant, he received a commission based on the price of the painting sold. The more expensive the painting Zhang Xian bought, the more money the attendant would earn. Is there? Just as he was about to ask if there was any painting of the fifth level for him to look through, he saw a crowd charge forward. Hurry up, GMO Gongzi is out. He passed the one-star painter examination? Indeed. The examination has just ended, and in order to thank the crowd for their support, he intends to conduct an open painting and will auction the finished art piece on the spot. Open painting? Great. I will get his painting for sure. People in the crowd started to discuss among themselves. They were mostly young ladies and, walking slightly forward, Zhang Xian could see a few middle-aged men. Judging by the clothes on them, they were likely to possess great wealth. GMO Gongzi, painting? Zhang Xian looked at them contemptuously. GMO is the young master of the capital's G clan. Despite just being in his teens, he is already an official painter of the guild. Upon speaking of GMO Gongzi, the attendant's face grew red in agitation as well. Gongzi, if you intend to purchase a painting, you should take a look at the open painting too. If you can buy young Master G's painting, you will have made your trip here worth it. Chapter 288. GMO Gongzi? Oh, let's go over then. Since Zhang Xian was free, he decided to take the opportunity to learn more about how the painter examination was conducted. Thus, he followed behind the green-robed attendant into the crowd. Right at the front, before a dark green table lined against the wall, an 18 or 19-year-old youngster, dressed in white, was sitting on a wooden chair, and his eyes were tightly closed. GMO Gongzi, I love you. I want to bear your babies. How shameless can you get? G Gongzi is mine. Whoever who dares to vie with me, I'll rip off her clothes. Young mistress, a beautiful lady over there is intent on vying with you. Go and rip off her clothes. We'll cheer you on from here. Even though GMO Gongzi's eyes were still tightly shut, many ladies in the surroundings had already gone into a frenzy. G Gongzi may be young, but he's extremely gentle toward ladies. More importantly, he has a suave appearance. Thus, he became the idol of ladies in the capital. The green-robed attendant explained with a hushed voice. Zhang Xian nodded. Turning to look at GMO Gongzi, his skin was indeed fair and smooth, and he had a dashing face. Even though his eyes were closed, his lips were slightly curled upward and vaguely. It seemed as if he was smiling. Zhang Xian could understand why he was able to win the fancy of these ladies. Talented, capable, a good background, and most importantly, he was dashing. It was no wonder why so many ladies went insane for him. What is he doing? Seeing the other party seated with his eyes shut, ignoring the ruckus around him, Zhang Xian inquired. GMO Gongzi is about to paint. He is probably calming his brain and adjusting his mental state. The green-robed fellow said. Adjusting his state of mind? Here? Zhang Xian was puzzled. It was just a painting. Zhang Xian would usually grab a brush and start on his work right away. Is there a need to adjust any state of mind? Besides, even if he truly needs to adjust his state of mind, he should have gone somewhere quiet and peaceful. With so many people causing a huge ruckus here, how in the world does he expect to adjust his state of mind? Ji Gongzi possesses incredible talents, having reached the level of a master painter before even reaching 20. Every single action that he makes has its own profound purpose. This isn't something a countryside bumpkin like you can comprehend. Before the green-robed attendant could reply, a lady turned around and glared at Zhang Xian furiously. Indeed, where did this amateur come from? Scram aside, don't taint Ji Gongzi's painting. Another lady harumphed angrily. Walala. The ladies in the surroundings turned to glare at Zhang Xian with disdainful eyes. Not expecting to meet with so much hostility just by raising a simple doubt, Zhang Xian became speechless. A lot of civilians in Tianwu Kingdom are interested in painting, thus raising the status of painters here greatly. Ji Gongzi, as one of the most talented painters of the younger generation, has countless fans. Thus, it is best for you not to say anything here. Otherwise, you might really drown from the criticisms of his die-hard fans. With a bitter smile, the green-robed attendant whispered to him. Zhang Xian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Gongzi abrupt opened his eyes and stood up. Look, Ji Gongzi is about to begin painting. I wonder what level of painting will he create. Does it have to be said? Ji Gongzi is an official painter. His works are definitely at least of the second level. Upon seeing Ji Gongzi move, those who were glaring at Zhang Xian previously turned to look forward immediately, their eyes twinkling with adoration. The first four realms of painting are reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. Just like in the case of Lu Chen and Yuanyu, official painters, otherwise known as master painters, are capable of producing a painting of the second level or third level with ease. As for whether the painting can reach breathtaking verisimilitude, it would depend on his luck and condition. Me, GMO, will now display my humble skills. GMO stood before the table, and with a flick of his wrist, a Chinese fan appeared in his hand. Gently fanning himself twice, his black hair and white robe danced along with the light breeze. The painting that I create will be sold on the spot. However, I will not claim a single cent of the money, and instead, I'll be using it to build a painting hall. I'll invite apprentice painters to conduct lessons there, so as to propagate the comprehension and passion for painting. As expected of Ji Gongzi, he truly doesn't care for material wealth. A character befitting of a master painter. I am impressed. Hearing his words, the crowd burst into commotion once more. Numerous ladies screamed fanatically. This fellow sure knows how to win the hearts. Zhang Xian shook his head. This GMO Gongzi might be young, but he was obviously skilled in politics, knowing how to attract attention. That was similar to the charity auctions conducted by celebrities in his previous life. In plain honesty, they were just gimmicks. If he truly wanted to build a painter hall and propagate the passion and understanding of painting, he could have done so silently. There was no need for him to create such a huge ruckus. More importantly, it was already late autumn, and not to mention, nighttime. It felt cold just to stand on the spot, and yet he was fanning himself. Silence. Shutting his fan, GMO Gongzi gestured grandly. All right, not to waste everyone's time. I shall begin painting now. I hope that everyone can remain silent while I am at work. Hearing his words, the screaming crowd quietened down all of a sudden. Smiling lightly, GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves and picked up a brush. After opening a Xian paper on the table, GMO struck the table lightly with his left hand, and under the tremor of his zhenqi, a droplet of ink leaped into the air from the ink slab and landed precisely on the tip of his brush. Then, with a grand movement of his right hand, the brush fell on the surface of the paper. The brush flew around the paper gracefully, creating an imposing sight. Walala! The brush danced about on the paper, reminiscent of a fish swimming freely in a pond. Accompanying the passing of time, and the painting gradually took shape. It was a painting of a mountain and a stream. On the tall and towering mountain was a combination of mystical forests and mysterious boulders, divided by a stream that flowed through them. Ding-dang, one could almost hear the sound of the stream striking the surface of the boulder, and the leaves were dancing toward a certain direction, as though a gentle breeze was caressing them. This is a painting of the second level. With a single glance, Zhang Xian nodded his head silently in approval. The Heaven's Path painting art which Zhang Xian compiled using the books in Master Lu Chen's house had given him a profound understanding of paintings. Even without the library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian was capable of appraising paintings to a certain standard. This mountain stream painting was detailed, allowing people to feel as if it were a true mountain right before them. There was a spiritual touch to the painting which gave it bizarre but wonderful aesthetics. This was proof that it has reached the level of spiritual canvas. However, even though the contents were outstanding, the mountain and stream were lacking artistic conception and a personal touch. In other words, it did not reach the level of infused intentions. It is a pity. If he wasn't overly focused on showing off his skills and instead had carved out his painting slowly and calmly, he might have been able to achieve the level of infused intentions. Zhang Xian sighed after a moment. Even though this GMO Gongzi was a braggart, his painting fundamentals were in place. Logically speaking, as long as he were to paint calmly, producing a painting of the third level shouldn't be a problem. However, his obsession with graceful and exaggerated movements had caused him to neglect the essence of the painting. Thus, this painting had only managed to reach spiritual canvas pinnacle, just a small step away from infused intentions. Even though Zhang Xian thought that it was a pity, he didn't voice out his thoughts. He was only here to see how the master painter examination was conducted, and he wasn't related to this GMO Gongzi in any way. Besides, he had been criticized by the crowd just moments ago for expressing his doubts on Jimo's actions, and he didn't want to be berated by this bunch of women before him. Soon, the painting was completed. GMO Gongzi threw the brush into the brush holder and hung the painting on the wall. This is a painting that has reached the second-level pinnacle, and it is called Breeze by the Mountain and Stream. The auction will start now. The starting price is 1 million gold coins, and every raise must be 100,000 gold coins at the minimum. At which, the edges of Li Ji Gongzi's lips shot up, and a mesmerizing smile appeared on his face. Waving the fan in his hands, he brought out the disposition of a dashing scholar. I'll accompany anyone who manages to purchase this painting for dinner, for free. Accompany for dinner? This painting is mine. Don't compete with me. I'll offer 1,100,000. You wish to buy GMO Gongzi's painting for 1,100,000? Stop joking. 1,300,000. I offer 2 million. Upon hearing the additional service that came with the painting, the ladies' eyes reddened with excitement immediately. As they competed wildly against one another, the price soared rapidly. 2,400,000? Seeing the price reach 2 million in the blink of an eye, Zhang Xian was flabbergasted. He sold the fifth-level painting he created to Lu Qian, Huang Yu, and the others for merely 2 million each, and this mediocre second-level painting has exceeded that sum. This is way too damned. That. How much is a painting of the fifth level, spirit creation, worth? Feeling dismayed, Zhang Xian could not help but ask the attendant beside him, a painting of the fifth level? That would be a treasure left behind by a 2-star Grandmaster painter. Furthermore, even such a painter wouldn't be able to produce a fifth-level painting as when he pleases. It depends heavily on his condition and luck. A painting of that level will easily become the treasure of our painter guild, and one can say that it is priceless. The green-robed attendant hesitated for a moment before answering, priceless? Zhang Xian's body swayed violently. Indeed, if one has no choice but to assign it a price, this starting price would likely be at minimum 10 million gold coins. As for how high it can rise, I can't give a concrete answer to that. However, half a year ago, an auction for a painting of the fifth level was conducted here, and the final price was 34 million gold coins. The green-robed attendant replied. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched, and he was on the verge of tears. 34 million for a single painting, and he sold 4 of it at 2 million each. Why is the world be so cruel to him? The Painter Guild has been established in the capital for less than 30 years, and it was only from then that the price of paintings had been on the rise. If it was 30 years ago, when no one held paintings in high regard, a painting of the fifth level would only be worth 1 or 2 million. The attendant said, if it were any higher than that, no one would be willing to spend their money. 1 or 2 million, 30 years ago. Zhang Xian shook. That's right. The attendant nodded. After hearing the other party's verification, Zhang Xian finally recovered, and his aching heart was soothed. Tianxian Kingdom was remote, and there wasn't the presence of a painter guild. It seemed that what Huang Yu and the others reported to him was the 30-year historical price, and 2 million. Could already be considered as a huge sum for a painting of the fifth level then. Does Gongzi want to buy a painting of the fifth level? The green-robed attendant looked at him. Only our guild leader is capable of drawing a painting of the fifth level, but he had gone out half a month ago in search of inspiration and isn't back yet. I am just making a casual inquiry. Suppressing his vexation, Zhang Xian shook his head. That. Staring at Zhang Xian, the attendant asked, then, Gongzi, why don't you buy GMO Gongzi's breeze by the mountain and stream? It is second-level pinnacle and, not to mention, G Gongzi's work. Its value will definitely rocket in the future. Forget it. Zhang Xian shook his head. I'm not here to buy paintings. Besides, it's just a painting of the second level. I'm not interested in it. Just a painting of the second level? How arrogant. Before the green-robed attendant could reply to Zhang Xian's words, a cold harumph sounded. Lifting his head, Zhang Xian saw GMO Gongzi staring coldly at him. HM? Zhang Xian didn't expect the other party to hear his words when he had already spoken so softly. Zhang Xian replied with embarrassment, I apologize, I was just speaking casually, so please do not be offended by my words. Every painting is created painstakingly, and saying such words before a painter is indeed inappropriate. Humph, do you think this can be settled with just an apology? GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves, and his eyebrows shot up. This action of interrupting the auction and treating my painting with contempt. You are insulting the occupation and belittling all official painters. Then, what do you think I should do? Zhang Xian had only made a casual comment and had already apologized for his disrespect. Yet, the other party went on and claimed that he was insulting the occupation and him. Feeling helpless, Zhang Xian shook his head. Simple, buy my painting at 5 million gold coins. Placing his hands behind his back, GMO Gongzi glanced at him impassively. Don't worry, I won't take a single cent of that money. I'll donate all of it to build the Painter Hall, so you can consider it as atonement for your mistake. 5 million gold coins? Zhang Xian was stunned. He had merely come to take a look, making a comment in passing, but the other party actually wanted to force a deal upon him. What a joke. There are so many people who worship you present. Can't you get them to buy it for you? Why? Are you unwilling to buy it? GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Waving his hands casually, he said, You can refuse, but you must apologize now and swear not to step into the guild ever again. Our painter guild doesn't welcome people like you. Never step into the guild ever again? Zhang Xian was speechless. Kindness doesn't beget kindness. Other people will simply take advantage of you. It was just a casual comment, and he had already made an apology, yet the other party refused to let the matter go. I can apologize, and never stepping into the Painter Guild is fine by me as well. In fact, I can even buy your painting for 5 million gold coins. However, your painting has to be worth that price first. Zhang Xian shook his head. Do you think that this toy, which any apprentice painter can create, is worthy of that price? Xian Paper Dash, a kind of high-quality paper. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.